Chapter 12. Direct Sales Process Overview. Hey there. Monica and Russell here again. Hopefully you have read Direct Sales Mastery Volume 1 already, because we're diving straight back into the topic of direct sales. Direct sales can be an overwhelming monster if you don't know where to focus your energy. Even though there are only 5 major components, website sales, landing pages, crowdfunding, subscriptions, events, within those categories are thousands of success paths. Even just setting up a mailing list comes with hundreds of options, from hosting to designing your email sequence. However, there are some major components of every direct sales environment that help foster success. While I can't tell you what email platform to use, I can show you the elements you should put in place before you can start scaling your author business. This stuff is hard, and most people run away from it instead of digging in. Just remember, things grow where you exert effort. That said, it's really hard to get started with direct sales. There are all sorts of reasons why this is true, but the main one is that you have created a pump, but what you really need to create is a flywheel. What is the difference? First, a pump works by expending force on a level and getting a predictable return from the first pump to the last. Basically, regardless if you press down on a pump once or 1,000 times, it will still give you the exact same result. We think that building an audience is a pump, but it's really a flywheel. A flywheel takes a ton of effort to get going, but with each rotation, it gets easier and easier to keep the flywheel going. When people ask me how I keep doing this work, I tell them it's actually really easy to keep at it once you get your flywheel going. Those first pushes are impossible, but eventually you can keep a flywheel going with a light touch. When you combine this with a marketing funnel to bring people into your universe, you create a virtuous sales cycle. We'll talk about funnels in more depth later, but a funnel is a process by which you turn somebody who knows nothing about your work and turn them into enthusiastic buyers. If you're creating a business where you funnel people in and then create a flywheel to keep your business going, it becomes easier over time. So many people who have been doing this for years are still making a pump. You need to get past the days of putting in 1 unit of effort and getting 1 unit of engagement back, and start trying to make your flywheel sustainable. This is the biggest reason I just can't ever stop doing this work, because I know that it will be impossible to start again. Let's dive a little deeper into each of these components. Building your ideal client avatar. Before we can start building the elements of your environment, we need to know who will live in that environment. These are the ideal clients who will find your environment a perfect fit. Think about penguins. If you bring them to the Sahara, the penguins will have a bad time, but if you put them in the chilly Antarctic, they'll be happy little buddies. The Sahara is the perfect place for camels and scorpions, though. There are no perfect environments. It's all about matching the customers with the right environment. We do that by creating an ideal client avatar. While ideal client avatar sounds like marketing gibberish, it's one of the most important principles to understand if you want to build a career in the arts, or any career, frankly. An ideal client avatar represents the person who most resonates with your message and is thus incredibly likely to buy your product. It is the virtual representation of your perfect customer. There are 2 factors that come into play that help determine your ideal client avatar. The first factor is somebody who has a very high customer lifetime value. The second factor is a person with a very low customer acquisition cost. Customer lifetime value is the amount somebody will buy from you over the course of their life. Your ideal customer will be the type of person who spends at least $100 on your products every year. This is a concept made famous by Kevin Kelly, the founding executive editor of Wired. Kelly wrote a piece on his blog in 2008 called 1,000 True Fans, which became one of the definitive pieces on building an audience, with its claim that if an artist can find 1,000 people willing to spend $100 a year on their work, then they can successfully make a living on their art. Even though I have issues with this theory, I hope we can all agree that generating $100,000 in income would make a very successful year. Conversely, customer acquisition cost is the amount of money it costs to find a new customer and make a sale. Between tabling at conventions, sending mailing list updates, advertising, and all of the other monetary outlays that come part and parcel with finding a client, the less we spend acquiring a client means we make more money at the end of the day. Simply put, your ideal client avatar is the person most receptive to your message and the person with whom you most want to speak. It has to be both. There will be people you want to speak with who have no interest in your message, and people who want to hear your message that you don't care about at all. The ideal client avatar is the beautiful merging of these 2 points. So, how do we find our ideal client avatar? First, we must find the type of people who inspire us to create. This will take some deep reflection, but you know there is a person in your life who will love your product more than anybody else. This doesn't have to be your family. It can be a friend or even somebody you aren't that close with, though I highly recommend staying inside your close friend circle at first. Have you thought of somebody? Good. Then, let's build an avatar. To start forming our ideal client, we need to test whether that person will be the right fit to buy what you are trying to sell. Remember, just because you want to make products for somebody doesn't mean your products will resonate with them. To find out if somebody is a good fit, we have to look at their social media feeds for a while to see what kinds of stuff they like. We need to make sure they are buying what you are selling. If you want to make death metal pins and they are buying fluffy bunny plushes, you are barking up the wrong tree and need to start over. Once you are relatively confident that they buy the same type of stuff that you want to make, it's time to interview them. It doesn't have to be anything formal, but you want feedback about why they buy what they buy. Do they like bright colors or are they more into texture? Does size matter? What is it that resonates with them when they buy something? After you have that interview, it's time to make some different products and show them to your ideal client. This is why using an immediate friend or family member is easiest, because they will be open and receptive to looking at your product. This is also why it's best not to pick your mother or anybody who will automatically love anything that you do. You want real and honest feedback about whether you are doing something that resonates with your ideal client. This interview isn't about selling your product, but you need to know if they would buy what you are trying to sell. If you can't tell whether or not they would buy your product, push harder. This is critical research, and if you get it wrong, then your business will suffer and you will have to start again. You don't want to build the wrong customer avatar. Once you've done your research, it's time to rock and roll into mass production, right? Absolutely and unequivocally not. You don't want to go into mass production just yet. After you have a good idea that your work will resonate with the right person, you need to find other people who will also be perfect fits for your product. This is the beginning of the ideal client avatar. Create a profile of your ideal client based on your initial research. This profile needs to be as complete as you can make it. Your ideal client avatar should feel like a real person who lives and breathes. Your profile should include their name, age, ethnicity, interests, personality traits, favorite foods, favorite TV shows, favorite movies, favorite bands, favorite websites, and anything else you can think of to make your avatar feel like a real person. Once you have the profile created, use it to find 5 to 10 other people who fit your ideal client avatar. Replicate the same process you used before. Interview your potential customers and show them your product just as you did with the original person. Some of the assumptions you made about your ideal client will be correct, and some will be wildly misinformed. That's okay. That's how it should be. Use the new data you collected from these interviews to recreate your ideal client avatar and focus it more clearly. Your avatar will now become more complete and fleshed out because you have 5 to 10 times the research data. After finding 5 to 10 people who love your product, it's time to test your ideal client avatar on people you don't know. To do this, you need to create a small batch of products. Then find a craft fair, comic convention, or job fair where your ideal client avatar exists in the real world. Bring your products to this event. Find people who resemble your ideal client and see if they rapidly buy what you are selling. If they do, use your new data to compile a more complete customer avatar. If they do not, analyze why they are not buying your product, make corrections to your avatar, and try again. The more people you speak with, the more complete and real your customer avatar will become. The stronger your ideal client avatar, the more you will be able to focus on creating a product for the right kind of person, lowering your customer acquisition cost, and increasing your lifetime customer value. Then you can use all that data to find more people who fit that profile, which is the key to scaling your creative business. It's also a good idea to become a consumer of the things you want to make. I meet creators all the time who don't buy the things that they sell. There is nothing wrong with this on the surface. You are not required to be your own perfect customer. However, you should go on the journey with the customer so you can see the world through their eyes. I have run a lot of companies in my life, and the more I used the products I was selling, the more I could understand the pain points of the customer. I understood what the customer wanted because I was the customer. Surveying your audience is a great way to understand their needs, but there is nothing like the first-hand account of walking around a convention and seeing what catches your eye. There's nothing like reading the most popular books in your field and saying, "I liked when they did that." By consuming the books you are writing, you develop a better understanding of what your readers like and what they don't like by experiencing them yourself. This kind of research is invaluable to communicating with your customers. It creates an in-depth dialogue. I believe that I sell 10 to 20% of my products on passion alone, but it goes deeper than that. People respond to my passion because I'm passionate about the same things they are. They know I have gone on the customer journey with them, seen what was broken, and did my best to fix it. That last bit is important because no customer journey is perfect. There are wonderful things about every market, but there are also things so glaringly broken it's frustrating for people. If you understand the joy and the pain of your customer, you can make a product perfect for them and articulate why it is perfect. That last bit is the most important part of any sale. Sales funnel plus flywheel. A sales funnel is no different than a funnel you would use in your kitchen or to put oil into your car, wide at the top with a narrow bottom. Into the top of the funnel goes potential customers, and out the bottom comes clients. It's as simple as that. There are 5 stages in my sales funnel. The first stage is that people need to know you exist. This is called the awareness stage. Stage 1, awareness. At this stage of the funnel, you aren't trying to find the right clients. You are simply looking for as many potential customers as possible. The rest of the funnel will weed out people who are bad matches for your product and leave you only with perfect fits. You need to cast the widest net possible at this stage, because the wider the top of the funnel becomes, the wider it will be at the bottom. Let's assume you need to talk with 100 people in order to find one client. If you only talk to 20 people a month, you will not find a new client for 5 months. In this case, by simply talking to 5 times more people, you can find a client every month. If you increase that to 200 or 300 people a month, you can find 2 to 3 clients a month. This alone can exponentially increase your revenue. The second stage of the funnel is getting people to like you. This is called the consideration stage. Stage 2, consideration. This is when we start narrowing the funnel down. We need to push out content that is attractive to our ideal client, whether that means sharing comic book pages, short stories, or articles about pandas. Whatever you share, it should be hyper-targeted to your ideal client. If it is, then people who are interested in the things you are sharing will grow to like you. Meanwhile, people who aren't interested will drop out of your funnel before you invest too much energy in them. This is the stage where people fall out of your funnel the most. You shouldn't be nervous when people unfollow you or unsubscribe from your mailing list at this point. My mailing list has a 31% unsubscribe rate in the first couple of weeks of somebody joining. I love that number because it means I'm weeding out the people who don't care about what I do. This process of showing people what you do, building empathy with your ideal client, and weeding out ones who don't care about your message is one of the most powerful tools in business. Unfortunately, because of our natural need to be liked, we shy away from offending anybody. As a result, we try to please everybody and thus attract nobody. Weeding out people who don't fit your product is a natural part of business. You shouldn't care about those people anyway, because they won't buy from you. Heck, they don't even like you. Your job isn't to please people who have no interest in what you are doing with your business. Your job is to connect with as many people as possible and let the right ones self-select to be part of your network over the long haul. The third stage of the funnel is making people trust you. This is called the decision stage. Stage 3, decision. This is the trickiest part of the funnel. Everybody left at this stage of the funnel is in your ideal customer pool. Now you have to convince them to buy your product. Even within your ideal client pool, there will be people who don't like your specific take and won't buy. Take a car for instance. Even among car buyers, some people want the most reliable vehicle for their family, others want a sports car with the fastest engine. Still, others want the most luxurious ride on the road. That's why car companies have multiple brands and models. There are many features people might want, and it's critical to target the right message to the right customer. If we didn't have different needs, then everybody would be driving around in the same beige Honda Accord, right? But we aren't driving around in the same cars. There are more than 100 different types of cars on the road, all with different features, sold by different companies, under different brands. They all capture a different part of the market. They all speak to a different type of person. The same is true with your product. If you create high-end geek chic necklaces that cost $100 or more, then you are isolating yourself from people who are looking for cheap charms, and isolating yourself even more from people looking for an art print or a comic book. And that's natural. That's good. Heck, that's necessary to create a sustainable business. This is what finding the right client for your product is all about. The fourth stage of the funnel is making your customer happy. You have proven you are the right person to help them. Hooray! You've got a customer. Now we have to keep them happy so they buy again. This is called the retention stage. Stage 4, retention. Notice, there are 3 stages in this funnel before buying your product even comes into the equation. There will be people in your funnel who know you but won't like you but won't trust you, and trust you but won't buy from you. We can see this play out in our own lives. We all have a coworker we hate but can't get rid of, or a family member we love but wouldn't trust with $1 of our money. We all have those people in our lives, but we also have a friend we would gladly give money to because we know they'll use our money to do something awesome. The same is true with your business. Most people won't buy from you. When I go to a convention, I'm lucky if 1% of people sign up for my mailing list, and 10% of those people ever buy from me. Even at a convention like San Diego Comic-Con, where I make thousands of dollars, I only sell a few hundred books and there are over 160,000 people in attendance. But that's okay. In fact, that's how a funnel is supposed to work. This year we were set up in the small press area of San Diego Comic-Con, which meant people who came down our aisle self-identified as people who liked independent comic books. That already narrowed the field of potential customers down quite a bit. From there, all I had to do was engage with as many people as possible so that some of them would like me, and some of those people would trust me, and then some of those people would buy from me. In the end, by knowing how many people would attend the event, I could accurately predict how much I would make, and next year I can make an even more accurate prediction because I have even more data. This is the power of the funnel. If you understand how it works, you can predict the revenue for your entire business months into the future. The final stage is about building evangelists who will tell other people about your work. The absolute best marketing comes from word of mouth. When other people talk about your work to their friends, it's much easier to get others to buy than from your own marketing efforts. This is called the advocacy stage. Stage 5, advocacy. This can include providing referral links, building a strong community, offering giveaways to readers, or generally showering them with love. Most importantly, It involves creating mind-blowing products people can't help but talk about with other people. This is called network effects, and it involves the recurring process by which readers spread the word about your work to others in their own orbit. This is not an effect contained to your buyers either. One of the best ways to generate network effects is among other creators doing interesting work. You can create a recommendation network through platforms like Substack, Sparkloop, or Beehive to cross-promote with other creators. This cross-promotion feature provides a way for writers to promote and discover each other on their own terms. A quick story about network effects and how when one creator wins, the whole network wins. Laura Kennedy from Peak Notions was interviewed and spotlighted by Substack. I love Laura's work, so I was rooting for her really hard when I read it, but throughout the day I noticed that I was getting dozens of free subscribers to my Substack. I usually get 20 to 30 a day, so I was very confused to get 60 plus in just a couple of hours. It took me a while to think, wait, doesn't Laura recommend the author stack? So I checked, and her publication had sent me 50 recommendations that day. Laura ended up getting 1,500 plus subscribers from that article, and I received over 100 because she recommended my publication. You never know where those surges will come from, but they can be very powerful if you set them up properly. I have over 100 publications recommending mine, and I recommend a bunch too. Every month I get 300 to 500 from it, and everyone else gets a bit from me, I hope. Nobody needs to do the bulk of the work when everyone is working together. There is one more point I want to make before ending this section. When you start selling your work, a small number of people will buy from you immediately. This is because you have spent decades building up trust with certain people in your life. Those people have already worked their way to the bottom of your funnel and are ready to make a buying decision the moment you launch your storefront. Once those people work their way through the bottom of your funnel, though, there won't be anybody left to buy your product if you haven't built out the top of your funnel properly. I've seen far too many creatives tell me that lots of people bought their book in the first month of release, but they haven't seen another sale for over a year. This happens because they relied on their existing network to buy their product initially, and once those people flushed out of their funnel, there was nobody to replace them. Remember, a funnel is only as good as the number of people you put into the top of it. Building a sales funnel into your mailing list. While social media is nebulously fine for our mental health, there's no doubt some people will find it effective to drive traffic into your sales funnel. However, social media shouldn't be the main crux of your funnel. Your funnel should live on a website and be mainly delivered by your mailing list. We are programmed to think of newsletters as spam and mailing lists as evil. They don't have to be spam though, and they certainly aren't evil. If you set it up in the right way, a mailing list is the most effective form of online marketing in existence for building empathy and trust with your customers. The truth is that a mailing list is only annoying if the information is unwanted. When I think about annoying emails, I think about Target. They send me so many emails filled with promotions and coupons. I hate those. I'm not going to Target just to save 35 cents on a bucket of toilet paper. But that's just me. Not everybody feels that way. There are lots of people who love Target. There are people who really want to hear what Target has to say. They shop at Target every week. They need toilet paper and are always looking for a bargain. For those people, Target isn't sending junk. They are sending incredibly valuable information. That's how we must look at our mailing list. It's not about spamming people. It's about offering incredible value to the people who want to be touched by your message. Customers love to be touched by the brands they love. If you consistently provide new and interesting information, your ideal customers will gobble it up. This won't be everybody on your list, or even most people who sign up. Many people who sign up to your mailing list will think it's spam. They will unsubscribe. Good. I have a 31% unsubscribe rate on my initial emails, and I love it. A flywheel doesn't work if we're bringing in the wrong people to our funnel, which is why having a good autoresponder sequence is critical to your success, to funnel out the wrong people and engage the right ones. An autoresponder, or indoctrination sequence, is an automated series of emails your subscribers start receiving after they sign up for your email list. These emails are staggered throughout several days or weeks so that people unfamiliar with your brand learn who you are and what you do. This autoresponder becomes the main delivery mechanism for your sales funnel. With every email, you break through one of the objections holding people back from buying and help them build a deeper connection with you. Ideally, you would use them to deliver something akin to a sideways sales letter for each of your major series. In it, you are basically showing off your series over several different emails that rely on different psychological triggers to get people excited to read it. You should have a different autoresponder for each core product you're launching, and they should rely heavily on these psychological triggers. We talk more about psychological triggers throughout the book. Building your value ladder. Now that we've built a sales funnel, let's talk about the actual sales part. What do we actually sell to people who enter our funnel? That's where a value ladder becomes an essential component of your environment. A value ladder is an escalating series of products you offer to your potential readers and existing customers that allow them to develop deeper relationships with you through increasingly expensive offers. I can't tell you exactly how to price your books. Pricing depends on whether your work is a print or an original, how long it takes to create, and the mass market viability of what you are trying to sell. You need to research data on comparable products to find out what the market will bear. Luckily, there are places like Etsy, Amazon, and Kickstarter, which are great research tools to find comparable products in your market space. That being said, I can tell you that there are 4 types of offers you need before you can enter the marketplace effectively. These 4 types of offers have been tested rigorously in all sorts of market conditions and always bear out successfully. I have found them incredibly effective in all types of creative fields, from book sales to prints and even informational products. Offer number 1, freebies. Freebies are critically important to getting noticed in the market. Most people think of freebies as business cards and flyers. While those are important, they're not the freebies I'm talking about. In this scenario, what you want are nicely created yet simple to make pieces that can be given away for free in exchange for an email address. Your most effective marketing is still an email newsletter. People guard their email addresses with their lives. If you want them to part with their email and join your community, you need to offer them something nice, which makes you synonymous with quality. These freebies don't have to be expensive or labor-intensive to make, but they should be of exceptional quality. The key to this is the exchange of free merchandise for an email address. When people give away their email addresses, they are giving away something of value to them, and you should make sure you respect that value by giving them something well-crafted. Your goal is to provide incredible value for freebies, so signing up is a no-brainer. Then when you deliver incredible quality, people will think, wow, this is what they offer for free. Their paid content must be incredible. Whatever you do, do not give these freebies away without getting that email address. If you give your work away for free, then you are unnecessarily devaluing it. Exchanging your work for an email address, however, psychologically forces the customer to place a value on your work as well, even if that value is only their email. Offer number 2, the tripwire offer. The tripwire offer is intended to turn somebody who has been lurking around your store, gathering freebies, into a paying client. These are low-priced items, under $10, that act as the gateway drug into spending loads more with you in the future. If your core business is $20 art prints, then a $5 print would be a good tripwire offer. Similarly, if you are selling books, a digital version for $5 would be a good tripwire offer. If you are selling your services as a sculptor, a quick 1-inch statue for $10 would be a good tripwire offer. We've all had the experience of joining a mailing list. We keep getting emails for a long time without paying a dime. We think about unsubscribing, but the content is just valuable enough that we don't. Then, one day the mailing list offers a product that has such an incredible value, we have to try it. After that, we are hooked into spending tons of money, because we finally recognize the value of their product and will shell out money for it. This is my wife's experience with Betabrand. She lurked around their mailing list for ages, until she finally bought something for cheap. The product ended up being incredible. Now she spends hundreds of dollars a year on their products. This would not have happened if she hadn't offered a cheap offer to test their incredible products first. The point of a tripwire offer is to provide something beautifully made at an incredible value, so that people find it a no-brainer to buy your higher-priced items in the future. The biggest customer transition in your business is convincing somebody to move from a lurker to spending even $1 on your brand. Once they spend that dollar, they are likely to spend much more if you can prove the value of your product. Offer number 3, your core product. Your core product is the centerpiece of your business. Most creative businesses price their core product in the $20 to $50 range, but these core products can be incredibly expensive as well. The core product for a car dealership will be several thousand to even millions of dollars. The core product is what keeps the lights on in your business, and it is what you are pushing on your website and through the rest of your sales strategy. Offer number 4, Profit Maximizer. If core products are the base of your sales, then a Profit Maximizer is the cherry on top. This offer has a slightly misleading name, as it deals more with increasing overall revenue than strictly targeting profits, but every additional dollar spent on your business should increase both revenue and profit margins simultaneously. The idea of this offer is to increase the total amount customers spend on your products by adding additional products and services to your client's purchase during the checkout process. While adding potential clients to your sales funnel is crucial to the success of your business, encouraging your existing customers to spend more with each transaction is a fantastic way to immediately improve your bottom line. This offer comes in all shapes and sizes. It might be asking your client to add an additional print to their order, or it could be adding additional services like website hosting to your current website design packages, or it could be asking customers to add the digital version of your book to their cart for a nominal fee. All of these offers increase the amount spent by your customers during each transaction, thus increasing your overall revenue. Of course, the best profit maximizers are pure profit. My favorite profit maximizer during a Kickstarter campaign is offering a special thanks in the credits of a book. This reward costs $50 instead of $20 for just the book, and it takes almost no additional time, energy, or cost to implement. This additional reward is almost 100% profit. Meanwhile, it builds engagement with my audience because they have become part of the book forever. These 4 offers form the basis of any good sales strategy, whether it is in person or online. If you can nail these offers, you'll bring the most people to the top of your funnel, while maximizing your sales when they reach the bottom and become clients. Profit maximizers, cross-sells, upsells, downsells, and bump offers. Because you aren't getting the same volume from direct sales as you are from retailers, your goal should be about maximizing the cart value of every sale. One of the most important metrics in direct sales is average cart value, which is the exact thing it sounds like. Basically, when you sell somebody one thing, you want to sell them more things. At the moment of purchase, customers enter buyer mode, where they are the most suggestible to spending more. At this point, we want to offer more value to them through cross-sells, upsells, downsells, and bump offers. Cross-sells. A cross-sell is when you offer a wholly different, but complementary product or format to your audience after a sale. So for instance, if you are selling a bag of chips, a cross-sell could ask customers to buy a tub of salsa to complete the experience. With books, cross-selling could be offering a different series to complete their library, or offering audiobooks to your customers purchasing ebooks. Upsells. An upsell is selling a more expensive version of the same product. So, if you are selling paperback books, offering people a hardcover upgrade would be an upsell. Additionally, offering special edition ebooks instead of the standard ebooks would be an upsell. Additionally, you can offer more books in the same series as an upsell as well. Downsells. A downsell is initialed when a cross-sell or upsell doesn't work. Usually, an upsell or cross-sell should be 3 to 5x the price of the core product, while the downsell should be closer to 1.5-2x more than the core product, and should only be offered after your customer rejects the initial upsell/cross-sell offer. If you are offering your complete library in hardcover for $500, a downsell might see you offering either a portion of her library or your complete library in ebook for $100 to $150. Bump offers. A bump offer is a small checkbox that appears on the checkout page that allows for a one-time purchase with a single button click. They happen before the first purchase and can either be an upsell or a cross-sell. When you're looking for a direct sales solution, whatever you choose should have this functionality. Whether it's ThriveCart, Shopify, WooCommerce, OptimizePress, or whatever you choose to use, this functionality is critical because these offers are almost all profit. That's why they are profit maximizers. Ideally, 20% of your customers would take the bump offer, and another 20% would take your cross-sell, upsell, downsell offer. If you can make these numbers work, you are bringing significant additional revenue into your business, and this revenue should be almost all profit. The flywheel. Now that we've built a way to funnel people into your business, we need to create a flywheel so our efforts grow exponentially while our efforts either stay the same or decrease. Earlier, I talked about the recommendation engine I built on Substack to help me find new subscribers on autopilot. For the last several years, I've strived to create a feedback loop and virtuous cycle of creators that constantly feed each other and help us all grow together. I used to call this the virtuous feedback loop, but it's basically just a flywheel. Marketing terms change, but their underlying functionality is the same. I run group giveaways which are filled with authors who take their craft seriously enough to spend money on marketing, which leads to people who have bigger audiences for me to collaborate with on marketing, which leads to more people joining my giveaways, which leads to more people to collaborate with for marketing promotions. That is part of my flywheel. I create anthologies so that I can find more people to collaborate with, which leads to more people doing anthologies, which I get to collaborate on, and leads to me finding new artists to work with, which leads to me being able to create new anthologies, which allows me to find more people to collaborate with. That is part of my flywheel. The goal of a flywheel is to attract new customers, engage them, and then delight them with your work. By creating this flywheel for my business, I am able to build my network and audience with the least amount of effort and minimal downside. The reason people like this model over the funnel is because it centers the customer experience and retention above revenue. If you remember us talking about the customer journey, retention and advocacy were huge parts of any successful business, and the flywheel is a wonderful mechanic to foster that part of your environment. The funnel model basically functions as a way to bring people through a sales process, but once they buy or don't, then they are often dumped summarily into a vacuum of nothingness as if they have no value. However, the true value of a fan is more than just a $20 bill. They are human after all, and humans have value for simply existing. It feels really crappy to simply abandon them on a personal level. It's also bad business though. A major component of business growth comes from selling repeat customers new products and services, not solely through finding new business, making a sales funnel suboptimal for continued growth. However, the flywheel is a bit sloppy. There's very little direction about when or how somebody enters your flywheel, or how to turn their excitement into revenue, which is where the sales funnel shines. I believe it is ideal to blend the two. I use sales funnels as a way to bring people into my universe, but once customers finish a funnel, they enter my flywheel, which centers the customer experience for the rest of their time with me. Conversely, if they enter my flywheel first, there are several ways for them to enter funnels to learn more about specific products. I like to consider all of my funnels to be little more than spokes in my promotional wheel, leading out from my flywheel. I love how these two mechanics can blend seamlessly together to create a strong customer experience. I am trying to build ways for people to enter my ecosystem and then keep them inside my flywheel for the long haul. None of my sales funnels or platforms are the center of my flywheel. They are just on-ramps. If an on-ramp breaks, the flywheel keeps functioning. The success or failure of a business generally comes down to one statement. Do I spend $1 to make $2, or do I spend $2 to make $1? It can be as close as, do I spend 98 cents to make $1, or do I spend $1 to make 98 cents? But people discount how important it is to drill into the numbers and know whether you are spending money to make money or making money to spend money. I admit that I am very good at the business side of publishing, but my secret weapon is not building a mailing list or Kickstarter or courses or funnels. My true gift is knowing how to be on the right side of that equation and not do anything that puts me on the other side, no matter how fun it might be to do it. Marketing is a long-term game in a world where most people want a quick fix. When you get it working, it becomes easier over time, but it is nearly impossible to get started. The problem with marketing is that most of the bad advice works short-term and not long-term, and most of the stuff that works only works long-term and not short-term. People who hate marketing generally fall into two camps. People who have decided to dip their toe into something like ads or mailing lists, but not for long enough for them to actually work. Then they complain that those things don't work, even though they only did them for like 3 months, or only send an email once a year, and don't even optimize it when they do. People who tried some garbage, saw it work for a minute, watched it flame out, and are now so bitter they think nothing works or that something that works won't work long term. If they are still doing marketing, it's at such a small level that they could never survive. Maybe they rely on newsletter swaps, which only work when stacked with a bunch of other promotions, or they post on social media, which only works, well, pretty much never unless you have a stacked profile, but usually they do nothing. They sure like to tell you what doesn't work though, and what could never work just because it doesn't work for them. Successful people do the things that work for long enough for them to work. How their specific environment functions profitably differs wildly between them, but they have found a process that feeds them instead of drains them. This is where the author ecosystem becomes very powerful in helping to determine what pathways are right for you. Deserts will have more initial success with ads and launching products at the height of the market because they are tied into the zeitgeist more than any other ecosystem. Grasslands will probably have a blog where they can go deep on a topic. Tundras will likely spend a lot of time building excitement for their launches through giveaways and cross-promotion. Forests might grow a killer community, and aquatics should focus on expanding into new formats to find new fans. The trick of marketing is to figure out how to create an environment that aligns with your ideal ecosystem, not works against it. That's where the phrase, "you're not doing marketing wrong. You're doing the wrong marketing," comes from at the end of the day. Chapter 13. Designing and Making Offers. We've talked about some of the more advanced website sales concepts already on a very practical level, but in this chapter, I want to formally define and clarify them so that you have a clear framework and language for understanding website sales conversations moving forward. This can help you understand what's what as the conversation about website sales and direct sales develops within the author community. It will also help you understand the rest of the book. Buyer intent concepts. Abandoned cart. Over 50% of potential buyers abandon their cart at the point of checkout. An abandoned cart sequence is used to recapture the sale when someone goes through the cart process but never puts in their credit card information. Usually this is done via email. Both Klaviyo and Drip do this for you, and it can also be done through retargeted advertising. Retargeting. Some advertising platforms, primarily Facebook, have what is called a pixel, a bit of code you drop onto your website that tracks people who land on your pages. You can have your website person do this for you if you don't know how. The pixel is used to create Facebook audiences of people who have engaged with your content. You are then able to retarget this audience with a unique set of ads that acknowledges where they are in the buyer intent process. Because they already showed interest in you or your product, you may not need to introduce them to you again. They are no longer cold traffic. Instead, they are warmer traffic, so you might now instead show them ads centered around reviews and testimonials, or you might offer them a sample of the product. Samples can be in the form of video, or a teaser, or an excerpt. Conversion advertising. When you start running ads to your landing page, or for some people, website, store, or product page, though I personally find that much more challenging, you want to focus on conversion advertising. Again, you will need a Facebook pixel. With conversion advertising, you can set specific intent around what the pixel tracks to show Facebook what you consider a successful ad target. For example, if your aim is to get an email address, you may want to use the pixel to track that the person landed on the email page and submitted their email address, which took them to a thank you page. Facebook would know that the goal is not successful until the person hits 2 specific pages. When the goal is successful, Facebook now knows to optimize the ad to find people who look like the person who just hit the targets you set. You can use this idea to track sales as well. You want the target to get to the confirmation page after purchase. In each case, a conversion ad is going to give you more of the people who will take the same actions as those who have succeeded at hitting the goals you set. Any website sales strategy needs to primarily use conversion advertising rather than traffic advertising, which is a popular and suitable choice for ads to retailers. That said, I'm wary of using conversion advertising that only targets completed sales. While I am a huge proponent of getting more sales now or sooner, rather than in the long term, I also know that most potential buyers are not ready to buy now. At best, your total audience has 1 to 5% of people who are ready to buy now. The other 95% plus need to be nurtured in some way, and finding ways to engage with them, usually by capturing their email address, but can also be done over social channels or even retargeting ads, is a smart way to keep your sales funnel flush and full over the long term. The people who are ready to buy now are low-hanging fruit. With our Kickstarter training, we have taught this same concept. Using conversion advertising to just go after sales is a lot like sending one email at the beginning of a launch. When we teach Kickstarter, we encourage authors to instead make the case for their book over time via an email sequence. During this email sequence, they can use different appeals, specifically excitement, objection, and psychological trigger appeals, to build a case for the sale over time. I go into greater detail on the framework around excitement, objections, and psychological triggers in the chapter on messaging for your website. Don't get me wrong, we also want to send a ton of people to a launch on the first day it's live. But there will always be a large chunk of people who simply aren't sold right away, or who are busy and need to be reminded frequently. And then, there are always people who will be motivated by a deadline too. My company, Writer MBA, has a ton of data on this. In a well-done Kickstarter campaign, only about 30% of backers from warm to hot lead lists, social media, and email come in on the first day. These leads have already received an entire month of pre-launch content also. The other 70% come in throughout the campaign, so if you didn't make the case for your book, you would end up with a much smaller campaign. The same concept works across all direct sales. Cold traffic versus warm and hot traffic is going to convert at closer to 1 to 2%. That means the other 95% plus need to be warmed up for a significant period of time over the course of months, and multiple strategic touchpoints that make the case. Tripwire. Sometimes called a self-liquidating offer, SLO, this is a small offer that essentially helps you build your email list. It's a break-even offer that you make to your target audience, not for profit, but to pay for your advertising, while building your audience at the same time. You make a profit from a tripwire or SLO by selling something else on the back end. This is usually done through an email sequence. In nonfiction, this might be offering a small course on the front end and offering a consulting call on the back end. In fiction, it might be offering your best-selling bundle of books on the front end and offering an upgrade to your whole catalog, or special edition hardcovers, or a book box on the back end. Selling concepts. Cross-sell. A cross-sell is selling a second complementary product when someone shows intent to purchase a first product. Some specific implementations of that include putting together a bundle of books, using a customer's bought-together style of plugin or add-on to your web store, similar to what retailers use, or offering an order bump, a specific complementary product featured on the cart page that you can add to cart easily on the cart checkout page. To me, cross-sells are specifically characterized by finding individual products that sell well together. The goal is to increase the cart order size and amount spent per customer. One thing to be aware of regarding cross-sells is profitability. If you are using advertising, then the first product placed in the cart is often more of a loss leader and is paying for the ad. That means you need to choose order bumps wisely to get a profit. You may even need the order bump itself to maintain break-even. I see many individual products that are not profitable, specifically merchandise, being used as order bumps. Upsell. Sometimes confused with a cross-sell, an upsell is selling an upgrade to a product. The classic example is upgrading a soda at a fast food restaurant. You can get a large for 25 cents extra. A publishing example might be upgrading an intent to buy a paperback to a signed and dedicated copy or special edition hardcover. Some specific implementations are using pricing tiers on a landing page similar to your favorite software services, or using variants like different formats on a product page. Another distinction I see with upsells is that the idea is to present multiple offers at once and let your potential buyer choose or opt in to the one that best suits them. The question becomes not, will I or won't I? But which one? And psychologically, this is incredibly powerful. To me, the most important thing when upselling is to increase the amount of profit you make. An upsell to a product that has the same profitability, or a worse one, is a waste of energy and a threat to the original sale for the most part. There may be reasons to do it besides profitability, but usually you are trying to get a 2 to 4x increase in profit and not just more revenue. While cross-sells have several implementations in a web store, I find that landing pages are the best way to implement an upsell. We are all familiar with the way software companies price their products in a pricing table comparison, usually with 3 to 5 options and one highlighted as being the most popular or the best value. This is also the general tiered model on Kickstarter and other crowdfunding sites, along with subscription sites like Ream, Patreon, and more. When putting together a tiered pricing model, use the 1, 2, 3, 4x increase guidelines. Put simply, this is the first tier at base pricing, the second tier at twice the first tier, the third tier at 3 times the second tier, and the fourth tier at 4 times the third tier. Formulaically, it looks like this. Tier 1x. Tier 2 to 2x. Tier 3 to 6x or 2x3. Tier 4 24x or 6x4. Other options can work too. On Kickstarter, due to the number of tiers you often have, 10 to 20, I often tell people $5 to $25 increment increases for under $100, then $50 increases until you get to $250 or so, then much larger increases beyond that. Does it really matter if it's an upsell or a cross-sell? I don't think so. You can use these two concepts to create offers, and you can combine them or daisy chain them together to create more complex offers and cart sequences. Downsell. A downsell is basically what you use when someone says no to the upsell or sometimes the cross-sell. It usually makes the assumption that price or quantity is the issue, so the downsell will usually be priced at a fraction of the upsell offer. An example of a downsell might be that someone doesn't take a full bundle of a 10-plus book series, but they will take the first few books in the series. The language around a downsell is to minimize the buyer's risk. Most books don't talk about downsells because they are really just scaled-down upsells. You are still trying to get the potential buyer to purchase more in one go, but you are asking for less from them, possibly after they've already turned down your first offer. Post-purchase. A post-purchase is an offer that is made immediately after the initial purchase transaction is complete. The buyer would have to authorize a second charge. But that's okay, because the goal of a post-purchase offer is to capitalize on someone's spending mood and the fact that they already have their credit card out. They are ready to buy, so you may as well try to convert them again. You can have a cross-sell, downsell, or upsell post-purchase. When people talk about cross-sell, downsell, or upsell singularly, they are usually referring to and assuming pre-purchase, before we run the credit card. A post-purchase offer might be a different, but related series, or your full catalog bundle, even though the books are all over. For example, you might bring someone in with your Christmas Cozy Mystery series. You might then say in the post-purchase offer, "Get my other 2 series for X amount." This would be a cross-sell post-purchase. Often, sellers try to sweeten the deal on a post-purchase by using key psychological triggers. 2 popular ones would be an extremely limited-time offer, or a never-to-be-seen-again wild discount. Remember, a post-purchase offer is trying to capitalize on the buyer's energy and mood to spend right now, so the best psychological triggers are those that give a compelling reason for now. Repeat purchase. The heart of any business is going to be repeat customers. It's something like 20 times easier to sell to an existing customer than it is to sell to find a new person to sell to, and I think this is what appeals to writers and authors most about direct sales. To me, the most important part of gaining a repeat customer is having their email address, adding value via an email sequence through nurturing, and having more to sell to them after the initial purchase. There are several keys to improving your repeat customer's experience. Having a nice delivery method and follow-up experience, convenient, fun, surprising, and delightful. Giving them time to enjoy and find the value in their recent purchase, and gently nudging them along in your email sequence if needed. Offering a pre-order on the next book or other release. Bringing them deeper into your fandom, not your audience of readers, your fandom of readers. The Novelist's Dilemma. I recently wrote an essay about the novelist's dilemma and thought it could be helpful to excerpt here as it ties many of these advanced concepts together nicely. Back in 2018, I stood up at the Sell More Books Show Summit in front of 500 fiction authors to talk about direct sales and gave them a concept called the Novelist's Dilemma. This is a challenge that's going to become a more prominent topic as the industry gets excited about direct sales. Back then, I predicted that direct sales would be more prominent in fiction in 5 years. It's 2023, so we're pretty much on track. What is the novelist's dilemma? It's the idea that we as fiction writers simply don't have enough to sell to our readers. Let's say you have 25 books. You are offering an ebook bundle of 8 to 10 books at a good discount through your web store. You make $20 to $30 from this bundle. But what next? You have maybe another bundle, maybe a second small bundle, to sell to this customer that you just gained. Let's assume they expect a deal again. So now you're getting about $50 total from this customer. And then what? That customer has your entire catalog. They will maybe buy your next release at $5, but then what? They will maybe buy their favorite book in paperback, which is not that profitable for you to sell, or audiobook, but then what? Maybe they will buy some merch from you, also not very profitable, but then what? The lifetime value, LTV, of your customer is still max $50 to $75 if you stick to mostly profitable digital items, ebooks, audiobooks, or it goes up to double that if you sell not very profitable physical goods, but all that extra money is pretty much eaten up by COGS anyway. Fiction advertising is incredibly cheap right now. But advertising tends to get more expensive over time, as competition for the same targets takes over. What does the math look like in 5 years? I can tell you what it looks like in nonfiction. $5 to $50 per lead acquisition, depending on what you're doing. The novelist's dilemma is that the LTV on an ebook-only catalog is not sustainable. And when you add in physical products, the profitability sinks, so you need to be careful to prioritize profitability. Do the math for 50 books, 100 books. Your max LTV doesn't go over $200 minus $300. In nonfiction, the current LTV for my company is probably $10 to $20K at least. And this is probably well below the average, especially when you throw the coaching and consulting industries into the mix. But still, those are far easier numbers to build a direct sales business from. The novelist's dilemma isn't actually new, and it is not just a challenge in direct sales. It was even more true for retailers. We simply couldn't do much about it, because retailers don't have easy ways to increase your LTV, besides giving them more $5 ebooks to sell. Hello, 70% industry-wide burnout. A lot of what I'm seeing in direct sales right now is actually just recreating much of the same environment we find on retailers, only the gatekeeper is Facebook advertising. The big and improved difference is getting the sale money directly in a few days from the point of purchase, and collecting the customer data. And this still doesn't necessarily solve the novelist's dilemma. It helps, but it isn't the full solution. What is the answer to the novelist's dilemma? Put simply, true fandom. Fandom is built the easiest through a few things I can think of. Launch crowdfunding. With Kickstarter, we teach how to drastically increase your $$ per reader while still staying at 50% profit with fiction. Instead of getting $5 to $10 per reader on a book launch, you can get $25 to $50 per reader on average. With special editions, you can do even more, $75 plus per reader, though watch your profitability. And you don't necessarily have to run a Kickstarter, it's just a good way to test things. Kickstarter is really just a starting point or mechanism to think in these terms. If it's working on Kickstarter, it makes a great ongoing offer for website sales that increase your LTV too. Subscriptions and memberships. With a subscription, you are selling both content and experiences. The emphasis is very much on experiences though, and this is useful for fandom. Same as Kickstarter, you are able to upgrade readers into higher monthly tiers, plus you are getting paid each month rather than one time. Kickstarter is a pretty quick payout, though not easy, while subscriptions are a slow climb and also not easy. But what I like about subscriptions is how they snowball over time into something substantial. Your tiers are also a great place to find workable ongoing offers for website sales that increase your LTV. Live events and signings. There's nothing more valuable than in-person human connection right now. This is a place to build your fandom and find people who will support you at a deeper level. It builds fandom fast, and it can quickly increase your LTV, though you need critical mass for profitability. The direct sales conversation currently focuses heavily on website sales. Website sales are fantastic, and they don't automatically build fandom. They can be used to build fandom, just like retailers can. But they aren't necessarily the best mechanism to do so, unless you understand fandom and set your website up to focus on fandom in that way. How to build a fandom. Fandom is not just about having data, though that helps. It's also about getting readers to make deeper investments in you and your work in 4 areas: time, energy, money, and physical space. The 3 items on this list are some of the best ways you can build a fandom through direct sales. They have natural mechanisms that help with it. You don't even need to fully understand the theory or concepts in this post to start developing your fandom with these 3 methods. They are the solution to the novelist's dilemma and have the ability to double, triple, or quadruple the LTV of your business quickly, often within a year of making a concerted effort in one of these areas. I do not recommend attempting all 3 at once by any means. I am not an ads person or a web store optimization person. There are other amazing people for that. But I do know marketing, sales, and business. And at the end of the day, what authors call direct sales is what other industries just call sales. What kind of offers should you make? In Direct Sales Mastery Volume 1, we shared a lot about our author ecosystems framework and how it maps to a traditional sales funnel plus flywheel. Deserts. Tofu, top of funnel. Which ecosystem is the best at this part? Deserts. The attention sellers in the online world examples are platforms like Google, Facebook, LinkedIn, etc. Sell the opportunity to gain the attention of their community members or subscribers. Besides the fact that this cyclical process now occurs online, this is not a new phenomenon. It's been going on across media for decades. Arbitrage is about discovering opportunities where demand outstrips supply, and using that difference to generate interest from potential readers to get them to take action on your offer before that gap evaporates. In a way, deserts are also dealing with excitement, but instead of baking that into an irresistible offer, they are trying to skim the easy sale by offering something that a hungry audience already wants. This allows their offers to be quite a bit more basic than that of a tundra, because they are looking to capitalize on a market while demand is high and supply is low. When the arbitrage dries up in a market, a desert usually moves on because their offer is not complex enough or expensive enough to compete in a more competitive environment. However, because a desert is great at getting people into funnels, they are naturals at creating tofu offers. Top of the funnel or awareness stage buyers have just discovered they have a problem, or they may be vaguely aware that something is missing. These people do not yet know about your business, so tofu content is designed to get their attention where they are most likely to see it. This might be a social media ad or search ad, a social media post, short video, or content partnership. Media types and content change fast in 2021. Updating your marketing strategy regularly and adapting your sales funnel will help it to stay relevant and effective. As you change your strategy, keep the following in mind for your top of the funnel tofu content. What you will need to create tofu content. If a desert chooses to stay inside a particular market instead of jumping around, they can quickly become experts at creating new opt-in offers and putting them in front of potential customers consistently. Every time the market gets cold, a desert can switch up their offer and create arbitrage almost at will. Not only is a desert great at tofu, but they actively enjoy fiddling with different types of offers and trying to find ways to get new people into their funnels. I'm not just talking about offering free books either. You can offer cheat sheets, social calendars, maps, side stories, character art, or just about anything to entice people to enter a funnel. But the key to tofu is in getting somebody to opt in to a small offer in order to whet their appetite for buying your BOFU offer. For example, I have dozens of ebooks, cheat sheets, and other things I can offer at any time to get people interested in both my fiction and non-fiction businesses. Each one is targeted at a different segment of people interested in my BOFU offers. The more of these you have, the more ins you have with your potential customers to get them to enter your funnel. The reason we talked about this directly after the BOFU is that these tofu offers have to attract the right kind of person for your BOFU offer. Otherwise, they won't work to convert potential readers into buyers. Tofu is very different from the attract stage of the flywheel we will discuss below. While it's possible to combine the two and have extensive overlap, for our purposes that phase is all about content marketing and SEO, and tofu is about presenting simple opt-in offers meant to hook new customers quickly and bring them into the sales process. Grasslands. Attract. Which ecosystem is the best at this part? Grasslands. The first stage of the traditional funnel model is awareness, whereby companies invest in going out to potential customers to build awareness of them and their product. The first stage of the flywheel model is attract, which flips this concept on its head. Instead of using outbound marketing techniques, the flywheel puts the emphasis on attracting or pulling customers to a business through relevant content on existing channels. Since tofu activities are also about bringing in new leads, it's possible to conflate those with the attract portion of your flywheel. However, for our methodology, we consider tofu activities those that revolve around simple, free offers like ebooks, cheat sheets, and other opt-in-based marketing, while this attract stage deals mostly with content marketing and SEO. SEO drives targeted, relevant traffic from Google, not random people who won't care about what you do or sell, but rather prospects who could join your audience and convert at some point. It's so powerful, SEO drives 1,000% more traffic than organic social media. Content marketing builds trust, authority, and loyalty with those prospects. If you've been paying attention, most modern consumers do diligent research before making purchases, and they want to like and trust the brands they give their money. 55% of buyers rely more deeply on content for researching and making purchase decisions than they did a year ago. To put it lightly, SEO and content marketing have an incredibly symbiotic relationship. Let's explore how they harmonize. Search engine land. I've taken the below quote, crossed out what we consider tofu, and changed the bullet points to show what we are focused on in the attract stage instead. Your potential leads could be reaching your company in any number of ways in the attract stage. This often includes a robust content program to attract organic traffic, search engine advertising optimization, thought leadership and PR, like podcast interviews and guest blogging MyOLs. In short, Tofu deals with a focused call to action, whether through advertising or organic reach, while the attract stage is about the long-term cycle of creating content to draw in your audience. Call to action, CTA, is a marketing term for any design to prompt an immediate response or encourage an immediate sale. A CTA most often refers to the use of words or phrases that can be incorporated into sales scripts, advertising messages, or web pages, which compel an audience to act in a specific way. Wikipedia. While good content marketing often has a call to action, they are considerably subtler than the way we think about tofu marketing at Writer MBA. That is why we say the attract stage is the strength of a grassland, who is most comfortable writing and producing at least weekly content over a long time horizon, 1-2 years plus, about the same topic, until they rank highly in their given topic, and can continue to reap the benefits of that thought leadership for years to come. This is why a grassland can be subtler with their calls to action. They are relying on the thought leadership advantage that comes from people seeking them out and wanting to work with them. Even when it comes to social media content, the way we think about attracting new readers is by simply being a constant presence in their lives, while the way we think about tofu activities is by presenting them with a new book or offer to bring them into a funnel. These are both crucial activities, but one takes advantage of the short-term arbitrage of the offer, which is the purview of the desert, while the other takes advantage of the long-term depth of knowledge of a grassland. Tundras. BOFU, bottom of funnel. Which ecosystem is the best at this part? Tundras. At this point in the sales funnel, prospects are well educated about how their pain points can be addressed, so BOFU should emphasize why your offering is the best when compared to your competitors. In comparison to tofu and mofu, BOFU is a lot lighter on content, instead favoring actions to better persuade the potential customer to close. Foundation Inc. While the explanation above is absolutely accurate, the part of BOFU where Tundras excel is creating irresistible offers. What is an irresistible offer? As the name implies, an irresistible offer is a marketing offer that just can't be refused. It's the proverbial no-brainer. The key is to understand what your customer wants and needs. Once you know that, you can craft an offer that's too good to pass up. I mean marketing. Tundra's traffic and excitement, and that excitement is packaged in the offers they present to their audience. It's not enough to just present something to your readers. No, you have to make it irresistible if you want them to take advantage of it. That's something all the other ecosystems gloss over. They often believe that by simply offering something their readers will buy, but the reason they are busy is intrinsically locked inside the power of the offer. The better the offer, the more people will buy. If you have the right offer, then you can sell anything to anyone. There are two levers you can pull to make something irresistible. Adding more to the offer. This doesn't mean adding just anything to an offer, though. It means adding to an offer to make it more complete, whatever that means to your reader. I try to create at least 2x value with every offer, meaning that if the elements of an offer sell for $50 at retail, I will sell it for no more than $25 when I package it in an offer. Lowering the price of the offer. This one is pretty easy. If you cut the cost of your offer, it becomes more appealing. In general, I try to give at least 2x value in an offer, but if I can get more, I will do it. The more value you pack into an offer, the more irresistible it becomes. On top of that, you need to layer on some psychological or buying triggers to help make your offer even more appealing. There are 6 essential buying triggers that have stood the test of time. They work in any creative field with any set of potential customers. Commitment. When somebody willingly commits to joining your community, they are more likely to buy your product. This is the main value to people joining your mailing list, or wearing a button, or even taking a flyer. They make a commitment when performing that action. It signifies they are part of your community. The more actions they take, the more commitment they build. Every time they open a newsletter from you and don't unsubscribe, they are affirming that commitment. Every time they like one of your tweets or share a Facebook post, they are affirming their commitment to your brand again and again. The more you can enforce that commitment through words and actions, the more likely you are to have an enthusiastic ambassador for your brand, one who buys all your stuff. Reciprocity. When you do something nice for somebody, they want to help you. That's just human nature. Knowing this, you need to provide value for your potential customer before you ever ask for a sale. Once you have provided incredible value through advice or some sort of free content, then people will gladly give you money because you have helped them and treated them like a human being. Social proof. Human beings want to be part of the in crowd. If you can prove that other people are using your product, everybody else will want to use it too. The hardest sales to make at conventions are the first ones. Once there are people running around the show floor with your product, other people are more likely to want it as well. Your work becomes valuable to a customer because other people saw the value in it already. People want to buy what their peers bought. They don't want to be left out in the cold. If you can show your customer that people they like and respect use your product, then you are more likely to convince them to buy it too. Scarcity. When you limit the available quantity of a product, customers become increasingly likely to make a buying decision in the moment. People believe products will be around forever, and that they can always buy it later. When they realize a product is in limited supply, they are forced to make an immediate decision. This works wonders for people sitting on the fence about buying your product, and also for people who desperately want your product but need a little push to finally take action. Authority. If you can demonstrate that you are an expert in your field, people are more likely to buy your product over somebody else's. This is how you stand out above every other creative doing exactly what you do. They choose you because you are an expert in your field. To prove your expertise, it's important to have consistently high-selling products for a long time, and it helps if you're able to teach other people how to do what you do. Another way is to write guest posts on other blogs, share your work on podcasts, or speak on panels. You can also use platforms like Medium and Kickstarter to build expertise, as the platform's authority can be transferred to you. Liking. If somebody has a positive connection to you, they are more likely to buy from you. Think about it. You are more inclined to buy from somebody you like than somebody you don't care about, right? Of course you are. Because you aren't getting the same volume from direct sales as you are from retailers, your goal should be about maximizing the cart value of every sale. One of the most important metrics in direct sales is average cart value. Basically, when you sell somebody one thing, you want to sell them more things. At the moment of purchase, customers enter buyer mode, where they are the most suggestible to spending more. Once we commit to purchasing an item, we enter a frame of mind known as buying mode, an emotional state that positions us to spend extra money on related products or services. When we're in that zone, our focus is purely on how the product will benefit us and what we'll be able to do with it. Though we are aware of the cost, money isn't the foremost factor in our minds because it is far outweighed by our excitement over the product. Simply put, we are in an all-positive zone of exhilaration. This state is almost hypnotic. Research has shown that our brains can release significant quantities of the neurotransmitter dopamine while in buying mode. Dopamine is largely responsible for positively conditioning us to rewards and for causing our dreams at night. The stimulation of seeing a product, particularly one at a good price, gives us a hit of dopamine and leaves us feeling, well, a bit dreamy. Brain scans of people viewing different products even showed a surge of activity in the nucleus accumbens, otherwise known as the pleasure center of the brain. Another factor that contributes to this quasi-euphoric state is a sense of control. When we are buying something, we feel in control of ourselves and the situation. And each of these variables contributes to the timing of an effective upsell. At this point, we want to offer more value to them through cross-sells, upsells, downsells, and bump offers. A cross-sell is when you offer a wholly different but complementary product or format to your audience after a sale. So for instance, if you are selling a bag of chips, a cross-sell could ask customers to buy a tub of salsa to complete the experience. With books, cross-selling could be offering a different series to complete their library, or offering audiobooks to your customers purchasing ebooks. An upsell is selling a more expensive version of the same product. So, if you are selling paperback books, offering people a hardcover upgrade would be an upsell. Additionally, offering special edition ebooks instead of the standard ebooks would be an upsell. Additionally, you can offer more books in the same series as an upsell as well. A downsell is initialed when a cross-sell or upsell doesn't work. Usually, an upsell or cross-sell should be 3 to 5x the price of the core product, while the downsell should be closer to 1.5-2x more than the core product, and should only be offered after your customer rejects the initial upsell/cross-sell offer. If you are offering your complete library in hardcover for $500, a downsell might see you offering either a portion of her library or your complete library in ebook for $100 to $150. A bump offer is a small checkbox that appears on the checkout page that allows for a one-time purchase with a single button click. They happen before the first purchase and can either be an upsell or a cross-sell. When you're looking for a direct sales solution, whatever you choose should have this functionality. Whether it's ThriveCart, Shopify, WooCommerce, OptimizePress, or whatever you choose to use, this functionality is critical because these offers are almost all profit. That's why they are profit maximizers. Ideally, 20% of your customers would take the bump offer, and another 20% would take your cross-sell, upsell, downsell offer. If you can make these numbers work, you are bringing significant additional revenue into your business, and this revenue should be almost all profit. Forests. Engage. Which ecosystem is the best at this part? Forests. Next is the engage stage. This is where you turn your new prospects into customers, guiding them through the consideration and decision sections of their buyer journey. You can do this by providing expertise and helpful insight that highlights how they can overcome their challenges, whilst also helping them to navigate the different solution options that are available to them. The engage phase is about being present for your potential customers and showing them the value of your community, which is why it's the advantage of the Forest, who are all about interconnectivity, shared language, and making readers feel like they are part of their in-crowd. In the engage phase, you make it easier to shop and buy from you by enabling customers to engage with you on their preferred timeline and channels. Focus on opening relationships, not just closing deals. Some forces include website and email personalization, database segmentation, marketing automation, lead nurturing, multi-channel communication, chat, phone, messaging, email, sales automation, lead scoring, and try before you buy programs. HubSpot. This doesn't mean you have to have a 100,000-person subreddit like Brandon Sanderson. We talk to forests all the time who don't want to have a Facebook group or any sort of formal community, but their readers still seem to find each other anyway. This is because they build community into their books through in-jokes and shared language. This shared language bonds people together, even if you don't formalize that bond with a reader community. Even if you don't have a formal community, you will certainly have at least a newsletter where you can engage with readers and show them why they should become a member of your community. Forests often love to offer engagement questions in their newsletters to keep up with their readers, and we think they should lean into that instinct. These questions could be anything from "What did you do this weekend?" to "What is your favorite book?" to anything you can imagine. The key to this phase of the flywheel is for readers to develop a relationship with you that feels like you care about the same things they care about, and that you understand their pain points. While during the attract phase you are signaling that you understand the general pain points a reader goes through, the engage phase is really about personalizing that understanding so your readers feel cared for and understood. This does not mean reaching out to them all individually, but instead making them believe that you are there to care for them if they ever need you. Just make sure to set boundaries. Forests are particularly bad at giving more of themselves than they can energetically afford to lose. One key to a good community is that they can exist and connect without you even being there. Aquatics. Delight. Which ecosystem is the best at this part? Aquatics. The delight stage is all about creating memorable experiences for your customers. It's about going the extra mile to ensure that your customers are thrilled with their interactions with your brand. Why is this so important? Because delighted customers are more likely to become loyal advocates who sing your praises to the world. The final stage of the flywheel, although it's a circle so it never really ends, just loops back around on itself, is the delight stage. The delight stage is all about providing unique and overwhelmingly positive experiences to your readers that they will remember and carry with them. Every one of your customers has the potential to become a promoter who will scream and shout about your company. Create memorable content your customers and prospects can share with their friends and family. Just like how the attract stage can be partially mapped onto the tofu, the delight stage can be partially mapped onto the BOFU. After all, a major way to delight your audience is with products they will love. However, that is not the only way, which is where the delight stage differs from BOFU. In a sales funnel, all that matters is the offer and the sale. There are millions of ways to delight an audience that move beyond what you are selling them, and delighting audiences with different formats and experiences is where aquatics excel. Aquatics think of themselves as brand managers for their universes, and that extends to how they think about their fandom. If they can find ways to bring people further into their world, they are going to take it. Although satisfied customers are good for your company, delighted customers are more likely to become loyal customers and brand advocates for your company. In today's competitive business world, delighting your customers rather than simply satisfying them is critical to your long-term success. Why? Well, not only are customer expectations tougher than ever, but their recommendations to their personal and professional networks can also be the difference between your business growing or struggling. In fact, it's easier than ever for your customers to change their products or services if you don't meet and exceed their expectations. Additionally, they can easily publicly share their experiences and publish average or negative feedback about your business on platforms such as Facebook, Yelp, and Google reviews. This ability to delight is why I believe aquatics have the highest superfan ratio of any ecosystem. They easily move beyond satisfaction to delight readers by sending them Christmas cards, reading their books on YouTube, creating a fan experience with them like riding horseback together, or any number of ways that make them unforgettable to their readers. Aquatics are always thinking past the current offer into how they can deliver even more value to their readers. They are the grandmother who is always in the middle of cooking an amazing meal to make sure you leave more than satisfied. We all remember that special food that feels like home, and that feeling is the special purview of the aquatic. Bringing it all together. Now that we've talked about each section of this system, how do we bring it all together? First, we have to find out where you are strong and weak. Ideally, I suggest booking a meeting with Monica or me to help you figure this out. At the very least, take out a piece of paper and rate yourself on how much time you spend on your tofu, mofu, BOFU, attract, engage, and delight activities on a scale from 1 to 10. Then, rank them by how much time you spend on each activity. Finally, rate yourself on how successful you are at each activity. Here's the twist. You can't use 7. Why? Because that is the default number everyone uses when they don't want to commit. You have to either choose between 1 to 6 or 8 to 10. A quick tip: you shouldn't rate yourself a 9 or a 10 unless you are killing it in that activity. Unless you're getting serious ROI on any single activity, you are at best an 8. I'm a pretty successful creator, and the only thing I would rate myself a 10 in is BOFU activities. I survive because I create world-class offers. I'm probably a 9 at the attract stage and mofu, a 6 at tofu in the delight stage, and a 5 at the engage stage. That is painful to look at, but based on conversations with Monica and my mastermind, I think that's brutally accurate. Notice that I'm a tundra, and I'm strongest at the activity that best maps to my strengths. Your rankings should similarly match up pretty well with your base ecosystem, but they might not, and if not, that's a problem. Lots of forests, for instance, are working hard on tofu activities, which takes away from where they should be focusing, bumping up their engagement activities because that's where their natural tendencies lie, and they'll have the most effortless success. Now, it's time to get alignment. Focus on getting one activity up to a 9 or 10, and then move yourself around either the flywheel or funnel to buttress everything else. If that doesn't resonate with you, or you want results fast, then the one thing that will give you the biggest ROI the quickest is to focus on BOFU offers. Really, everything in your business centers around the offers you make, and if you're not good at designing and stacking offers, the single best thing you can do is get really good at doing that. Chapter 14. Messaging for Marketing and Sales. Because my direct sales strategy is rooted heavily in messaging, not testing, I wanted to share exactly how I craft sales messaging for my books. This works for special offers, products in your storefront, and more. The messaging in both cases should be the same. Before you start on this chapter, it helps to have a specific project that you want to work on, along with a place to jot down notes. Messaging in 3 simple questions. There are 3 simple questions I ask myself to come up with messaging for any product, fiction or non-fiction. What's exciting about this offer? What are the objections to this offer? What are the psychological triggers I can pull out of this offer? What's exciting about your offer? Put simply, what's exciting about your offer usually comes down to a handful of things. The emotional appeal or the visceral appeal. For fiction, this usually comes down to imagery, cover or promotional imagery, and scenes that make the reader feel something. For nonfiction, this feeling usually comes down to telling a story that is either inspirational or aspirational, or preferably both. The logical appeal. For fiction, the logical appeal is almost always going to be a set of tropes and symbols. Is this an angel and a vampire falling in love with each other, or is it a hard-boiled female detective solving a murder in France? The reader has to understand that they are logically going to like the book. For nonfiction, the logical appeal is data and anything else that serves as proof that they will get the outcome they want. The promise. For fiction, the promise is basically the genre. Hopefully, you know what your genre is promising. A mystery promises a puzzle, a romance promises romantic love and partnership, and sometimes sex, a fantasy promises world-building, and a sci-fi promises a unique take on the future. For nonfiction, the promise is even simpler. It's lose 10 pounds in 10 days, or something more realistic than that. The sample delivery. For fiction, the sample delivery is a snippet or teaser from your book that reinforces the 3 things above. For nonfiction, the best option is usually a simple task that will get the person the result that reinforces the 3 things above. An example might be, set a timer for 10 minutes and don't let yourself do anything besides stare at your screen to help people out of procrastination. I used this with great success to sell my book, The 8-Minute Writing Habit, when it first came out. If that is not possible, this might be another opportunity to offer a case study or story. Again, these 4 things do not change in any way across fiction and nonfiction. You may get a conversion with just 1 or 2 of these, but you'll maximize your conversion with all 4 of them. What are the objections to your offer? After you get people interested in what you're doing, now is the time to cut through objections. These come in a handful of categories. The always objections. No matter what you are selling, these objections will always come up in the consumer's mind. Will it work? For fiction, the buyer wants to know that they will get a complete story. If it's a novel, how many pages is it? Will it be full of errors and unreadable? For nonfiction, the buyer is even more skeptical and wants to know if the method works. You can overcome this objection in both cases with samples, examples, reviews, and testimonials. Will it work for me? For fiction, the buyer wants to know if they specifically will like what you have created. Do they hate first-person present tense? Do they hate the genre? Is there too much violence, or too much swearing, or too much sex? For nonfiction, they want to be able to see themselves executing the solution you are posing. And if they can't, they won't invest. You can overcome this by getting these specific details into your copy, including your reviews, testimonials, and case studies. Why now? For fiction, the buyer wants to know why they should buy now. Are they so hooked that they need to get the next chapter immediately? Do they need something to read that night or weekend? For nonfiction, this may be more about changing their own life. Maybe they have health issues that are a ticking time bomb, or their wedding is coming up, or their dog is looking shaggy and needs a groom. You can drop these ideas into your copy to spur people to take immediate action. And we cover even more of this in the psychological triggers section. The unvetted source objections. When you sell direct, the buyer doesn't know you from Jane Doe. Since you don't have established trust like a retailer with a strong brand name might, you'll have to develop trust quickly in order to bring your readers into a sale. Getting the product. Will the buyer actually get the product they purchased? They need to trust and believe that they will. The best way to show people that your system actually works to get them their purchase is by offering the same system for your free books and other resources. Convenient. Is it easier, or at least not too much of a hassle, to get the product, or do they have to jump through a ton of hoops to download the books, sideload to their device, and more? Most authors use BookFunnel to handle ebook and audiobook distribution, and many use Lulu or BookVault to handle drop-shipped print distribution. Authors also use Printful and other print-on-demand companies for drop-shipped merchandise. Good experience. People differ on what they consider a good experience, and many of the metrics don't actually matter. This is truly just a gut feeling that people have. Did they enjoy buying from you? Was it easy? Was it fun? Did it make them feel supportive? Was it an even exchange? Would they do it again? You can't fully control how other people feel, but you can try to make the answers to these questions a yes. Risk-free. Do you have a money-back guarantee, or can you borrow credibility and familiarity by accepting payments like PayPal and credit cards that allow the buyer to contest the charge on their end? Worthwhile switching costs. If the buyer is switching from a trusted and convenient source like Amazon, what is their reason for doing so? Are you giving a fantastic and exclusive deal that can only be found through you? Are they supporting something noble by buying through you? The niche genre objections. Every niche or genre has a list of objections that are specific to the space. For example, in fantasy, some of the objections include that women are treated as objects or that fantasy has too much description. In young adult, people object to whiny main characters and chosen one tropes. You can go even deeper on this concept by comparing your books to others in pop culture through known objections. You might say, it's Twilight but the vampires don't sparkle, they are truly dangerous. 50 Shades of Grey built a multi-million-dollar franchise just from the idea of giving people the thing they craved from another series. The You objections. Even if you sell buyers on all these other pieces, you still have to sell them on the uniqueness of the art. Why me? What makes you the ideal person to deliver this story? A lot of the time, you need to connect your own background and story to the book or series. For fiction, this is the emotions of the story. For nonfiction, this is the transformation you are trying to give readers. Why this book or series? This objection has to do with choosing your book or series over similar ones, at least in the now. You can handle this in numerous ways, but the main thing to remember is that this isn't about being negative on another's book. Many people will read multiple books in a genre or niche, so this objection is just about understanding and explaining where your book fits in the landscape. You might say, for fans of X, Y, and Z books, this story combines A and B threads with C characters. The secret to addressing objections well is to spin them into benefits to the consumer. What are the psychological triggers in your offer? The no-brainer offer. To me, coming up with a strong value stack is the first step to using psychological triggers. When I started teaching Kickstarter, I taught students the double 50 rule, which states, create a tier that is double the value of what you are charging. This ensures that the tier is an easy yes for buyers, and also ensures that if you have a tier that no one is backing, you have the data to justify removing it quickly. Usually it's something that no one wants. Ensure that same tier is at least 50% profitable, or put another way, costs you less than 50% of what you are charging to deliver. This ensures that you don't do a ton of work for very little money in your pocket. It also means that even if you make a mistake, you have the money to cover it. With this really simple double 50 approach, we are usually able to get anywhere from 50 to 70% profitability on our campaigns, barring a few types of campaigns where that simply isn't the business model or purpose of them. So when you see one of our campaigns that hits over $40,000, we are keeping a large percentage of that. This rule is fairly easy to follow with a bundle or Kickstarter tier, but nearly impossible to follow with individual products on a storefront. Don't worry about doing this for individual products, because you can't usually control the profitability on it. For authors selling from their website, ebooks and audiobooks will always have 90% or more profitability, while paperbacks and merchandise will usually have 15 to 20% profitability, since most authors will use print on demand to control upfront costs. There are many psychological triggers you can use to further lace your messaging and offer with stickiness. I've covered these psychological triggers in Chapter 6 of my co-authored book, called Get Your Book Selling on Kickstarter. There are many. I'm going to spell out the top 5 most useful psychological triggers for you, and then I've excerpted the section on psychological triggers from the Kickstarter book to help you go even deeper on messaging. You've probably seen these 5 key psychological triggers before, but let's spell them out here. Bonuses. Before you discount anything, I highly recommend keeping your price where it is and offering exclusive bonuses instead. Bonuses work almost as well as discounts in terms of conversion, especially when someone literally can't buy the bonus anywhere else. If you have a large purchase, you can also offer pay-in-full bonuses that encourage people to buy right now instead of taking a payment plan or buying slowly over time. Discounts. Readers love and understand discounts. They are well trained on them because it's the primary mechanism that retailers use to drive book sales. I try to caution heavily against only using discounts because it's probably the most popular psychological trigger on the planet. It is going to be the most likely to lose its effect over time and with copycats, and can become a race to the bottom. Deadlines. People take greater action with deadlines, so offering a real deadline, like a holiday shipment drop-dead date, or a cart or order form close so that you can do a small print run, can be great for selling books. The best thing about using a deadline in the book industry is that they just don't exist on retailers. The best deadline you might see there is on sale prices, but otherwise, books exist forever and ever. They are rarely taken away from readers, which means that if you can find unique and clever ways to do this on your website, readers are going to be very likely to respond. Instant gratification. It is the mid-2020s, and our lives are so filled with convenience that everyone wants and expects to get things now. Many early access business models and subscriptions are built on the idea that the story is so hooking that people will pay to get it sooner, even if it will be free, cheaper, or more convenient to purchase later. If you use an early release model on your website and launch books there before you launch them at retailers, you can pick up and convert more readers to your website store, because they are not willing to wait until it comes out where they normally purchase books. We discussed switching costs in earlier chapters, and this is the perfect example of how adding some psychological triggers to the mix makes the switching cost worth it in the reader's eyes. Exclusivity. We've talked a lot about exclusivity throughout this book, but if there's any way you can distinguish what you're selling from what's available at other retailers, you are able to create much more loyal readers and buyers through your website. These 5 psychological triggers are repeated below, but I figured it would help to gift this chapter on psychological triggers so that you could tease out even more interesting potential messaging for your books. One rule of thumb I have about messaging is that every message eventually wears out and loses its luster. You have to keep mixing things up and testing new messaging and new ways to talk about what you are doing. When I am feeling stuck in that area, I go through this list of psychological triggers and let it help me brainstorm possible messaging that is a bit more of a reach, simply because the 5 psychological triggers I listed are so prominent in sales. List of psychological triggers. Psychological triggers are what copywriters, marketers, product designers, and salespeople use to persuade people to take action. They are the seasoning on your content that push buttons and create emotional resonance with your reader. They are useful for any type of writing, and the psychological triggers that we cover in this chapter are applicable to copywriting, fiction, nonfiction, memoir, book descriptions, social media, and advertising, all types of writing that authors do on a regular basis. The 6 categories are: the X factors, position you above or several steps ahead of your audience. Connection deepeners, position you as a peer to your audience. The button pushers, encourage action at a subconscious level. Pleasure and pain inducers, evoke visceral and resonant emotion. Core wounders and healers, take the audience on a transformational journey. Emotional fantasies and nightmares, allow the audience to explore a different life in safety. Kickstarter uses a bunch of these in its functionality, and you'll probably be using the rest in your sample content and your sales page. Let's break these categories down further. Number 1, the X factors. Having an X factor for yourself, your product, your book, your name, or whatever else is going to create more sales. You want to use X factors when you're placing yourself as a leader of a group or movement that a reader would follow. Providing heroes to look up to and aha moments to your readers' lives. Inspiring readers to listen or take action. This is going to be most important for a nonfiction book where you are the person with the X factor, but it can also be important in getting readers interested in your characters. Here are the 10 X factors that you can add to your sales page, plus explanations for fiction and nonfiction. Memoirs can use both. Direction. Fiction, giving your character a clear goal or vision and setting them on the path. Nonfiction, having a goal vision for your reader and listing a step-by-step process that they can follow. Thought leadership. Fiction, having your character express smart ideas to other characters. Nonfiction, expressing new ideas in an industry. Relevancy. Fiction, relating your story to something happening now in the real world through metaphor. Nonfiction, relating your work or your campaign to something happening now in the real world and answering the question, why this, why now? Trendiness. Fiction and nonfiction, catching a wave around a topic or trope while it's a hot topic among readers. Consistency. Fiction, giving the character a personality and core values that will help the reader feel like they know them as a person. Nonfiction, showing up regularly for your reader. Commitment. Fiction, giving your character something that matters to them and that they can prioritize. Nonfiction, honoring deadlines and promises to your reader, doing whatever it takes to get them results. Authority. Fiction, giving your character a reason for people to listen to them, whether it be experience, putting them at the top of the hierarchy, or through an institution that has its own reputation that's extended to the character. Nonfiction, listen to me because I'm at the top of a hierarchy, often gained through borrowing from branded institutions. Credibility. Fiction, creating trust between the character and the reader, often by giving the character challenges that help them establish themselves as being able to lead or hold their own in a fight. Nonfiction, listen to me because you trust me and believe I know what I'm talking about, often gained through either research or real-world experimentation. Alignment. Fiction, making it clear why the character is chosen for the task at hand or why the two characters should be together, often gained through backstory. Nonfiction, you are the right person to be sharing this because, often gained through backstory. Celebrity. Fiction, giving the character a name or reputation that precedes them, giving them a mythology that has other characters making interesting assumptions about them. Nonfiction, you are known for sharing this, your name precedes you, often gained through previous successes and often making people ask themselves, I wonder what they're really like. Number 2, the connection deepeners. Having a connection with your backers is kind of the point of Kickstarter, and also the way you build a fan base that keeps coming back for more. You want to use connection deepeners when you're Relating to your audience through story, character, or situation. Helping your readers move forward from where they are at, usually not where you are at. Helping your readers make a transformation without coming across as judgy, elitist, or out of touch. Whereas the X factors can probably feel a bit braggy and full of it to some of you, the connection deepeners are a balancer. As long as you use both in your copy, you shouldn't have any issues. And you need both, because if you are too much of a leader, then people won't relate to you, and if you are too much of a peer, then people won't feel confident following you. These are once again going to seem more relevant to nonfiction, but they apply to fiction too. Here are the 12 connection deepeners that you can add to your sales page, plus explanations for fiction and nonfiction. Memoirs can use both. Emotion. Fiction. Offering more than rationale and logic for your character's intentions and actions, emotion sometimes rules our decision-making. Nonfiction. Offering more than ration and logic for intentions and actions. Authenticity. Fiction. Having your character share a genuine story that helps another character, what your character does when no other characters are looking. Nonfiction. Sharing a genuine story or true love for helping others. Vulnerability. Fiction. Showing your character in precarious or deathly situations. Nonfiction. Offering details that are personal, could be judged but are otherwise relatable. Tension. Fiction. Giving your character anxiety and worry about something to come. Nonfiction. Telling a story that keeps readers reading. Investment. Fiction. Seeing the character invest or go all in on something that's not a sure thing, watching a character take a big risk for an even bigger reward, which helps the reader get invested too. Nonfiction. Creating a personal investment in the character or the reader. Transformation. Fiction. Taking your character from point A to point B, your reader comes on the journey and experiences the transformation themselves too. Nonfiction. Taking someone from point A to point B or sharing how you did it. Community. Fiction. Giving your characters a sense of community and others to fall back on when they are facing a challenge. Nonfiction. Facilitating others to communicate with one another about the content. Interaction. Fiction. Allowing readers to make decisions within the story, whether this happens in the story itself or through a relationship with the author. Interactive stories are also growing in popularity thanks to mobile devices and fiction gaming apps. Nonfiction. Giving readers ways to have an effect on the content. Simplicity. Fiction. Making your story accessible and easy to digest. Nonfiction. Making your content seem accessible and easy to digest. Reciprocity. Fiction. Putting the character in a situation where they have to return a favor. Nonfiction. Giving your readers response in kind when they help you or communicate with you. Friendly competition. Fiction. Having your characters engage in a game or some other type of back and forth, as your reader will want to know who wins. Nonfiction. Playing fun games with your readers or getting them to play against each other for fun. Personalization. Fiction. Offering a way for readers to make some element of your story their own, which can happen with merchandise sales, special edition hardcovers, and so much more. Nonfiction. Offering a way for readers to make some element of the content their own. Number 3. The button pushers. Pushing buttons is generally looked at as a bad thing. Often this phrase is used when you are trying to capture attention and get a reaction. But that's pretty much what you are trying to do with a Kickstarter promotion. You want someone to look at your page and be so moved that they become a backer. Pushing buttons is good in sales and marketing because it means you are receiving a response to your efforts. You want to use button pushers when you're trying to get your reader to take action. Connecting at a subconscious level to help the reader take the next step. Encouraging the reader to keep reading. Button pushers are probably the most common tool used in internet marketing and direct sales, which have given them a bad rap. But button pushers are just tools, and it is your choice as to whether you use them for good or evil. There are so many gentle and subtle uses for button pushers, and if you are hesitant to use them, I encourage you to look for them in your favorite television show or book. Seeing them in the things you love will help you develop your own style for using them in your own work. Here are the 13 button pushers that you can add to your sales page, plus explanations for fiction and nonfiction. Memoirs can use both. Repeatability. Fiction. Teaching readers a shorthand to replay an emotional longhand, e.g., symbolism, tattoos, jewelry, or a phrase that a character repeats. Nonfiction. Teaching readers a shorthand to replay an emotional longhand, musical callback. Controversy. Fiction. Having your character share a sharp opinion that you know some will agree with, some won't. Having another character take the opposite stance of common sense and watching them clash. Nonfiction. Sharing a sharp opinion that you know some will agree with, some won't, taking the opposite stance of common sense. Social proof. Fiction. Having trusted or influential characters within a story stand up for your protagonist or side with them. Nonfiction. Sharing how many others took the action you want your reader to take. Exclusivity. Fiction. Giving your story some real-world insider information, like the inner workings of a drug cartel, or bringing your character into a secret society like a sorority or other type of club. Nonfiction. Creating small communities or secret bonuses. Scarcity. Fiction. Taking something away from your character if they don't take action, giving them a lack of resources as an obstacle, or providing several terrible options. Nonfiction. Event-based promotions, deadlines, limited seating availability, taking something away if they don't take action. Common enemy. Fiction. Uniting a group of characters that don't normally get along against another person or group to get them to have unusual and surprising interactions. Nonfiction. Uniting a group against another group to get them to take action. Anticipation. Fiction. Giving readers a reason to jump into the next chapter, like a cliffhanger. Nonfiction. Giving readers a reason to get to the end, completion bonus. Open loops. Fiction and nonfiction, leaving readers in a will they, won't they scenario so that they can't stop until they have the answer. This sustained the television show Friends for many, many seasons and became the iconic example of an open loop. Surprise. Fiction and nonfiction, doing or writing something that the reader couldn't have guessed, but that makes sense in hindsight, payoff. Mystery. Fiction. Giving your readers a puzzle to decipher about a character or something in the plot, regardless of whether you are writing a mystery. Nonfiction. Giving your readers a puzzle to decipher. Secrets. Fiction. Giving your characters things to keep from each other and letting the reader know, watching as the two characters misunderstand each other. Nonfiction. Giving your reader something that no one else can offer them, trade secrets. Unpredictability. Fiction. Letting your character do something completely out of character, as a regular person might do, and explaining it later in the narrative so it all makes sense. Nonfiction. Not providing a schedule for specific events, flash sale. Bonus. Fiction. Bonus and deleted scenes or epilogues. Nonfiction. Adding something that the reader wasn't expecting to the offer. Number 4. The pleasure and pain inducers. Humans see the world in pleasure and pain. I had a good day or bad day. This sucks or it's awesome. I want to do it or I don't. People want to experience pleasure or pain when they read too, as these are the triggers for several other feelings: happiness, sadness, anger, worry, surprise. You can set the mood of your marketing or your story, or express primal desires through detailed word imagery by understanding the pleasure and pain inducers. You may notice that a lot of sales tactics focus heavily on pain, or why you're not good enough as you are now. But you don't have to do that. You can also focus on pleasure, or the vision you have for someone. You want to use pleasure and pain inducers when you're trying to induce deep emotion in people, hoping to hook readers and create emotional resonance between them and your work, drawing readers into a fantasy or mood that can bring them pleasure or pain or both. We think of pleasure and pain inducers as the pepper of the seasonings available to you. Write your copy, Then pepper in these words to amp up the flavor and make all the other seasonings work together. Here's an incomplete list of pleasure and pain-inducing words. Wealth, millionaire, billionaire, rich, Hamptons, royalty, bougie. Food, delicious, fluffy, creamy, sweet, salty, sour. Touch, caress, soft skin, satin, silk, delicate. Sex, sexy, steamy, hot, wild, XXX. Status, elite, corporate, special, top, expert, MD, royalty, crown. Danger, war, death, hunger, mission, adventure, trap. Competition, games, selection, contest, compete, rivalry. Exotic travel, beaches, ruins, cliffs, dunes, panoramas, breathtaking views, mesmerizing sights. Beauty, gorgeous, pretty, lovely, charming, enchanted, goddess, bombshell. Productivity, better, faster, smarter, habits, efficiency, output, best, reward. Romance, love, connection, soulmates, hearts, heavenly, oneness. Nostalgia, wispy, sentimental, black and white, idyllic, period, homesickness. Jealousy, envy, threat, insecurity, defensiveness, green-eyed monster. Number 5. The core wounders and healers. There are only 6 major core wounds, with most other wounding or upset leading back to one of the main 6. You want to use the core wounders and healers when you're trying to create transformation in others. Forming a deep emotional bond between your characters and your readers. Telling your own stories of trial and triumph throughout your life. Below I have the 6 main transformation arcs, as well as the popular fictional characters who have made those transformations. Rejection, right-pointing arrow, acceptance, Harry Potter, Bella Swan. Control, right-pointing arrow, surrender, Voldemort, Dumbledore. Abandonment, right-pointing arrow, integration, Elena Gilbert. Shame, right-pointing arrow, honor, Jon Snow, Edward Cullen. Betrayal, right-pointing arrow, devotion, Peeta Mellark. Injustice, right-pointing arrow, equality, Katniss Everdeen. What I found most useful to understand around the core wounders and healers is that the most popular books really stick with the character's same transformation arc across multiple books. For example, Bella Swan goes through a rejection and acceptance cycle in every single one of the Twilight Saga books. In the first, she feels rejected by Edward Cullen before starting a relationship with him. In the second, he literally breaks up with her. In the third, he refuses to turn her into a vampire despite the obvious threat to her life. And in the fourth, he rejects her willingness to have their child and tries to abort the baby to save Bella's life. Jon Snow is another character who is a perfect example of this. In nearly every scene, we see him struggling with the shame-honor paradigm. Everything about Jon Snow, from the shame he was born with as a bastard all the way up to his final act, had to deal specifically with shame and honor as defined by the world. I encourage you to think about which of these 6 transformation arcs match each of your major characters, as well as how everything from their backstory to all their scenes might support their character arc, providing evidence of the narrative that you want to tell. For nonfiction, you can choose yourself as the character, or you can choose your ideal target audience. For example, with a weight loss book, you might focus on emotional eating and choose the shame to honor transformation of healing the emotions inside you that cause you to overeat. You could also focus on a target audience of recently divorced or cheated on women who are walking a betrayal to devotion transformation. The short-lived reality television show Revenge Body with host Khloe Kardashian took this approach. Or you could also focus on a narrative around control to surrender, like the food freedom movement. There is no transformation narrative that is better or worse than another, and they are fairly genre-independent, trope-independent, and topic-independent. You can't really get it wrong. The most important thing you can do when choosing a transformation narrative, or noticing one you are already writing, and you're probably already writing one, is to get everything into alignment with the narrative. Double down on your narrative to make it more resonant with your reader. We used an injustice to equality narrative for our Kickstarter campaign. We talked a lot about how it's not fair that you can't write what you want and still make good money on it, and it kind of defeats the purpose of becoming a creative to begin with. We talked about how the business model of books doesn't favor offbeat books because the revenue per customer of the average ebook is so small that you need a ton of readers to make a book successful. We talked about how we don't want authors to be independent. We want them to feel their independence, to write what they want and still make a living from it. We framed all of this within the context of a solution, of course, Kickstarter. If you are writing nonfiction, you have to offer the solution your readers are craving, and it has to be a real solution too. None of what we shared is manipulative. These are our true lived experiences as creatives, and we've both got decades of business experience to discuss the market dynamics. And our solution is not snake oil. We have tested this multiple times and have the legitimate numbers to show that it's a very real solution to the problems we've laid out. We also have more solutions to this problem, because Kickstarter is just part of a larger ecosystem of direct sales, which is where we believe true creative freedom lies. These are our sequels to this book. If you are writing fiction and using this powerful category of psychological triggers, you usually want to show the character moving from a place of the wound to the healing over the course of a single book. You also usually want to aggravate the same exact core wound in a different way in the next book in the series. Look at any massive best-selling series, and you will find that the author does this incredibly well as many other structural story pieces that are also done incredibly well. In fact, it's kind of fun to pick out popular characters in long series and figure out what their perseverant core wound is throughout the series, then find scenes in each book where this is triggered over and over again in different ways. The core healers and wounders will help you align to the universal transformation narratives that readers gravitate toward and resonate with. Number 6. The emotional fantasies and nightmares. Unlike the core wounders and healers, which are transformations that help you change your reality, emotional fantasies and nightmares are actually transportations that help you escape your reality, just for a little bit. People want to change their lives with the former, but they do not want to truly change their lives in the latter. They just want to escape into fantasy and nightmare, while still staying safe in their current life and world. They want to explore a different life while being able to come back to their real life whenever they please. You want to use the emotional fantasies and nightmares when you're writing escapist fiction with fantastical adventures, outrageous conflict and challenge, and extraordinary worlds. Trying to share your vision for someone with them in a safe way, without all the hard steps it will take. Talking to people about really difficult to understand or charged topics through metaphor to make it feel safer to engage with. The applications of this category of psychological triggers are obvious in fiction. Who actually wants to be abducted by a vampire mob boss? But this applies well to non-fiction authors too. It works best when your ideal reader is several steps away from achieving what they want. For example, if you are selling business consulting to an entrepreneur, you might share stories about 7-figure businesses that started at the kitchen counter with a pile of laundry and 3 kids screaming in the background. The fantasy is the 7-figure business. It feels way out of reach to the person sitting at that kitchen counter. But that person wants to explore the fantasy of it, without dealing with all the pain that probably comes with it. At least for a little bit. Eventually, they may move into wanting to make a transformation. But honestly, the amount of healing they'll have to do is not the selling point you lead with, and doesn't always make someone want to get moving. They may not be ready to confront the things that are holding them back. They may not be ready to truly change their ways just yet. Give them the nightmare versus fantasy first, then when they've agreed to formally work with you, give them the actual steps to transformation. For this category, there's not an easy, digestible list of emotional fantasies and nightmares, but rather a process of analyzing the emotional fantasies and nightmares that you write about and that resonate with your readers right now. Like in other categories, we encourage you to identify what you are already doing well, then lean in or double down on it. The process is: Step 1. Figure out what emotional fantasies and nightmares your books hit on. You can do this through talking to your audience, reading your reviews, breaking down the topics or tropes in your genre, and noticing the categories that they seem to fall into. For example, royalty stories fall into 3 narratives: ordinary girl to princess, princess to queen, and ordinary girl to superstar handmaiden. If you write royalty, you should know the why behind what people like about each of these three, because it's different and goes beyond royalty. Step 2. Go deeper into what resonates about that narrative. What are ordinary girl problems versus princess problems versus queen problems versus handmaiden problems? What does each have that is normal, and what are they going to get that's abnormal during their transformation? How does the abnormal thing cause tension in the story? Step 3. Tease out the visuals of these stories in the form of scenes. If you are nonfiction, you can think of these as stories, case studies, or even embodiment if you have been through the transformation yourself first. How can you write scenes or add chapters that fulfill those fantasies or nightmares? How can you write the fantasy of the characters normal and the nightmare of the characters abnormal that's coming their way? How do the fantasies and nightmares play out in relationships? Does the girl get to become the princess, but it's a nightmare for them? Step 4. Implementation and bringing the fantasies and nightmares to life. Choose visuals and samples of your work that convey these fantasies and nightmares. You can also work with some of the other categories we've discussed to flesh this out even more. Note, the visuals and the text need to go into your sample and on your landing or product page on your website. Although I used a fiction example, all of this applies well to nonfiction too. When we designed the campaign for this book, we wanted to make sure that we fulfilled the author fantasy of raising $10,000 USD from a single book on Kickstarter. We ended up hitting $21,500 plus. Now we're working with our clients to help them get started on Kickstarter and achieve bigger campaigns as well. The fantasy, which feels out of reach to many authors, is $10,000 on a campaign. As we create more proof that we can help more authors get these results, we'll shift into looking at the core wounders and healers' psychological triggers, so we can incrementally move people along toward their goals. We hope we're doing this in this book too. This is not much different from what we do with our characters in fiction. The protagonist changes, but it's all a transformational journey. Getting your messaging out there. Now that you have your messaging spelled out in what should be solid detail, you're ready to turn it into copy that sells. Copywriting is an art in and of itself that you can study separately if needed. There are certainly more elegant, personable, or clever ways to write copy, but at the heart of all copy is messages that resonate. In the last chapter, we found those for your books. So while you can absolutely test and tweak that messaging and probably get optimal results, most authors are going to benefit greatly from just having these messages that resonate. And now you have that. So let's assume you are a good writer, and you're going to write those messages out pretty well. More of my philosophy on messaging. No unnecessary work. I want to build a library of messages that I can post everywhere, same messaging on every channel. If it works in one place, it should work in others. I also want to acknowledge that for some people, coming up with messaging is what they consider a lot of work. My counter to that would be that I don't know any seven-figure author who does not have their messaging completely nailed down through iteration and testing. You can be fantastic at social media or at advertising, but if you don't have amazing messaging, you won't get the same effectiveness on various platforms. Standalone but in a series, every message is, or at least should be, capable of converting someone on its own. But when the messages are used together, they greatly increase the chance of converting someone. A consistent drip of digestible content can wear down someone's objections or skyrocket their excitement, and there will be people who convert on the 7th or 15th email. Hone and simplify messages through repetition. I'm not a huge fan of testing through advertising, though I know many are, and if so, have at it, as this could work for you. My approach is much more about getting that messaging in front of my current audience and seeing what they think and how they respond. I want to talk about something until I'm completely bored by it, and then test the winning lines and messages with my money on the line. To me, this is getting to 75 to 90% of the results and effectiveness, and then using advertising to hone the messaging further. One concern when working like this is that a warm audience is not necessarily going to respond to the same things as a cold audience, but what I've found is that the messaging framework I've outlined is very good at spelling out everything that is needed for cold traffic. I do want to say that this is just my philosophy, and what I prefer as a grassland. You can take our author ecosystems archetyping quiz here. https://authorecosystem.com/. You may not be a grassland, so some of these points may not resonate with you. If that's the case, then what does resonate with you? Get clear on your own values around messaging, and feel free to borrow pieces of my philosophy while forging your own path forward using your unique skill sets. With all of this said, I have a 5-step process to turning my messaging into content that I can plug and play everywhere. Step 1. Get your messaging into multiple formats. Formats are the key for me to think about my messaging. The messaging is the core value, but the formats are the vehicles with which the core value is delivered. I visualize formats as little paper boats that I send down the river stream. All streams lead the reader to sales. Your content needs to be standalone in each format, while also uniform and in alignment across the board. Here are the 5 formats I translate my content to. Headline 10 to 20 words. A headline is something simple that gets to the very core of your offer. It might be something like, the first 6 books in an Angel Royalty Fantasy Young Adult series for 30% off. This headline includes the logical appeal, the promise, and the discount psychological trigger. Since a headline is so short, you obviously won't be able to get everything into a single headline. That's why you want to write multiple headlines and play with the messaging pieces I've laid out just like you might with building blocks. How many different building blocks can you use across 5 headlines? 10 headlines. You don't need a ton, but having a small library bank is a good investment. Short content 50 to 200 words. Short content can be used for so many things: social media posts, advertising copy, product pages, and even emails. A lot of people debate whether short content or long content is better, and the truth is that both work because it's not about your preference, it's about your audience's preference. Using only the one you prefer is a disservice and costing you sales. I recently reminded myself of this, and since I normally share long content, decided to send a short for me email about an offer I was making. It converted a bunch of people quickly, possibly faster than several of my long emails had. But those long emails also converted people. You need both. Some examples of short content may include a book description, a review or testimonial, and a tidbit about your world, your characters, or the tropes in your story. Long content 200+ words. Your book is already long-form content. Examples of long-form might be an emotional appeal that connects readers to your characters and story. It may also be a sample scene from your book. Imagery: square, vertical, horizontal. I put my imagery in 3 rough formats with 1:1, 1:2, and 2:1 ratios. The thing I tell authors the most about imagery is to think in symbols. If I want to take my headline from earlier, the first 6 books in an Angel Fantasy Young Adult series for 30% off, and translate it to imagery, I can tell you that the image will have a teenage girl or possibly a couple, angel wings, a crown, and glowy shish tea, a very technical term for magic sparks and lighting. I can also tell you that another image might have 6 book covers, set in context with either paperbacks or digital readers, depending on my target audience, and a big red circle or starburst that says 30% off. I will make several variations of this symbolically driven imagery in square first, and then translate it to landscape and portrait sizes. I may choose a teaser quote from a book and pair it with some of the symbolic scenery, the crown for example, for social platforms. I do use Photoshop and do a lot of this myself, but you could work with a designer or book some time with hourly concepts, from BookBrush, to get this work done for you by a professional design team. Finally, while this does seem like a lot of imagery, you can also use it on A+ content on Amazon, screenshot content on Apple Books, Kickstarter campaigns, your fiction subscription, your product images, your email list, your website, your social platforms, your advertising platforms, and more. Short video, vertical, horizontal. Short videos, 90 seconds or less, are all the rage these days with the popularity of TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Reels, and more. I think a lot of what I said about imagery also applies, but short videos also have many different formats and styling that don't require as much symbolism. The best way to learn the latest trends around video is to hop onto TikTok's #BookTalk community. You can also make longer form, 20 minutes or less videos for a regular YouTube channel or advertising push. This first step is a process of honing your message in multiple formats, more than anything. Remember that the content of the message can do the heavy lifting, versus how you convey the message. The latter matters, but the former is enough to drastically improve most authors' sales processes. The last thing I'll say is that the length of your messaging and number of messages you may get in front of the same person depends almost entirely on your price point. If you are selling a $5 ebook, you probably don't need as much to convert the person compared to selling a $200 book box. Use your best judgment about how much you need, and feel free to start smaller since we are primarily selling books. With the novelist's dilemma in play for many of us in our businesses, you'll want to be thinking about how to get readers into higher-end tiers or products. In those cases, you'll have to stretch and push yourself to come up with more messaging that is still in alignment and uses as many building bricks as possible from the messaging chapter. Step 2. Create a landing page with everything on it. Now that you have your content in various formats, throw it all onto your landing page. Yes, seriously. I'm not so particular on order, as I like to leave room for creativity. But here's an order if it helps you to have something to go by. Headline. Subheadline or a few sentences. Video. Buy button. Promise or simplified offer. Imagery used throughout. Emotional appeal. Logical appeal. Sample. Offer details. Psychological triggers. FAQ, where you can handle objections. If you're not using a sales page, get as much of it onto your product page as possible. I have seen authors succeed with advertising sent directly to souped-up product pages, but I prefer and recommend the landing page still. If you are feeling ambitious, you can create 2 landing pages, one that is short and one that is much longer. The short page should ideally touch on each of the building bricks of your messaging at least once through imagery, text, and video. The long page can be the smorgasbord of everything the reader needs to jump on board to your offer. You can target both at readers and see who converts to which one. Step 3. Create an email sequence with the key messages in it. Next, you can create an automated email sequence that essentially drips out the content of your landing page. You can also create a sequence that drips out more information that is not found on your landing page. The reason you do this is because people don't do a good job of reading your landing page. They skim it, they miss important information, and sometimes they ignore information when it's in a group that they will be more willing to pay attention to when it's isolated in an email sequence. Again, I think your emails can get creative with the building blocks, but if you want something instructional, this is the basic outline of a single email in this sequence. Emotional appeal. Logical appeal. Promise. Sample delivery, optional. Paywall to full delivery, optional. Psychological triggers. As you put this email sequence together, there's no set number you need to hit. It should be aligned to your price point, if anything. If you are selling a single book, you don't need 14 emails. If you are selling a $500 bundle, you probably aren't going to max out your efforts with only 1 to 2 emails. The email sequence is really simple. A few emails to get readers excited, and ideally get them into your sample. A few emails to handle reader objections. Several emails to get people behind your paywall. I encourage you to not worry so much about getting the right sequence or layout. Trust that this framework is designed so that each message could sell the offer by itself, and the cohort of messages will increase conversion significantly. Test this sequence of messaging with your audience first. This is just my opinion, and there are reasons you may not want to, but I think it's the fastest way to collect data on whether your messaging makes sense. If your sequence is working to get your people to buy, then finding email addresses to run through the same sequence is fairly easy. Book funnel story origin 1K subs per month. Viral list builders 3K 5K subs. giving away your free sample or first book. You can check out my co-authored book with Russell Nohelty, called Get Your Book Selling with Cross-Promotion, Book Sales Supercharged number 11, for more ideas on how to build your email list and audience. Sometimes people worry that they are building an email list of freebie seekers. Here's the thing, I know how to convert freebie seekers. It's the messaging framework I gave you in the last chapter. If you use that, you can convert anyone, even those who are imperfect for your target audience. A lot of the reason why authors struggle to make a free book list builder work with their audience is because they don't have the messaging framework in a nurturing email sequence after someone signs up. Authors are notorious for being ghosts until they have a new release. They then drop the new release with a cover and description and call it a day. This is not nurturing, nor is it a robust messaging strategy that will convert people who are on the fringes of your community right now. There are many amazing things going on in website sales in the author industry right now, and it is still my belief that the email list is the center of your website sales strategy. While you can target buyers on advertising platforms and send them directly to your product page on your website, less than 5% of your potential audience is going to be ready to buy now. You will get buyers, but what about the other 95% plus who might have bought in the future? I believe the email list capture with an email sequence is an essential part of your long-term system. In this system, a small portion of your sales are going to come from your current audience. A small portion of your sales are going to come from readers who are ready to buy now. A large portion of your sales, the majority, are going to come from cold traffic that you've captured to your email list and warmed up through an email sequence. Given this, I think the best thing you can do is optimize your website for list building rather than store sales. This is just my opinion and, of course, based on my preferred methodology. I had someone recently say that my preferred web store, WooCommerce, was built on a content marketing system, CMS, while Shopify was built on an e-commerce system. I replied, yes, that's what I want, because I believe so strongly that your shop should be a secondary stop on the road to getting someone onto your email list. I am willing to sacrifice a little buy now action for capturing more of my audience and nurturing them long term. Once you have completed this step once, you can create autoresponders for each major series in your catalog. Your product funnel should help you understand which major series should come first in each autoresponder. Your call to action for the whole autoresponder sequence should be to get the person into a bundle of the series. Step 4. Get your messaging into your social channels. Social channels are fantastic for testing your messaging because the bar to entry for getting data back is so low. Although some social media platforms like TikTok have been shown to drive some serious book sales at retailers, social media in general tends to be supportive rather than the thing that converts potential readers. That said, social media excels at several things that your email marketing and social advertising do not. Sharing and virality. When you make your content memeable for social, you give it a higher chance of spreading your brand. Ability to send multiple messages in a short period. Unlike on email, where you really shouldn't be sending out content every day, and definitely not multiple times a day, social media is more ephemeral and can handle your ongoing posts. This means you can try and try again at messaging. Less pressure to opt in as a follower. Social media is a way to collect casually interested parties who wouldn't otherwise be willing to give you their email address or other contact information. Easily and quickly digestible for the casual reader, you can slice and dice your email autoresponder sequence and share the same narratives through images, audio, and/or video. Schedule content to drip. If you created a promotion schedule, you can schedule those posts out ahead of time. Reshare a library of content again and again. Most social schedulers also let you keep a library of content that you can repost automatically over time intervals, which means your social media is constantly working on your behalf to spread your brand and give a boost to backlist. It's okay if people see similar content again. Often that's why they end up buying. Drive traffic to your ongoing efforts. On each piece of content, encourage readers to go to a sales landing page where you are offering the series bundle, or an email landing page where you are collecting leads for your autoresponder sequence. To me, social media is amazing for testing, collecting casual readers and potential readers, and sending low-key traffic to your backlist over time. Every once in a while, you get lucky and have a viral hit too. Step 5. Test your messaging and advertising. At this point, you've tested your messaging with your email audience of readers, your email audience of casual or lukewarm signups that you gained from list-building activities, your social audience of fans, readers, casual browsers, and strangers. My hope is that after sharing your message with these different audiences and in several different formats, you have been able to really hone in on what potential readers are responding to. Now is when advertising makes sense. You have gotten your messaging to 80 to 90% effectiveness, so when you run your ads, they will be more profitable. You will want to lead with your stickiest messaging and may want to try Facebook ads, Pinterest ads for certain genres, Reddit ads for certain genres, Etsy ads if you have an Etsy storefront. Facebook advertising is the top choice for many authors because you can incorporate the Facebook pixel, as discussed in the chapter called Advanced Website Sales Concepts. Additional resources. The following books from my backlist, some co-authored with Russell Nohelty, may be helpful to you on this journey. Get Your Book Selling with Cross-Promotion, Book Sales Supercharged No. 11, co-authored with Russell Nohelty. Get Your Book Selling with Facebook, How to Use Facebook Profiles, Groups, Pages, Stories, and More to Market and Sell Your Books, Book Sales Supercharged No. 12, co-authored with Russell Nohelty. Recruit Your Readers, Get More Readers on Your Email List Easily, Efficiently, and Ethically, The Productive Novelist Book #10. Grab Writer MBA's Course Bundle. For the price of one course, you can get all of our main courses, Kickstarter Accelerator, Direct Sales Accelerator, and Go Wide, Grow Wide. These courses have more resources on coming up with great messaging for your marketing and sales copy. https://courses.writermba.com/. Work with me directly, I offer consulting. I get booked up fairly quickly, but you can grab some time on my calendar by checking out current packages, rates, and availability here. https://theworldneedsyourpassion.com/consulting. Follow along with my new book, Story Syncing. If you prefer a reading resource for learning about messaging, I'm writing a new book for creatives about telling good stories. It's called Story Syncing, and I'll be drilling down on each psychological trigger listed in this chapter. And so much more. I'm slowly working on this book over at my Ream subscription. https://reamstories.com/monicaleonelle. Takeaways. There are 3 key parts to your messaging: excitement, objections, psychological triggers. Getting people excited about your work consists of emotional appeal, logical appeal, making a promise, and offering a sample. Dealing with objections someone might have to your work includes addressing the always objections, the unvetted source objections, the niche genre objections, and the you objections. There are 5 key psychological triggers you can use in your marketing messaging and your offers themselves. They are bonuses, discounts, deadlines, instant gratification, and exclusivity. There are dozens of other psychological triggers, and you want to use the list provided when you need to dig deep with your messaging and go past the obvious. Messaging does wear out after a while, with both your warm audience, your email list, your socials, and your cold audience, your advertising audiences. It's important to keep coming up with new ways of talking about your work. Now that you have your messaging, there's an easy 5-step process to start sharing, testing, and honing that messaging with the world. Step 1. Get your messaging into multiple formats. Step 2. Create a landing page with everything on it. Step 3. Create an email sequence with the key messages in it. Step 4. Get your messaging into your social channels. Step 5. Test your messaging in advertising. Task checklist. Choose a project or product. List what you think will appeal to your reader and make them excited about engaging with you, your product, and your brand. List the objections and the way you would turn those objections into a benefit for your product. List how you can use at least one of the 5 main psychological triggers in your messaging and offers. Dig deep and consider what other psychological triggers you might be able to sprinkle in to up-level your message and make it stickier and higher converting with your audience. Decide on your messaging philosophy. Do you share many of my core values, or do you have your own that will guide you? Get your messaging into multiple formats and build a library or bank of messages. Consider headlines, short content, long content, imagery, and video. Create a landing page with everything on it. Create an abbreviated or short landing page with just the most crucial and honed-in elements. Add as many messaging bricks to your product pages on your website store as well. Balance this with making sure your page is not too bulky. Set up an email sequence. Test it with your audience. Once your email sequence is working, send colder leads to it from various sources. Does the sequence still work? What can be tweaked for this lukewarm audience? If your email sequence is working, optimize your website for list building. It's easier to build a list through lead magnets than it is to build a list through sales, but you should be doing a balance of both if you can. Get your messaging into your socials. Take everything you've learned and start working with advertising to drive traffic to your landing page or web store, one platform at a time. This book is not intended to cover advertising, and I'm not an expert in ads, so work with an ad consultant if that's what you need. Chapter 15. Marketing and Sales Funnels. The way I map out my sales funnels is to use my framework, the 10 Stages of Audience. I've excerpted the details of this framework from my book, Get Your Book Selling, Jumpstart Your Book Sales Without Launching, Scheming, or Hacking, The Productive Novelist No. 9. You can use the 10 Stages of Audience to come up with marketing ideas for your posts, videos, lives, stories, and advertising on Facebook. The 10 Stages of Audience. The idea behind the 10 Stages of Audience is simple. You have 10 stages, and portions of your potential audience are at each of the 10. Your job is to move your potential audience through the stages. All you have to do is build a bridge from one stage to another. Here are the 10 stages. Stage 1. Target audience, someone who hasn't heard of me but has read books similar to mine. Stage 2. Lead, someone who has heard of me, reads books like mine but isn't actively considering purchasing my book. Stage 3. Prospective reader, someone who reads books like mine and is actively seeking out more information about my books, like going to a product page or reading my blog. Stage 4. Trial reader, someone who had downloaded sample chapters of my book, or a full book, if it's at the beginning of a fiction series, and is considering purchasing. Stage 5. Prospective customer, someone who has read my product page and encountered a buying decision, either saying yes or no to purchasing. Stage 6. Customer, someone who purchased my book, doesn't mean they read it though. Stage 7. Reader, someone who has read at least one of my books in full. Stage 8. Fan, someone who buys more of my stuff, a repeat customer. Stage 9. True fan, someone who will buy everything I create just to support me. Stage 10. Evangelist, someone who shares my work with others and recruits new readers to my audience. Your audience will experience these stages in order. If you have gaps or conversion issues between any of these stages, you'll see that customers drop out along the path. To avoid that, you must create bridges between each of the stages. The bridges are your marketing and sales materials. This framework is going to help you identify where you have marketing and sales materials in place to move a person to the next stage. It will also help you identify where you don't have marketing and sales materials, or where your marketing and sales materials need improvement. The 10 Stages of Audience is your sales funnel. You may have heard of a sales funnel before, but considered it a confusing or tedious marketing strategy to get into place. Your 10 Stages of Audience sales funnel is like your dance card. Again, all you have to do is fill in all the spots, and when all the spots are filled, your book will be selling. Marketing is not a big scary thing, it's truly just getting materials in place. It's a checklist of to-do items. As long as you've overcome some of the blocks that are holding you back, you should be able to move through your checklist with some serious zen. Stage 1. Target audience. In this stage, your potential reader is simply a person who reads books like yours. To find these people, you want to identify what genre your book is in, and also identify some similar books to yours that are already popular. So if your book is a romance, then your target audience is going to be romance readers. Simple, right? Or if you have a business book, you might be looking for people who read books like Malcolm Gladwell's Tipping Point. Because we're working with books, which are a well-understood product, we don't need to delve too deeply into any target audience exercises. Your audience understands the type of product you're offering, and all they're looking for now is, will they like your book? That's all you really need to think about. And because people's tastes vary so widely, you can stick to a fairly generic target audience for the purposes of this framework. You need two types of marketing support at this stage. To identify your target audience. Identify your genre, or people who read books that are similar to yours. No matter what genre you're in, I believe you should be able to think of at least 3 to 5 fairly popular books that are like yours. If you struggle with this, think about the types of books you like to read, since those are the ones that probably inspired you to write your book in the first place. A way to reach your target audience and let them know about your book. This one is a little trickier, because you need to be able to do this without alienating people. This will mostly consist of leveraging other people's audiences, LOPA. This could be as simple as reaching out to a similar book's author to ask if he or she wants to coordinate a cross-promo. Every time I review this material, I notice that I'm not doing enough to support this stage. If you're in the same boat, don't beat yourself up. Driving traffic to the top part of your sales funnel is one of the most challenging parts of this process that you will ever face. It's very common to mess this part up or rely on traffic sources that are working one day and gone the next. Questions to answer. What genre or niche do you write in? What are some books that are similar to yours? What are a few ways you can LOPA that fit into your chosen strategies? Stage 2, lead. In this stage, someone in your target audience has heard about your book, typically just a mention or two. They may know your name and the title of the book, or they may just recognize the cover. They can hear about your book in a number of ways, including stumbling on your book in a store, whether that is a brick-and-mortar store or a retailer online. They can hear about your book from a friend, or they may even find out about your book through your own outreach efforts and marketing materials that you're putting out there. However they hear about your book, they suddenly go from being someone who was simply in your target audience and had no idea who you were, to someone who knows who you are and what you're selling. Even though your potential reader knows who you are, stage 2 is still a very passive stage for the reader. Why? Because typically a reader needs to hear about your book multiple times from multiple sources that they trust before taking any action on their own to learn more about your book. Think about this in your own life. How many books have you heard of multiple times that you think you would probably like, but that you've never actually gone to Amazon and looked up? For me personally, there are hundreds of books like this. I'll hear about a book sometimes 10 or 20 times before I even think to go look at it on Amazon. And if I'm not looking for more information, what's the likelihood that I'll take action and purchase? Zilch. This doesn't mean that I'm not interested. It doesn't mean that the books aren't good, and it doesn't mean that I wouldn't absolutely love these books once I got my hands on them. It just means that finding this book at this time in my life is not high on my priority list. So it never gets done. Keep that in mind as you're going through these stages, because you can bring a ton of awareness to your book, but it doesn't necessarily mean those people are going to buy, even if the book is absolutely perfect for them. You could be solving a huge problem they have, and they are not buying. This is a painfully common occurrence, yet when we are on the author's end of it, we feel terrible. We wonder why people aren't buying. What's wrong with us? Well, nothing's wrong with us or our books. Awareness doesn't easily convert to action, but it doesn't mean that we're the problem. At this stage, it can feel like there's not really too much that you can do. You've already told your perfect reader about your book, and now the ball is in their court, right? Well, not quite. The pieces of marketing support you need to put in place to help a reader overcome this stage and move on to stage 3 are: foster evangelists. We'll talk about these readers later in this section, but for now know that once a reader hits stage 10, they can and will tell other potential readers about your book. The reason that this is so powerful is because people are much more likely to buy your book when they get a personal recommendation from someone they trust. Another reason is because books suffer from what is known in the business world as the network effect. The network effect is the idea that something is significantly more valuable when more people are using it. This pops up all over the communications industry. A telephone, for example, is much more valuable when everyone has one because the whole point of the telephone is connecting with others. If you had a telephone in your house and no one else had one, it would be worthless. Emails, fax machines, and even the internet are significantly more valuable because everyone uses them. It turns out that books are the same way, not quite on the level of communication devices, but close. When you think about this, it makes a lot of sense, because books are always more enjoyable when you can talk about them with others. As much as you can enjoy the ideas in the book on its own, you also want to read books in order to build a shared language or shared world, in the case of fiction, with others. In some ways, a book is a communication tool, which is why it obeys the same rules as the telephone when it comes to the network effect. Raise awareness by putting out more and more and more marketing. Specifically, release the same message in different forms. Like I said before, most people that are in stage 2 need to hear about your book at least 2 to 3 times before they even begin to start looking for more information on it. This is less true for nonfiction than it is for fiction. Nonfiction has a benefit in that it's solution-oriented, so someone might have an urgent pain and may be looking for a solution. Your book might contain that solution, and then they won't have to hear about it so many times before they go out and look for more information on it. But for fiction, it really comes down to just getting your marketing materials in front of people over and over again and trying to entice them into trying you. There are tactics at later stages that can aid with this. But the ultimate message here is that when in doubt, market more, smartly of course. Raise the priority of your book in the potential reader's mind. The fastest ways to raise priority are: add urgency, add scarcity, add desperate need. You will see this a lot, especially with book campaigns. Some examples are: make the book free for a limited time, sometimes to the point where they lose access to the book if they don't read it by certain time. Put it on sale and give a really huge discount for short amount of time. Create something that is going to be out of date next year, like an almanac or a gift guide. Create something that's tied to an event. For example, if you have a book that teaches people how to take pictures of fireworks, then you'll probably see an uptick in purchases right before the 4th of July. So, there are a couple things that you can do to raise the priority in your readers' minds, but it's not the easiest thing to do, and many of these tactics won't work on an ongoing basis. Each of these tactics is promotional in the sense that they are time and event-based. That means you can only expect short bursts of sales rather than consistent sales. There's nothing wrong with short bursts, especially if you have a promotional calendar. However, you don't ever want to rely primarily on event-based or time-based marketing. These produce sporadic sales at best and create an artificial high that feels incredibly low when you fall back down. The tactic out of these 3 that you can affect the most is putting out more and more marketing. Luckily, we're going to be putting out a ton of awesome marketing for your book in the rest of these stages. Questions to answer. How can you add more marketing materials to this stage to get more impressions in front of your leads? What evergreen marketing opportunities do you have at this stage? What event-based or time-sensitive promotional opportunities do you have at this stage? Stage 3, Prospective Reader. In this stage, someone is actively seeking information about your book. For example, somebody who has heard about your book from a friend decides to look up your book online. Or, somebody clicks through to your website after listening to a podcast interview you've done. However it happens, someone is trying to learn more about you and your book, whether that be on your actual product page on Amazon or any other e-retailer, on your website, through Goodreads reviews, or anywhere else you've put up information about your book. The mindset of this person is that they have probably heard mention of your book 2 to 3 times already, often through recommendation. Remember, 85% of books are sold to recommendation or through word of mouth. This person is ready to pursue the opportunity to read your book, whether it's because they need it, in the case of nonfiction mostly, or whether they think it sounds entertaining or interesting. What you're going to need at this stage is a website, landing page, or author product pages on retailers where people can find more information about your book. The first thing they're probably going to want to do is look you up on Google. You want a place where you control the message. Others will share their own messages about your book as it gains popularity, so you need to be part of the conversation. The more you can share about your book on your website, the better, but at the least you want to have cover image, title and description, links to buy, information about you, any other relevant purchase information, like whether the book is part of a series or not. Your new release schedule. This is the #1 question you'll get asked as you develop more series. Your email newsletter sign-up, one of the most important marketing tools you have. Good marketing material that creates desire for the book. This is the part where authors struggle most. Many authors are very good at delivering content that creates value, and not as good at delivering content that creates desire. The distinction between the two is important, but unfortunately too nuanced to go into in detail and beyond the scope of this analysis. If you realize you need to learn how to write content that creates desire, start studying sales, copywriting, and marketing. You can also look at what other authors in your genre are doing to get ideas. The content used here can range from a number of different things. Blog post on your site about the topic. Interviews that you've done. A book trailer. A really tantalizing book description that you've written. And so on. There are a ton of possibilities here. Questions to answer. Where can readers learn more about your book or series, landing page, website page, etc.? What are some pieces of content that you can use to create desire for your book? Stage 4, trial. In this stage, someone samples your work. This stage is one that I consider optional, because you don't actually need to have a trial or primer in place to sell your book. Lots of authors have succeeded without it. That being said, I highly recommend it because I think it helps bridge the gap from stage 3 to stage 5 quite nicely. The other reason is because I've noticed, not only with myself, but also in talking to other authors about their habits, that readers who go through stage 4 seem to read the book that they eventually buy much faster. They also seem to go forward after they read the book through stages 7, 8, 9, and 10. So in some ways, stage 4 is a great supporting piece of marketing material for stages 6 to 10. So what is the trial? Put simply, it's a sample of your work that's closely related to the book that the reader is actually going to purchase. That doesn't necessarily mean that the trial or the primer has to be free though. Lots of authors are very successful with a paid trial, as long as the price is low enough. Right now that typically means trialing with an ebook, and it's typically priced at 99 cents. You can try to price higher, but a $1 trial is common across so many industries that more people will buy at the lower price. The marketing support you need at this stage is a sample of your work that is either free or has a very low monetary barrier to entry, like 99 cents. You want this sample to be something that is small and easily consumable. In this case, a huge book as a freebie is not necessarily ideal. You want it to be something that readers can get through quickly. Why? Because if they don't finish your trial, they won't buy your book. Something complete that produces a desired result or ends with open questions for fiction. At the same time, you don't want to give someone one scene and call it a day. Yes, that's small and easily consumable, but it's probably not enough to get someone hooked on your fiction. Give them a full story that they can continue if they are excited enough about the characters and concept. If you're writing nonfiction, the worst thing you can do is say, here's a 10-step framework, buy my book to get steps 4 to 10. If someone can't get a result with just steps 1 to 3, then they aren't going to be very impressed with your framework and won't necessarily want to buy the rest. Think if I had given you just the first 3 steps of this. Even if you implemented every single thing I said, you could still easily see no sales. The entire framework, or at least steps 1 to 5, are required in order to see tangible results. A sample that creates desire for your paid book. Don't use something tangentially related, but rather something that is closely related. For fiction, this could be something like a short story or a novella-length prequel to the series you're trying to sell, while for a nonfiction book, it may be a bonus audio that is going to create desire. It can be a delicate balance to create both something that produces a result and something that creates desire at the same time. My best advice is to take a small but complete piece of your story or larger idea and make that a sample. Even though your trial or sample is yet another piece of material that you have to create, it doesn't have to be hard work. In fact, you can use a portion of your book just by pulling some of the best chapters in your book and bundling them together. You could also take the same content and put it in a different format, which is one of my favorite ways to create a sample. A great example of this is doing a short audio on one of the chapters in your book, especially if you have a nonfiction book. The reason that this works is because audio is very easily consumable. People listen to audio while they're jogging, while they're driving to work, while they're on the train, while they're waiting in line. And because it's so easily consumable, people are happy to listen to the audio and then go back and buy the same content in a book form so they can dive deeper into your lessons and insights. Even though it's the same content, you are providing 2 different experiences. This works well with fiction too, though in this case, you often need to provide a whole story. I've found that a short story related to the characters creates desire to learn more about them, especially if you can evoke strong emotions in a short amount of text or leave the story on a cliffhanger or big reveal. I was able to do this with the first book of the Billionaire's Alibi series, which was only 20,000 words, or about 75 pages. The goal of the trial is to deepen your bond with her reader, to easily get your message in front of people, to remove unnecessary barriers to entry to try your work, and to get to know your readers better through their feedback. If you do these things, you can create desire that makes the pricing of your paid book less relevant. It's very simple. When someone really wants your book, they don't care if it's priced at $2, $5, or $10. Questions to answer. What are some free or cheap trials I can offer to entice people to my book? How can I slice and dice small sections of my book to provide a complete yet enticing experience to the reader that will interest them in my paid book? Stage 5, Prospective Customer. In this stage, someone hits your sales page on a retailer, and they make the decision to buy your work or to not buy your work. This stage is self-explanatory, and it's really encompassed by that moment right before someone purchases your book. They're going to make a decision to buy or not buy, and in some cases, they may make other decisions like putting you on their wish list, putting you in their cart, but never checking out, or not taking any action right then, but keeping it in the back of their mind that they want to purchase your book eventually. What you need at this stage. An awesome product page that closes sales. To bring your potential reader through this stage, you need to have awesome covers, a great description, plenty of 5-star reviews and blurbs from people who like your book, an incredible sample, and if possible, also a sense of urgency on the page, though that's not always easy to do and you can't stay in an urgency state year-round. Kindle Countdown Deals is a great example of a short-term urgent state. You have a few options that may help you improve your product page. Study other product pages of successful authors in their genre, and make notes about the various elements on the page, like cover, reviews, and more. See if you can identify the successful elements and attempt to mimic them using your own author style. Ask your readers what confused them most about your product page, if anything. Pay attention to the reviews on your product page. If you are below 4 stars, that may be an indication of where you need to improve. I've gained tons of insight from my own review section that led me to change my covers, text, and even the structure of my book. Ask another author to help you diagnose weak points on your pages. Usually, this works best if you talk to an author with a bit more experience than you. They can save you tons of time and wheel spinning by providing answers quickly. Stage 6, Customer. In this stage, someone buys your book at market rate. This stage does not include anybody who acquired your book through other means like stealing, borrowing, or receiving your book as a gift. The whole point of this stage is that somebody is an actual customer of yours, and they've actually given you money in exchange for getting your book. I want to make that distinction clear because I think that it gets a little lost at times. You should value a customer much higher than somebody who has gone through, say, stage 4, where they've just merely sampled your work at a discounted rate. You may be thinking, hey sales. That was my entire goal. Woohoo! A lot of authors see stage 6 as the endpoint, but it's truly just the beginning of the back 5 stages. Being a buyer does not make someone a reader. All you have to do to understand this is to look at your own buying habits when it comes to books, television, or movies. If you go through your own archive of media, you can probably find a number of books, DVDs, products, and programs that you've paid for, but didn't ever consume. If you can't find anything in that stash, perhaps you have unused gym memberships, past grocery store purchases, rotted fruit and vegetables, clothes in the closet with price tags still on them, and any other bad decision that you've ever made with money. We as humans tend to buy more than we need, especially those of us who live in first world countries. We often buy things that we think we want and that we never ever use. It's just human nature. So the same thing happens with books. Just because someone bought your book doesn't mean that they ended up reading it, and that, in my opinion, is a huge wasted opportunity. What you need in this stage is for someone to buy your book and open it. That's the entire goal of this stage because you want customers to read your books. A customer will never become a repeat customer unless they read your first book and then take a number of additional actions. We don't want them to buy and promptly forget about you. Questions to answer. How can you remind readers to read your book after purchasing it? Does the content of your book create that wow factor? Stage 7, Reader. In this stage, someone reads your book. It's really that simple. What you need at this stage: to give your reader a reason to complete your book. Again, all you have to do to know that this stage is hard to get through is to look at your past purchases. We all have books that we bought, that we started, that we never finished reading because we lost interest along the way, or it was too difficult to comprehend. And even if someone picks up your books with tons of enthusiasm and dives in right away, you can still lose them. A book is long and a huge time commitment. Calls to action at the end of your book in the back matter. You might have a call to action for reviews, a call to action for email, and/or a call to action to download the bonus resources. You may want a few CTAs to be able to target people in different ways because people respond to different things, or you may have a specific goal in mind based on your strategy. Questions to answer. Are readers completing your book, and if not, what's stopping them? What calls to action can you use in your back matter to bring your customers and consumers of your work back to your email list where you can contact them again? Stage 8, Fan. In this stage, someone who has read your book takes positive action at the end of it. This can be anything including writing a positive review about your book at a retailer, signing up for your email list, buying a second book, visiting your website, and reading some of the articles on it, or grabbing your bonus resources or extra content like deleted scenes, like interviews you've done with experts on the topic of your book, or like other short stories that you've written. What you need at this stage is more content, more books, more bonus resources, more interaction in a Facebook group, whatever you can offer. So they've already read your book, and they've presumably enjoyed the book because they got to the very end, and they didn't quit somewhere in the middle. You want to provide them with even more content that they can access on your website or your email lists, so that you can stay in touch with that reader going forward. This is really important because anyone who's become a fan of your book wants to get more from you, and you need to have a great way to communicate with them in the future about things that you're doing next and other ways that you can help them. Questions to answer. What can you offer to someone who has read your book to keep them engaged and get them to share their contact information with you? What bonus contact or interaction do they respond to? Or do they just want the next book from you? Stage 9. True Fan. In this stage, someone has signed up for your email list or regularly checks your blog or Facebook page or whatever, and they want to buy your next thing, no matter what it is. A true fan is what businesses are built upon. It's someone who likes you, someone who tracks your movements online across multiple channels and interacts with you on whatever you're doing next. Your job now is to keep in touch with that person and to continue to provide them value while you're working on your next book. At this stage, the only thing you need to do is nurture that fan. Depending on your chosen strategies, you may want to continue to provide them with additional content that they may be interested in, updates on what you're doing, reminders to take further action that you would like them to take, like buy your next book, sign up for your email list, or share your post, personal stories that help you for connection with the person, new books, products, or services. You can engage your fans in a number of ways. Through personal emails, comments, and forums. By sharing videos and audio, connection deepeners, of yourself talking about the subject of your book, this one or the next one. By posting regular, new content. By writing more books. Questions to answer. What is the path someone takes to move from fan to true fan? What books do they read, in what order? What marketing materials do they consume? Which promotions or marketing efforts do they participate in? Stage 10. Evangelist. In this final stage, someone shares your book with others. This person is telling others about your book at every chance that they get, and is bringing new readers with similar tastes from stage 1, which, if you'll remember, is just being in your target audience and not knowing who you are at all, to stage 2, which is having awareness of you. Evangelists can even potentially bring readers in your target audience to stages 3, 4, and 5, where they seek out information about you and your book and get to the decision-making point. While this is labeled as stage 10, in some ways it's actually stage 1, because it is the beginning of a new cycle of somebody learning more about your book. At this stage, you are going to focus entirely on word of mouth, which means you need to activate your fan base. You can do that through content that is specifically created for sharing purposes that your evangelist can share with others, connection with the community, and helping various people in the community who are excited about what you're doing and finding things that they can do together. Continuous calls to action that remind your evangelist to share your book. The reason you need all of these things is because an evangelist won't just talk about your book out of nowhere. Evangelists, as excited as they are about what you're doing, still have their own lives, problems, and drama. There are other things that they're thinking about at any given time. It's very easy to fall off an evangelist's radar, even though they loved your book and they're really excited to tell somebody about it. So what you have to do with activation is you just need to give them a reminder and a reason to talk about your book with others. Questions to answer. How can I activate my evangelists? How can I treat my evangelists to extra goodies that they will use in everyday life? Additional resources. To read the rest of the book, The 10 Stages of Audience Information was excerpted from Pick Up Get Your Book Selling, Jumpstart Your Book Sales Without Launching, Scheming, or Hacking, The Productive Novelist No. 9. If you are looking for ways to build your email list creatively, check out Monica's book, Recruit Your Readers. Get more readers on your email list easily, efficiently, and ethically. The Productive Novelist #10. Takeaways. There are 10 stages of audience that you need to pay attention to. You should find ways to be converting people at every step of the funnel. Task checklist. Study the 10 stages of audience and look hard at your business. What are you doing to convert readers at each stage? Where do you find your stages of audience losing the most people? Where do readers get stuck in your funnel? Chapter 16. Product funnels across your catalog. You've likely heard of a sales funnel, which is how a reader goes from your marketing materials to the purchase of a product in your catalog. In this chapter, though, I want to talk about product funnels, which are a separate concept and something you'll want to understand if you are trying to scale your website store. A sales funnel is about how customers reach your product, but a product funnel is about how customers move through your catalog of products. This is ideal for understanding how to build repeat customers, which is a critical effort when trying to scale your website sales. Your product funnel will give you a clear definition of how to upgrade your customers when they have already purchased something, or sometimes even as a suggested add-on in the cart, as well as what to offer them next based on what they already purchased. We will talk about sales funnels in the next chapter, and while these two different types of funnels are often confused or convoluted, it is important to map them both separately for each of your major product lines. For authors specifically, the best way to determine what a product line is will be to use the and/or test. It's very simple. Is the reader more likely to want X and Y, or are they more likely to want X or Y? If it's X and Y, then those two items are probably in the same product line. If it's X or Y, then those items are probably in two different product lines. So if you have a military sci-fi series and a fantasy romance series, your readers probably want one or the other. These are two separate product lines. If you have a space opera series and another space opera series, your readers probably want both. Or, at least, it's worth offering each series to the customers who have bought the other. So these belong in the same product line. If you have a huge catalog, there's no perfect way to delineate some of this stuff. If you have 100 books, you probably don't want 10 product lines, so I would loosen my criteria under the and/or test in order to keep my efforts manageable. Every product line serves a different customer and needs a full sales funnel, so you definitely want to limit yourself to just a handful when you are first starting to map these out. However you end up divvying it up, you want to draw a product funnel for each of your product lines. Keep in mind that if you have never done this before, you're just guessing at what people might like. As you build your website store, you'll be able to collect actual data on what people like and do. This data is gold, and you can then revise your product funnels to better serve your customers' true needs, which will also help you maximize your revenue on your website store. Product funnels. There are 5 sections to your product funnel for each product line. Number 1, traffic. Traffic is not technically a part of the product line, but I like to include it in my product funnel so I can capture conversion rates and predict the expected value of my product funnel. For most of my product lines, the front end of my product funnel is books and book bundles, and the traffic I send is advertising focused. I also like sending free social and blogging traffic to my website, where my free offering is optimized for email signups, and where my Facebook pixel is capturing information and finding new readers from it. Number 2, free offering. The free offering is a freebie in exchange for joining an email list. You can also offer a freebie that doesn't require an email signup, but does require hitting the website for traffic that you will then capture with your Facebook advertising pixel for remarketing purposes. You can have many free offerings, and ideally they are a small and easily consumable sample of what you have to offer more of in your product line. For nonfiction, this is usually a sample of just a few chapters for one of my books. For this particular book, I have a free book at the beginning of the Book Sales Supercharged series, which attracts people to the entire series. That book is called Get Your Book Selling Wide, and is available for free in ebook through my website and on all retailers. Check the price match if you are buying from Amazon. For fiction, this is often a first-in-series free, a prequel novella, novelette, or short story, or the ability to read for free elsewhere, like in Kindle Unlimited or through serialization on a website or in email. Number 3, Tripwire. The Tripwire is an offer, you usually have several of them, that simply gets people in the door as customers to your store. In many ways, this is the baseline product or set of products that is not necessarily that profitable, but does get people off the freebie fence. You may have heard that the gap between a $1 purchase and $10 purchase is much smaller than the gap between a free download and a $1 purchase, and it's true. At its lowest pricing levels, this is what the tripwire is designed to do. At its higher pricing levels, the tripwire is designed to pay for the costs of finding new readers and customers. When used this way, they are sometimes called self-liquidating offers, or SLOs, which means that in nonfiction, it can cost $40 to $50 to get a single sale of a tripwire from one ad to a cold audience, so you usually see these offers priced between $25 to $90. Tripwires are usually completely self-study and hands-off so they can be automated. Most sophisticated marketers have a basic tripwire in the $27 to $47 range, and also offer upgrades at the $77 and $127 levels. You'll see this same concept of upgrades in the section on premium offerings. For nonfiction, this book is what I would consider a tripwire. It helps the reader understand why direct sales is important to their career and gives them instruction on how to get started with one of the easier direct sales methods by setting up a website store. It's a modest price for a ton of value, and many readers will be able to set up and succeed with their website store based on the book alone. I also have two other tripwires that are steps up from this book. One is a bundle of books on direct sales, which includes books on Kickstarter, events and signings, selling in print, book launches, and a few others. And the second tripwire is the full bundle of books in the Book Sales StoryUrge series. This is 16 books total, and will include more books in the future. This bundle borders between the tripwire and core offering, but if someone purchases and likes the full series, they are very likely to eventually purchase the core offering or even premium offerings in the future. For fiction, my tripwire offer is several of the starter books for my flagship series of 25 planned novels. A book bundle of the first 5 books is my top choice, as book number 5 closes out a cycle of the story and ends on a cliffhanger I know many readers will want to continue through. Other tripwires include ancillary series bundles that are similar in genre and theme, and that are set in the same world with some crossover characters that the readers might be willing to follow. Number 4. Core offering. The core offering is actually the offer I like to start with when I'm mapping out my product funnel. The core offer is the main thing you want people to buy from you in this product line. You may have a few of these, but I don't recommend it, and most 7-figure entrepreneurs seem to agree that focusing on selling their core offer at first was the way that they reached 7 figures. For the product line that this book falls under, the planned core offering is a program on direct sales. Selling direct from your website store is part of direct sales, but it's not the only thing that authors want to learn about right now. Because it's nonfiction, my core offering is a little higher than what I would try to filter people to for fiction. I want to be clear that your core offering is the thing that matters to you most. It's the thing you want people to buy the most, and it's the thing you talk about the most. In October 2021, my co-author Russell Nohelty and I ran a Kickstarter project for one of the books in our series, Get Your Book Selling on Kickstarter. Our core offer for that campaign was also a group program related to the book. We were very serious in promoting that program, made it a great value for customers, and focused a lot of our attention afterward on the program and making people happy in it. Because we were focused on it, we enlisted about 70 people into the group, many of whom went on to have successful Kickstarter projects. Your core offering will likely be priced a little higher than you are comfortable with. It should be something that feels like a strong value, but that is also for the serious customer. It is not for the dabbler, or the semi-interested, or the curious. It is for the person who knows they want what you can offer. For fiction, I have a core offering of a flagship series that has 25 planned books. For now, I'm offering 10 of those books, as that's what I feel I can accomplish in 2022, between what I have written already and what I still need to write and release. I will keep adding books to the core offering every year and continue to raise the price appropriately. For your core offer, I encourage you to pick something that you know you'll be able to promote over and over again for the coming years. The most successful authors I know do this. The most successful coaches I know also do this. On retailers, you don't necessarily need a flagship series to do really well, but with direct sales it helps a lot more. If you struggle to write long series, I would also consider offering a book box as your core offer. If you have a popular trilogy, for example, you could put that together with a few high-margin merchandise items, like enamel pins or 5x7 prints, and ship that as your core offer. Number 5. Premium offering. The premium offering is exactly what it sounds like. This is a high-ticket item that very few people will end up buying. But when they do, it's a really good and profitable sale for you. You can have several premium offerings, sometimes at ascending price points. We did this during our Kickstarter campaign, and had premium offerings that were 50%, 100%, and 150% more than our core offering. Those premium offerings sold well because people were already bought into our core offering and then wanted to upgrade to get even more from us. I highly recommend using those percentages to come up with a few premium offerings that build on your core offering. For fiction, because I write fantasy in a large world, my premium offerings largely center around my fantasy catalog in the same world. Everything I write on the fantasy side, I also write some sci-fi, goes into this same world, and many of the characters cross over between series. This makes it fairly easy to have a mega bundle of the world as a premium offering. Not many will take me up on it, but it doesn't matter. It makes my core offering look like a great value, as well as a reasonable investment, because people like picking the medium option. It serves as an upgrade from the core offering. It helps bring people into the fandom, and it gives completionists a way to dive really deep into my work. No matter how intense it is or how much it costs, I'm looking at some of you with huge 50-plus book catalogs. You should always have a premium offer that is absolutely everything you've ever written or published. Some people really want to buy it, even when it's thousands of dollars. You can do this in multiple formats too, and there will be a handful of people who say yes. The last thing I think most premium offers should include is a cool bonus that can't be purchased separately. Things like high-end print maps of your world, limited edition board games, extra exciting content, special editions of books, and more do very well inside premium offerings. Your fans who have disposable income will usually want to upgrade just to get the cool thing that no one else is getting. Anything you can add that is numbered, limited, signed, handmade, special editioned, or impossible to purchase separately is a good contender for making these premium offerings shine. To me, the most important thing with these product funnels is that the lowest end of the product line sells someone into the next column of the product line, and on all the way up to the premium offerings. As a creator, it's cool to know that you can create offers at each of these levels and let people self-select appropriately, according to their needs and budget. It's cool that a book at the free offerings tier might sell someone into a bundle. In this way, the product is actually the marketing too. This happens to be something that independent authors are exceptionally good at understanding and implementing. When you start bringing people in at the lowest end of your product line, not everyone will end up at the premium offerings, but a few will. And many others will end up at the core offerings. A large number of people will stop at the tripwire, which is also great because hopefully they paid you to help you find your audience. You can also offer them something of comparable value from another product line you have. Many people will stop at the free offerings, and that's okay too. The tripwire has paid for the costs you spent to acquire these people, and they get to stay on your email list and social media channels, where you can keep telling them about your core offering in hopes of converting more of them. You can also retarget them and lookalike audiences for them on your social advertising accounts. You can even convert them to helping you in non-monetary ways, like as evangelists, reviewers, social sharers, giveaway spreaders, and more. I never mind the free offering takers in my business, because I know I can either convert them over time or use them to scale my audience more. The value of mapping out your product funnel. Now that you know the 5 columns of a product funnel, I want to explain how you can use this tool to improve your website store. Add revenue to your business. This is the most obvious one, as your product funnel will tell you exactly how to upgrade downgrade, and follow up with customers and potential customers. Identify gaps in your funnel, which usually points to a gap in revenue. Without mapping your product funnel, it's very easy to accidentally put nothing in one of the 5 columns. Mapping it out will make sure that you are not missing any easy and obvious revenue sources within your product line. See your customers flow through your business. Customers rarely jump straight to core or premium offerings. You have to entice them over time. Getting clear on your product funnels will make it easier to predict the conversion cycle between your different columns. How long does it take for someone who downloaded your freebie to go on to buy your bundle? And how many of them do so? You'll be able to gather data and put numbers on these questions, which will be much easier to do when you know the plan for how you wanted to bring people through your product lines. Calculate conversion rates between your products. This helps you easily calculate expected revenue per customer, per freebie downloader, and per traffic source. If you know that you send 1,000 people to your website, 100 download your freebie, and 20 go on to buy your core offering, you can figure out the profitability of sending that traffic to your site. How much can you spend to acquire a customer? Knowing these numbers is critical to scaling your business strategically. Earn consistently month to month and year to year. Your product funnel is the plan for your product line. You can pour traffic into the front end of your product funnel and see how much people buy. There is always more traffic, so you can very literally control your earnings once your product funnel is profitable and you've tested various sources of traffic. Make easier decisions about new ideas, products, and services. A product funnel is a great way to visualize data and can tell you what products and what price points are missing from your product funnel. It can also spur you to build bundles that can sit in the core and premium offering columns. Focus on creation. Product funnels bake in the marketing to each product. So if your freebie is book number 1, the product itself is what is marketing and selling book number 2. While most authors easily see this example, it's a basic one, and a product funnel can help you map out higher complexity in your product funnel. 3 steps to mapping your product funnel. Once you have a rough idea of your product lines, you can get a piece of paper, turn it to landscape, and draw 5 columns delineated by 4 lines down the page. Step 1. Map your columns with $$ ranges. At the top of each column you will write, in order, one of the 5 sections of your product funnel. Traffic, free offering, tripwire, core offering, premium offering. If you'd like, or if you have a lot of products, you can turn some of the columns into subcolumns. For example, you may want to turn the tripwire column into low-end tripwires and high-end tripwires. The same goes for core offerings and premium offerings. Next, you can add the pricing range to the top of each column. I like to start with the core offering and work my way down to tripwires and up to premium offerings. You may have a different preference. Starting in the core offerings, I try to come up with something close to $80 to $100 for fiction. I probably double that for nonfiction, depending on the product line. I know some fiction authors are still picking their jaw up from the floor at my $100 core offering suggestion, but this is not meant to be something that everyone can afford. You have tripwires and free offerings for that. This is instead something that is highly profitable and that will get you to your financial goals easily. I like to keep this offering an easy number like $100. That makes it easy to calculate my monthly sales goals. If I want to make $2,000 from my website store this month, I need to sell my core offering to 20 people. Once you have your core offering price range decided, you can easily calculate your tripwire and premium offering price ranges. Customers tolerate a max of 3 to 5x difference between columns, so if my core offering is $100, I'm looking at a range of $20 to $79.99 for my tripwires, and $100.01 to $500 for my premium offerings. I want to be clear about what this means. Everything under $80 in my product funnel is a lead magnet, loss leader, or audience scaler. Yes, I'm in the book business, and I still make money on many of my tripwire ideas, But as I start scaling, that gap will close and it will cost me more and more to find more customers. So while I definitely make good money on my bundles right now, I'm also aware that they are not my true core offer as I scale my audience. These numbers are approximations rather than exact ranges at this time. Every offer needs to be evaluated on 3 things. How profitable it is. You don't want your tripwires to be more profitable than your core offering, or your core offering to be more profitable than your premium offerings, otherwise you are losing money when you upgrade people. How it compares to your other offers on your website, as people will want to upgrade or downgrade according to their interests. How it compares to your catalog listings at retailers. People do not want to get gouged and will comparison shop. If it's not cheaper or more compelling to buy direct from you, they will buy from the trusted retailer entity instead. So as you start to plan your offers, you'll need to adjust your pricing ranges for each column to accommodate these 3 points. Step 2. Fill in your columns with appropriate products for your business. Now that you have your pricing ranges determined, you can create your offerings. I've given you several examples of how I think about this for my own catalog, and I share a list of additional examples later in this chapter. As I mentioned already, you want the products to build upon each other. People who buy your core offering should also be able to bundle in your tripwires, either at no additional cost or at a small upgrade. Call it the deluxe version of the core offering. Streamlining your product line in this way will make it easier for your potential customers to spend more money with you sooner. Moving from left to right, you also want your product offerings to whittle down for the most part. I prefer one core offering with a few upgrades at 50%, 100%, and 150% more. I prefer 1 or 2 outrageously high premium tiers. I prefer a lot of tripwires and even more free offerings. I like to have a lot of offerings on the front end, so I have lots of different things to market and can switch between them on both retailers and direct, especially with fiction. I'm much lighter on the freebies in nonfiction. You don't have to do it this way, and you may have good reason not to based on your catalog. But your product funnel should have a heavier front end than back end. As the prices go up, you don't want any analysis paralysis that will keep people from saying yes. Step 3. Connect each product funnel with arrows. In this step, we get specific with the exact path we want a potential customer to take through our product line. Ideally, you've set up core and premium offerings that stack upon the free and tripwire offerings, so that someone can upgrade themselves right into the things you really want them to buy. But also, not everyone is going to upgrade themselves right away. Many will first buy a tripwire, then consider the core or premium offerings if they like it and need more. The arrows don't just show the path, they show the math. Every single arrow is a conversion percentage that shows how many people moved through the product funnel and how many people dropped out. These estimates can be rough at first and can be filled in more specifically once the data from actual sales starts to come in. The arrows will also show you the true entry points into your product funnel. Sure, a lot of them will be the free offerings, but you'll also find that some people are happy to jump straight into the tripwire without looking at a free offering first. Creating this plan for offerings and connecting the path using arrows can help you understand things like how many ads you need to put up and where they need to be pointing to. Common differences in product funnels between catalog sales and direct sales. Before we leave this chapter, I wanted to go back to how direct sales product funnels will differ from retailer product funnels and why. Number 1. No core offering. Authors don't need a core offering on retailers because the retailer has the core offerings already. Our books are the free offering and the tripwire for their product funnels. There is no one specific retailer for which this is true for. All of the big 5 ebook retailers, Amazon, Apple Books, Kobo, Google Play Books, and Barnes & Noble, all have their own core offerings that are not about books. These can include pay-to-play advertising services, point systems, reader subscription services, storefronts, e-reader devices, other non-book related products, and more. This is not to say that they don't make money on books, because they probably do. It is to say that they have a larger purpose around building their audience and selling to them. At retailers, we can be successful without having a core offering, because the retailer also handles a lot of the marketing to their current audiences for us. Since we don't have to bring our own traffic and audience, it's actually significantly cheaper to sell on a retailer compared to direct sales. When you do direct sales, the traffic you drive is expensive, and you need to have a core offering to make the numbers work. Having a core offering actually works well on retailers too, and many of the most successful authors are clear on their core offering at retailers, usually a bundled omnibus of books. But it's not a requirement at retailers, and most successful authors don't seem to have it. Number 2. Low-end product funnels. A low-end product funnel can happen if the pricing ranges are too low, hence why I suggested that fiction authors have a core offering closer to $100. It can also happen if the front end of the product funnel is too cheaply priced for scaling. Finally, it can happen if there aren't enough products in the funnel, or if those products hang out primarily in the free and tripwire offerings. What happens in a low-end product funnel is that people run out of ways to spend their money with you. They've bought everything you have to offer, and now there is nowhere for them to go except potentially to someone else's fan base. On retailers, authors can survive with low-end product funnels, like ebook trilogies or standalones, because again, retailers have their own core offerings and also own a lot of the sales funnel. It's actually worth it to them to use our book content to get more people onto their platform. So they put in the marketing to keep their voracious readers happy. But with direct sales, it only gets more expensive to find new people in your ideal audience as you grow and scale. It's important to plan for growth of your direct sales business from the beginning. Since you are doing all the marketing yourself, you need to price for the real costs of finding an audience, and you need to have robust product lines so people have enough to buy once you get them in. Number 3. Poor conversion between columns. Similar to the other 2 points, retailers take care of a lot of the sales process for authors. This particularly includes conversion and follow-up. When authors step out on their own with direct sales, they don't realize how much of a lift things like algorithms, push notifications, series connectivity, email follow-ups, and cart abandonment sequences were helping their books continue to sell on retailers. All of this has to come from the author through direct sales, and many authors are not used to writing autoresponders that are specific to what is required for the sales funnel. Unfortunately, most of the content on email marketing for authors is largely focused on retailer sales. If you are interested in email marketing that is focused on authors doing direct sales, I recommend my own book, Recruit Your Readers, Get More Readers on Your Email List Easily, Efficiently, and Ethically, The Productive Novelist No. 10, as that book is rooted in digital marketing principles and takes a holistic perspective of the many ways that authors are forging their own paths to long careers in writing and publishing. List of products that might fit at each tier. I wanted to end this chapter with more ideas and examples of the types of offers you can list at each tier. Free offering tier. Solo ebooks. Solo print books. Solo audiobooks. Pay what you want book bundles. Donations. Character sheets. Development diaries. Tripwire tier. Special edition hardcover with bonus content. Small bundles of ebooks, print books, audiobooks. Encyclopedia of World. High margin merchandise. Book tour tickets. May want to plan with other authors and provide affiliate links so they get a cut. Author-performed audiobooks. Audio commentary. Substack paid subscription for in-progress or serialized work. In-world objects like textbooks, board games, or tarot oracle playing card decks. Graphic novels. Character sketches. App membership. Core offering tier. Large bundles of ebooks, print books, audiobooks. Limited edition gift sets, digital or physical, around the holidays. A book box, digital or physical, with special bonus content in tangible form, like new print books, a letter between 2 characters, small objects or jewelry from your characters. A genre-specific live stream event for readers, You could even involve others and offer each participating author affiliate links for 10 to 25% of each ticket sale so they get a cut. Premium offering tier. Your entire catalog of books. A set of behind-the-scenes videos. An in-person retreat for readers to hang out with you and/or their favorite authors. You can give each participating author affiliate links for 10 to 25% of each ticket sale so they get a cut. Cruise, anyone? High-end original artwork of your characters or world. Maps, framed artwork, limited quantity posters, paintings. A themed dinner, dance, or other event for fans, and including a VIP meet and greet. Using sales funnels with product funnels. Now that you know what a product funnel is, in the next chapter, I'll teach my 10 stages of audience framework, which is my methodology around sales funnels for authors. I see the sales funnel mapping as a way to figure out what marketing materials you need to improve conversion between the different columns of your product funnel. For example, what marketing materials do you need to put into place to get cold traffic from advertising to convert to an email sign-up and freebie downloader? To me, the sales funnel can help you map out the narrative and provide answers to those questions. Use the sales funnel mapping when you want to improve conversion from your traffic sources to your freebie, from your freebie to your tripwires, from your tripwires to your core offering, and so on. Additional resources. To read the rest of the book, the product funnels information was excerpted from Pick Up, Create, and Prosper. Write books you love and make great money doing it. The Productive Novelist #11. Takeaways. You've probably heard of a sales funnel, but it is different from a product funnel. A product funnel is about how customers move through your catalog of products. Your product funnel is important when combined with the concepts from the chapter called Advanced Website Sales Concepts. If you are trying to figure out how to cross-sell, upsell, downsell, post-purchase, and repeat purchase, you will have better luck if you deeply understand your product funnels. There are several reasons why product funnels fail, including no core offering, low-end funnels, and poor conversion from low-ticket offerings to high-ticket offerings. The novelist's dilemma is an important concept to understand when it comes to product funnels. If you are struggling to come up with higher-tier offerings, it is because you are facing the novelist's dilemma. As noted in a previous chapter, the antidote is fandom. When your fans invest time, energy, money, and physical space into your business, you will thrive. Retailers are strong at getting them to invest time through reading your books, but not the other three. Other fan-based platforms like Kickstarter, Ream, Substack, and more can help you test and figure out your higher tiers. Task checklist. Map out your product funnel or funnels. What have you learned is your free offering or loss leader, your core offering, and so on. Using your map, what problems do you see? There were 3 general ones listed in this chapter. Using your map, how might you now design more complicated funnels with cross-sells, upsells, downsells, post-purchases, and repeat purchases? Do you see the novelist's dilemma in your business? How will you fill the gap? Chapter 17. Crowdfunding through launch models. There are times when we encounter a lot of pushback on Kickstarter among independent authors. The majority of people we talk to about this get it and are excited, but sometimes we have to go a little deeper with the conversation to explain more of what the platform can do for authors. In this chapter, we're going to address the resistance we see, along with sharing our own stories around Kickstarter and why we've become such passionate advocates of the platform. Russell's Kickstarter story. I want to tell you a story about how Kickstarter saved my life and my career. I know that might sound like a hyperbole, but it's absolutely true. It's the hardest story that I have to tell. The year was 2018, and I was really getting into writing novels seriously. I'd written some novels before, and I'd launched a couple of novels on Kickstarter, along with some anthologies and some comic books. But I was not really in the novel writing scene like I am today. I certainly hadn't written more than a couple of novels, compared to now where I'm writing my 35th novel at the time of this writing. In 2018, I'd been consuming all of the things that you consume when you're trying to learn how to break into writing. I'd been a successful comic book creator and editor for a few years, and I was working the convention scene, and I really wanted to get out of it. I was in the middle of writing 20 books in 20 months, and I just wanted to know what the best way was to get these books out here. I had read dozens of books from all sorts of authors, read all of the Facebook posts on the various groups, and listened to a ton of podcasts. One thing that became abundantly clear was that real authors didn't launch books on Kickstarter, they launched books on Amazon. I started to buy into one prominent path to success: do rapid releases and spend a bunch of ad money on launch. I decided that after the launch of my next book, I would not launch books on Kickstarter anymore. I was just going to launch books on Amazon. Results from launching on Amazon. I had this big rollout strategy that I had built from all of the combined knowledge of the hundreds of thousands of authors who had come before me. I wrote a series called The Godsverse Chronicles that seemed to be written by the book of what people tell you to do. In 2019, I decided not to do comics anymore and instead do novels. It was going to work. It was going to work. My goal was to break even on the first book and then sort of slowly build from there. What ended up happening was, I launched the first book and it did break even. I launched the second book and it did worse. I launched the third book and it did even worse than the second. As I launched the fourth, fifth, and sixth books, every book had progressively worse sales results. I think I sold 5 or 6 copies of book 6 from the hundreds that I had sold for the first one, so the series readership was shrinking rather than growing. Hitting depression from the series failure. In June 2019, I was in the worst place I had been since probably the very beginning of my career, when I was sinking money into my comics and other creative projects. I had no audience at the time, not even on Kickstarter. It was bad. If a couple things hadn't gone my way or had gone the other way, I may not even be in publishing right now. I had put my whole career on the line for this project, and it was falling apart in front of me. That's when I realized that I wrote in a genre that wasn't super popular. I wasn't writing to market books in hot genres, and that was what I thought was required to make a living as an independent author. There are definitely success stories of authors doing this and making money, but most authors, even the ones that do publish to trend and trope, are still not making a full-time living. If I was going to write what I was interested in, there was no amount of incorporating tropes and tweaking ads that could make my mythological fantasy books extremely popular and sell several thousands of copies a month, which would be required for me to make a true living from writing. The system felt broken. The more I talked to authors, the rapid release plus ads strategy wasn't working for most of them either. Again, even many of the authors who were writing the ideal books that used the most common successful author advice weren't making enough to quit their jobs. They had a day job, or a supportive spouse who paid the majority of the bills, or a trust fund or other sort of independent wealth. The system was and is a broken system that works for some people, especially if you write in popular genres, romance, thriller, crime, or you write in an up-and-coming genre like military sci-fi, cozy mystery, or clean, sweet romance. The general advice could work for you if you were following all of the trends. You were willing to write just a book a month for a really long time. You got some luck in addition to your hard work and persistence. But it was not working for most authors. As I said at the beginning, there are millions of authors and 83% of the money is made by 7% of them. I realized that there was no good way to be an author aside from to write the things that you love, or the things your audience loves, or hopefully both, and find your audience in a place that they want to buy. Since I had been successful on Kickstarter and comics, I considered trying it again, though I'd never really had success with novels. The 2 novels I had raised funds with through a Kickstarter project had these results: 155 backers and $3,431. 75 backers and $1,866. I thought those were monumental failures. Then I realized that most people don't ever make that amount of money with a book, and I was making it before I ever did a retailer launch. That meant that by the time I brought my books to Amazon, they were already wildly popular compared to the average. They had broken even. I could never sell another copy of either of those books again, and still have made a killing on them compared to the average book. I never quite got that out of my brain when I was launching these books. I would sell a couple hundred copies and I'd think, wait, I only made $70 to $300 on these couple hundred copies because I'm selling the book at 99 cents or $2.99. Suddenly, my previous results didn't look so bad. And I wondered, what if only 501,000 people ever like some of the books I write because they are weird and special and niche? What if my books are not designed to sell hundreds of thousands of copies on Amazon, and I accept that? If I continued my career launching on Amazon, that career would be over. But if I accepted some of my books for what they were, niche, quirky, offbeat, I could use my experience with comics on novels too. Books that don't sell at Amazon can still sell. Most of my books and comics at this point sold perfectly well at shows, but were not selling on Amazon. So I asked myself, okay, what if I think about this differently? I packaged the books that didn't sell on Amazon together and said, God, I need like $10,000 to make this not be a massive disaster for me. I had already spent a ton of money on editing, covers that now needed to be redone, promotion that didn't work. I had spent $12,000 and made $3,000 on the series. I needed a big chunk of money to break even and get out of the hole, and then I could make up the rest at shows or some other way. In January 2020, I put the books on Kickstarter and set a $2,000 goal because I was putting 4 books up. $500 per book is a good starting place for a Kickstarter when you have no idea what to expect. And I just crossed my fingers. Please, 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 please make me enough. Please, 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 please just let me stem off the disaster. We raised almost $10,000. Not only did we raise enough to break me even on a series that had not sold on Amazon, but we raised enough to make a 5th book. And then that 5th book became a 6th book and 7th book, and I brought those 3 books to Kickstarter in January 2021. And they raised even more money, $11,000, and suddenly, instead of being at a deficit, I had made a profit of $3,000 on those 7 books. Suddenly, there was a path forward for my career. And once you have a path for profitability, everything changes. This experience is the basis of my business plan for the foreseeable future, and the reason I'm still pursuing writing novels. It's possibly the only reason, because Amazon was not a viable place for me to launch these books into the black, and I don't think I am alone. Now I can launch on Kickstarter, get the books paid for, and launch profitably on retailers at a later date. Monica's Kickstarter story. As we wrote Get Your Book Selling on Kickstarter, it occurred to me that my own Kickstarter story is the antithesis to Russell's Kickstarter story. While I have definitely had challenges since I started publishing in 2009, including the first 5 years or so where I wasn't producing much and wasn't making much money, I did eventually figure out Amazon and other retailers, and I did build a traditional independent author career where I act as both the writer and the publisher. My books sell over 60,000 copies on the nonfiction side, and even my fiction and spirituality books are finding their audience fairly easily through all the regular means, including list building, launches, toying with the algorithms, and advertising. All of this is to say that I don't really need Kickstarter to pave the way for me to be an author. Once I got past all my own stuff and started publishing consistently good work regularly, around 2014 or so, I was basically in the black on retailers. And this isn't to say that I haven't destroyed and built back up my publishing business a time or two. I have, but my business has never experienced failure when I'm doing all the things right. Why Amazon works for some authors. So let me go a little deeper into why retailers work for me and my catalog, and why they're going to continue to. For starters, I write nonfiction, and I write a lot of it. This alone is going to pay my bills for the rest of my life, easily, with just the books I have published right now, and not counting everything I have in the works. I have one book called Novel Writing Prep that could probably make me a good living by itself, especially when I add in the companion workbook and several other ancillary products, along with the other things that nonfiction authors can do, like workshops, consulting, speaking, and more. In fact, a lot of authors only write a nonfiction book or two and do exactly this. It's a good, focused business model and a straightforward path to success, as long as the initial book is well written and finds a solid audience. So I don't need to write any more nonfiction books for the rest of my life. The only reason I do is because I'm a passionate weirdo who doesn't know how to have a 40,000-word conversation with other authors in person, so writes down her side of it in a book instead. The books make money, and they will make money forever at this point. I also have a spirituality pen name that follows the same playbook and business model as everything under the Monica Leonelle brand, and in 5 years or so, as long as I keep building it, that brand will also be making full-time living money for me just by selling on retailers. With that acknowledgement, I want to set aside the nonfiction stuff for a moment. Moving on to my fiction, I've always gravitated toward popular genres and popular tropes. I've written billionaire romance, urban fantasy, paranormal romance academy, and many other popular tropes and subgenres with fair success. When I put those books up, they sell. When I put ads on them, they sell more. When I put any effort into writing consistently in a series, the pen name takes off. My books are about young, beautiful women who have power. They have money, they are royalty, they have multiple hot, powerful men who are desperately in love with them, and guess what? That happens to be what's popular, and what will remain popular for a long time to come. And to be clear, I don't purposely write to tropes or universal fantasies. I gravitate toward them naturally. I write what I want. It just happens to be evergreen popular. Kind of like how I like Starbucks, and there just happens to be one on every corner. Or how I love Taylor Swift, and her songs are always available at the karaoke bar. I guess I'm pretty basic in this sense. Kickstarter is not necessary yet. A fiction author with my tastes also doesn't need Kickstarter to pave the way for their career. At least not right now. And there are a lot of us out there like this, for whom Kickstarter is not a necessity to our survival. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be paying attention. A few years ago, I was following one of Russell's campaigns for a summer slate of novels he was launching. I knew he was a big name on Kickstarter, and had seen success there with his novels and comics, often raising $10,000 or more on many of his projects. But still, I was puzzled by this particular campaign, which was 4 novels in completely different genres, with completely different branding and storylines. I studied the campaign quite a bit and couldn't find anything these 4 novels had in common besides having the same author, Russell Nohelty. Yet, the campaign was raising a ton of money, and the most popular reward tier by far was to get all 4 books in digital. Now, most people would have glanced at this campaign and chalked it up to, Russell is a unicorn who has built a Kickstarter audience that will back anything he puts out, and moved on. But I knew there was something more to it. More on that shortly. I want to be clear about something. At this time, Russell and I were friends, but we were not working on books together. I was not helping him publish all his knowledge on all the things, and we had not conceived of this book, Get Your Book Selling on Kickstarter yet. But I was totally sending this campaign to my 6-figure author friends, asking them, how do you think he is doing this? Because in my world, this didn't work. You couldn't throw a rock without hitting an author who would tell you that their readers didn't follow them to a new genre, or to a new series, or even to a new spin-off series set in the same universe. In the independent publishing world, you needed to stay in your lane to survive. You needed to write the next book in your bread and butter series, and not stray too far from your branding and tropes in your other series, or else your readers would disappear. Unfortunately, no one else was as interested in dissecting this campaign as I was, but fortunately, that meant that Russell remained one of the best-kept secrets in indie publishing until we finally decided to write some books together. Not sure he would have signed with me otherwise. Can you use parentheses back-to-back like this? I'm not sure. But now feels like an important time to satisfy the curiosity some of you have about my top 5 Clifton strengths, so here they are. Strategic, communication, futuristic, activator, ideation. Okay, now back to the story. At the same time, I was tracking another evolution on the nonfiction side of things, which was that as competition rose, marketing got more complex. This is pretty obvious as a standalone statement, but what really interested me about it was that I had witnessed with my own eyes how the fiction industry followed about 5 to 7 years behind nonfiction in all things marketing. I watched as the fiction industry started using lead magnets, rebranded as reader magnets, about 5 to 7 years after nonfiction implemented them on a wide scale. I watched as the fiction industry started using permafree, Facebook ads, cross-promotion, industry bundles, and many other efforts that the nonfiction industry had pioneered, which copywriters and direct sellers had pioneered before them. I listened as fiction authors said, marketing fiction is different, and thought to myself, no, it's just not as complex yet. But it will get there. I listened as fiction authors said, we don't need to do that, or that doesn't work for us. Then a few years later, the thing was a widespread and common practice marketing strategy or tactic. And I paid very close attention when I noticed that the gap in time was closing, from the fiction industry lagging about 5 to 7 years behind nonfiction, to now lagging maybe 2 to 3 years behind nonfiction. That gap, possibly spurred by the pandemic, is closing faster and faster now, still. As I studied Russell's Summer Slate campaign, it finally hit me why it had intrigued me so much. Russell was using several tactics that were a necessity in marketing nonfiction, but that weren't yet a necessity in marketing fiction, because the market just wasn't competitive enough to warrant the efforts yet. But that didn't mean those things weren't going to become a necessity. The fiction industry hasn't quite caught up on Kickstarter. But we're headed there, and soon. The thing Russell built on Kickstarter that many successful authors don't have. I found myself extremely interested in Kickstarter not because I need it now, but because I'm going to need it in the future. I'm going to need to build a direct and deeper relationship with my fans that retailers don't own. And it's eventually going to be a requirement, just like it is for nonfiction authors and business owners, to maintain success as a fiction author. It's not just Kickstarter either. Other areas where you can deepen your relationship with your fans include direct sales, in-person book events and signings, getting books into new formats, and getting your content onto fan-based platforms like Patreon and Substack. Kickstarter is an important part of this ecosystem that allows authors to stop funding these efforts from what should be their profits. In fact, a lot of authors, including Russell, use Kickstarter to fund print runs for events and direct sales too. One of the keys to success as an author is staying in your lane. When people talk about this, they often refer to it as a subgenre or a trope that you stick to, but it's far more than that. To really succeed, you need to not only stay in your lane, but you also eventually need to carve out a lane that you can dominate. The process of doing this is the same process of finding your true fans and figuring out the threads that run through all of your books. Russell knows his fans exceptionally well, because he has a direct relationship with them through Kickstarter, events, and other means. The Summer Slate Kickstarter that he ran succeeded because he knew exactly what people loved about his current series and was able to push those same buttons for people with these disparate titles. Russell's readers love the mythology he creates in his fiction, but they also love the mythology of him and his story. And while you don't need Kickstarter to figure out your fans or your own mythology, the platform is designed to help you do exactly that. As with any new thing, there's a first-mover advantage to getting in early. Right now, there's an attention arbitrage on Kickstarter because so few fiction authors are using it. There's little competition, and if you do a lot of things right, you can make a lot of money from it. And this is going to become even more true for authors who have success on other platforms already. Regardless of your success level, Russell is the perfect person to learn Kickstarter from because he had to make it work for books that it couldn't work for on Amazon. His methods will work even better for books that are doing okay or well on Amazon. We may also teach you several general things about marketing, buyer psychology, and book launches along the way too. In 2020, Russell and I signed a publishing contract, and in 2021, we launched the Book Sales Supercharged series for this reason. We believe in wider than wide, because we know it is the future for all independent authors, not just those who aren't getting what they want or need through retailers. Kickstarter is ready for publishing projects. At the same time that we are writing these books, Kickstarter is completely set up to be an awesome marketplace and retailer for independent authors. The place where independent author projects live on Kickstarter is in the publishing category, which includes all sorts of things from anthologies to poetry to journals and zines to podcasts. You can browse the fiction or nonfiction subcategory, as well as children's books, young adult, and a few others that might be relevant to those reading. Under these subcategories, you can find all past successful, canceled, and failed projects. Kickstarter never deletes them, and you can see tons of copy and reward tiers that might give you ideas and inspiration for the types of Kickstarter projects you might want to start. While Kickstarter as a platform definitely has all the functionality needed to host cool projects by independent authors, one thing that's lacking is an active audience of people who back a bunch of these types of projects. Much of the frustration we've heard around Kickstarter stems from this, as authors are looking for a platform that brings more readers to them, in addition to them bringing readers to the platform. But we believe that Kickstarter will eventually have a community of fiction readers. Comics has paved the way for this with a vibrant community of backers that support the entire industry. If you are a comics creator, you are likely on Kickstarter, and these projects fund orders of magnitude higher than the typical publishing project right now. All of that can and will change though. If we want to use Kickstarter's unique functionality, we can build the audience. We believe that the more authors use Kickstarter to do cool projects, the more we will attract a regular audience of readers to the platform to look for new projects. And while the publishing category is where the majority of authors will create projects, there are also authors who will create projects in other spaces. If you are creating a graphic novel adaptation of your best-selling novel, you can try it in the comics category. If you are creating an RPG or board game based on your world, you can try the games category. If you are raising funds for a film adaptation, you can try the film and video category. In short, Kickstarter is ready and waiting for us to come on over. They are set up to help us find readers and build a community of people who support independent author projects. They are doing the work on their end already. So now we just need to show up. Common myths about Kickstarter. We've shared our personal stories about why we're passionate about Kickstarter, but we also wanted to address some of the skepticism and misunderstanding we sometimes hear about this platform. Here are several common myths about Kickstarter that are still floating around in independent author circles. You can't make money on Kickstarter with novels. Russell made $75,000 plus on Kickstarter in 2020 across 5 launches, and has made over $83,000 plus in 2021 across 6 launches. He made $138,000 plus in 2022 and $60,000 plus in 2023. He has made well over $500,000 total, and we've now helped authors raise millions more through our Kickstarter Accelerator program. Kickstarter is only for science fiction, fantasy, and horror authors. We have examples of all types of authors finding success with Kickstarter, across all genres, including romance and cozy mystery. Hint, these readers love their book boxes. You don't have to take our word for it because you can see every project that's ever gone live on Kickstarter for yourself. Running a Kickstarter is like having a full-time job. Russell does not do Kickstarter full-time and spends less than an hour a day on it while it's running. And since any launch is going to be more work than not launching, it's not particularly more difficult or time-consuming than a regular book launch. A Patreon or Substack would be easier to start. Patreon is also fan-based but is usually slow burn, evergreen, and a longer commitment. It belongs at the very back of your sales funnel, while Kickstarter belongs toward the front and is actually a marketing production effort rather than the end of the line. That said, we are big fans of Patreon and believe you should have both. I won't get any sales. No platform will work without a good product that has a clear target audience. If your product isn't selling or gathering interest through other methods, Kickstarter will not magically make it sell. Everything else can be fixed by more marketing. My readership is too small. Kickstarter is made for small fan bases and readerships. We are not pitching snake oil here. You do need to do some marketing beforehand, But if you treat your campaign like a book launch, design it well, and do some pre-marketing, you can make a lot more from a small readership. I'm too impatient to plan a Kickstarter. Kickstarter is faster than launching a book, and more effective than getting a book up on Amazon and watching it sink. I've already spent so much on my series. This is the best way to recoup costs faster, so don't give up on yourself or your series. You get the money at the end of funding rather than waiting several months. You can't do as well on retailers without advertising, so either way, Kickstarter is your best bet for moving forward. Everyone I've seen succeed has massive resources. It helps to bring fans to your Kickstarter. Russell often says that if you can bring 25 fans, Kickstarter will help you find another 25. But there are other ways to optimize your efforts too. We give you all the information to stack your deck with the resources you have. I will be sad if I don't hit my goal, and it might hurt me creatively. Yes, it can be demoralizing. We teach you how to set goals that are reasonable and help you stack the deck well in your favor. Russell's campaigns typically fund at least 5x, usually 7 to 10x. The 5 pillars of a successful Kickstarter launch. Kickstarter is an interesting platform with many moving parts because of its focus on time-sensitive launches. It can be unintuitive to authors because we are used to working with retailers and having our books up for long periods of time. This chapter covers the 5 pillars of a successful Kickstarter launch and also goes over how to think about and plan for Kickstarters throughout the year, as well as how to think about and plan a single Kickstarter campaign. This chapter is meant to be an overview of the big picture rather than a detailed look at any of the individual pieces. We want you to have a sense of where the rest of this book is going, so that as we do break down each piece for you, you know where it fits in the big picture. Consider this chapter the framework for the rest of the book. We've come up with 5 pillars of a successful Kickstarter launch. The first 3 are critical for success, and the last 2 are incredibly helpful in supercharging your Kickstarter campaign. The 5 pillars are campaign design, sales page, launch plan, email list optional, and advertising optional. Number 1. Campaign design. The campaign design covers a number of items that will help you work within the Kickstarter system to see success. This is where you'll choose your rewards items and group them into reward tiers, which you set on Kickstarter. This is one of the 5 requirements for getting your project to the review stage. Once you get a review, you can launch your pre-launch page and start collecting followers. Once you've set your rewards, you can also decide on several supercharged goals that are not a part of Kickstarter's ecosystem, but that Russell's Kickstarter system uses to maximize the campaign. These are Backer Perks. Backer Perks are weekly rewards for backing the project by a certain date. Russell's system suggests a perk for the first 48 hours of the campaign, then a perk a week for the duration of the campaign after that. Stretch goals. Stretch goals are goals that you add on when you hit certain levels of funding. These are things that enhance your project and excite your backers to either pledge at a higher tier or share with their friends. Flash goals. These are backer perks that you give when you need to recharge momentum on the campaign. You can offer anyone who has backed the campaign by the next 24 hours gets a bonus. This can get people off the fence and help you control your campaign. Finally, the campaign design relies in part on buyer psychology and pressing on those psychological triggers that get people to take action. Number 2. Sales page. Your sales page is the story, though it's poorly named. Please don't tell a story in this space. Instead, hook your readers with relevant information about your books and campaign. You also want to think about 3 different audiences. Your die-hard fans who are excited to get your special edition hardcover or merchandise. Your casual readers who haven't read much of the series, but know that they like you and are willing to give it a try in ebook or paperback. Your unknown readers who might back the campaign because they found you through Kickstarter or elsewhere as you were promoting. These potential readers are cold traffic, and you want your page to be appealing to them too. We see a lot of creators focus only on the die-hard fans across design, reward tiers, and the sales page. This is going to severely limit your campaign. Whereas Amazon and other retailers are largely about getting and staying very targeted and niche, Kickstarter is very much about bringing together multiple cohorts of audience that add up to a bigger amount, so you can get the project funded. Another important part of the sales page is your video. This should be less than 3 minutes long, 90 seconds is about right if possible, and should include the highlights of your sales page as visual quick hits. The video is technically optional on Kickstarter, but it's still a good idea to have one. People do watch them to find out more about your project. Finally, your sales page will have a lot of visuals in the form of graphics, cover art, and samples from the book, if relevant. Number 3. Launch plan. Your launch plan needs to cover 3 things: platform trajectory, traffic sources, and a schedule of when you are going to send traffic sources to hit the platform trajectory. The platform trajectory is just the shape of how success looks on the platform. For Kickstarter, you want to be at least 30% funded in the first 48 hours, and the amount you fund predicts where you'll end up. You usually fund the campaign at about 3 times what you raise in the first 48 hours. Your traffic sources are easiest to remember using the 5BX3 book launch framework. Belongs to you, build, borrow, buy, buzz. Finally, once you have your primary and secondary traffic sources, you want to map those out onto a schedule of what traffic sources you can send each day to hit the platform trajectory. This will need to be adjusted in response to funding results, which is why you save your secondary traffic sources in case you need to fan the flames at any point during your campaign. Number 4. Email list. Your email list consists of 2 things: building the email list and sending the email list. Both are important. Ideally, you already have an email list that you can send emails about your campaign, but if you don't, we cover this in later chapters. Number 5. Advertising plan. Your advertising plan is going to depend on whether the math even works on your Kickstarter. You need to have an average amount per backer of at least $50 to make it profitable, and books rarely do that. You can also consider warming up cold audiences, using reverse squeeze pages, sending potential backers to an email list, and more. Planning out your year of Kickstarters. Before 2019, the most books Russell had ever launched in one calendar year was 3, all the way back in 2016. Then I launched 8 books in 2019, 11 in 2020, and 11 in 2021 as well. It was a lot of launching. I've been in a perpetual cycle of prep, launch, recover, launch, recover for the past 2 years. Doing so allowed me to survive without shows during a global pandemic. And really thrive without shows too. I've had to launch more often on Kickstarter and do so successfully. If you're planning to start using Kickstarter regularly, you'll want to plan out several campaigns in advance and know when you are launching what during your year. Here's how I've made it work. Number 1. Bundle launches of the same series together. Launching 1 book a month didn't work for me. It was too much, and honestly, my audience burned out on it. I didn't start having success until I started bundling 3 to 4 books in the same series together at one time, and being able to leverage those increased sales into making it an event. Yes, I might have lost some money along the way, but for myself, I couldn't handle launching a series more than once in a calendar year. I really recommend having a year between releases in the same series, at least on Kickstarter. This is different from when you're in Amazon's Kindle Unlimited program, where you can basically launch a book every 2 weeks, and people will be there for it. Number 2. Space your launches across seasons. I like to launch in January, March, June, September, and November, if I have something small for the end of the year. This is a lesson I learned from fashion designers. They have winter, spring, summer, and fall collections and are in a constant prep, create, launch cycle that lasts 3 months. Thinking about my own career like that worked for me. I would prep a collection for a month, create the campaign for a month, and then launch for a month. In the prep cycle, I got to take a breath, and in the launch cycle, I had to be on all the time. Number 3. Differentiate the length of your launches. Most people do every Kickstarter launch for 30 days. However, I have had lots of success with doing 5, 10, 17, and 24-day campaigns, along with longer ones, depending on the project. You don't have to launch every book for the same length of time, and if you have multiple books launching, You don't have to be so reliant on any one launch to bring in the sales. Number 4, vary the types of projects you launch. When I used to launch once a year, every campaign had to pay for so much that it was hard not to put every ounce of my energy into it. In 2021, I launched novels, color comics, black and white comics, and non-fiction books, along with an audio drama. Each took a different amount of capital to produce and required different asks of my audience. My goal is to launch at least one project every year that everyone in my audience is obsessed with, and several they like, which is much different than the one-and-done mentality of my old launch model. Yes, I still have bangers that need to make all the money, like Cthulhu and Ichabod, but then I have smaller projects, like The Void Calls Us Home audio drama, which cost less than $1,000 to make all in, and was a very different kind of thing that I had ever done before. I'm sure Jimmy Palmiotti would punch me right in my mouth since he's always launching comics, but that's boring for me. I have many interests and I want to experience them all with my fans. Having an audio drama and some novels and some comics varies things up and allows me to access different parts of my brain. Most people say to keep launching the same thing or type of thing to your audience, but I say variety is the spice of life, as long as you are making things you think your audience or different parts of your audience will love. People will burn out on one type of thing from you, so it's nice to give them variety and keep them engaged. Number 5. You have to give a lot to take a lot. Since you are constantly withdrawing from the Goodwill Bank, you have to be making lots of deposits too. That means buying other people's books, promoting them when you can, getting to know your audience, and spending time doing things that aren't slamming about your book. Number 6. Get better at talking about your books at launch. Most people just slam "buy my book" 100 times, but you need to find new, interesting angles to talk about your projects and make people care about them in different ways, because just saying "woe is me, my project isn't funding" won't work when you have 4 more launches this year and you're trying to clear 10 books off your plate. Number 7. The more you launch, the easier it gets. The more people see you out there, the easier this becomes. It's hard to start this cycle, but keeping it going gets easier over time. Not only will people be more likely to try one of your books in a year, but you'll also see other opportunities come your way, from anthology pieces to books people want you to do, to other opportunities that exist because you are out in the world doing things. Number 8. Community is everything. You have to be a productive cog in the machine of your own personal fandom, and also the wider community of creators, because most of this is about getting other people to share and help you spread the word, and the other part is making sure you are hitting your people with new information every day of your launch. Number 9. People will start to sort themselves. When you had one launch a year, most of your fandom would buy that thing or abandon you. But when you have multiple books and series launching every year, people will sort themselves into the fans of X thing or Y thing, which will drop your total raise per project, but increase your raise overall. You need to be okay with that idea. Not everyone will love every project or have the money to support everything, but if you give them multiple chances, they will likely support something throughout the year. Number 10. Get 1 year ahead of your slate. Really try to be at least 1 year ahead of your slate, because otherwise this will all kill you as you try hard to finish things by deadlines that keep crashing upon you. You still have to be flexible with switching launches up because some pieces will fail to fall into place properly, even with tons of time, but if you can get most of your books cleared out early, then the anxiety of a launch won't collide with the anxiety of production. So try to be a year ahead for your own sanity. There is more, but those are my best 10 tips for launching more. Honestly, I am less burnt out across every launch, and I'm more confident in the solvency of my business now. Don't get me wrong, I am absolutely drained after 6 launches in 1 year, but I'm no longer reliant on shows and can do most of my work in pajamas, so there's that, which is way better I think in the long run. I recommend it, but you do absolutely have to constantly be in finding new audience mode, because you will have to keep adding people into the funnel all the time to feed the publication beast you are trying to make. It takes a marketing machine to feed a publishing machine. Deciding on a 10-day, 17-day, or 30-plus day campaign. In January 2020, I ran a 10-day Kickstarter for my Godsverse Chronicles universe, which raised $9,935 from 264 backers. The Godsverse is easily my most popular series, with both the Katrina Hates the Dead and Pixie Dust graphic novels making me over $100,000 in combined revenue by themselves since their launches. The Godsverse Chronicles Kickstarter was to expand the universe into novels and add 10 additional stories. In the first week, Tuesday to Saturday, of that campaign, we raised $6,977 from 173 backers. In the last week, Sunday to Thursday, we raised $2,958 from 91 backers. Raising nearly $10,000 in 10 days is an incredible feat, but I had a nagging suspicion that I was leaving money on the table. The optimized campaign 17 days. In June of 2020, we finished a 17-day campaign for a slate of 4 standalone novels which have zero brand recognition, which means they should be doing considerably worse than the Godsverse, which had huge brand recognition among my fans. That campaign raised $5,797 in the first week, over $1,000 less than the Godsverse campaign. We only had 165 backers, 8 less than the Godsverse campaign. So yeah, it was doing worse in its first week, but remember, this campaign has 7 additional days, which means it has a week to catch up, and that's just what it did. In the last week of my summer slate, we raised $2,352 from just 66 backers, which was 25 less than the last week of the Godsverse Chronicles campaign. Combined with the deficit from the first week of the campaign, we had 33 fewer backers in the first and last week of the campaign than we did during the Godsverse Chronicles campaign. However, we gained 47 backers during the additional week in the middle of the campaign, which meant we finished the campaign raising $9,571 from 278 backers, 14 more than my Godsverse campaign. We ended up raising $364 less, but from more people than pledged to my super popular universe. I thought that if it had the same number of backers as the Godsverse campaign, it would be a huge win. Remember, these books had zero brand recognition. Yet, it got even more backers, and the only thing I can attribute it to was the additional week of the campaign. Going into the last week, we were tracking slightly ahead of the Godsverse Chronicles by about 10 backers, which means we pretty much maintained that gap through the end of the campaign. The additional week did not impact the final week negatively at all, which is why I will start to recommend a 17-day campaign as the ideal timeframe for most books from now on. The lengthened campaign, 24+ days. I already have a lot of data on a 24-day campaign and a 31-day campaign. I run 24-day campaigns for my most popular anthology series, Cthulhu is Hard to Spell, and I do 31-day campaigns for my most popular comic book series, Ichabod Jones, Monster Hunter. And based on that data, I would not run either length unless I had a killer marketing plan and a big well-known series that I thought would get more traction over time, like Ichabod Jones, Monster Hunter, or Cthulhu is Hard to Spell. I have to invest significantly more time into those longer campaigns to make sure I have new perks launching throughout the campaign. I have to find lots more marketing opportunities for those campaigns, and if you don't have a lot of open marketing avenues, then having the extra days is dead weight. A long campaign would also have to be in a category with a vibrant community that I thought I could find a lot of collaborators through, which is true of comics but not in publishing. I love the backers in the publishing category, but the novel writers I try to network with are having none of it. We're building it with this book and our Kickstarter campaign, but we're not there yet. Meanwhile, the comics category is all about networking and doing backer update swaps, so I have more options to keep showing myself to new people in the comics than the publishing category. The shortened campaign 5 to 10 days. The main reason that I am hesitant about doing a 10-day campaign again is that the shortness of the campaign prevents me from using one of my most powerful assets, backer updates. One thing I wasn't able to do on my 10-day campaign was to send a second backer update to my previous campaigns because the beginning and end were too close together, which probably left a lot of money on the table. I send updates to every campaign when I launch. Since I have 20 campaigns now, I send to 4 each day over 4 to 5 days, and I try to make sure not to include campaigns close to each other to avoid hitting the same backers multiple times a day. With longer campaigns, I also send an update in the last 5 days of the campaign, starting on Sunday and continuing for 3 days and ending on Tuesday, 2 days before the end of the campaign. Those end-of-campaign updates are like gold, and only having a 10-day campaign hurt my ability to do that, which means I left a lot of money on the table. A note from Monica on campaign length. I can't attend to my campaign every day, so short campaigns, while good for mental health, are a challenge for scheduling for me. I only work 4 days a week right now and have a lot of stuff to attend to on those days. I need to be able to step away from my campaigns throughout the week, so 10 days in a row of showing up on anything just doesn't work well for me. I haven't done a ton of campaigns, but for me, longer feels better as I can course correct, knowing I have to miss several days a week. The 40-day campaign we did for this book was mentally challenging, and we were running on fumes when it ended. However, with my schedule being what it is, I will do it again for my upcoming fiction campaign, and I will put a stronger plan for the places where the campaign felt exhausting the last time. Either short or long can work for you, and I would go with your intuition on length of campaign. If you are unsure, I would try the default 17-day campaign that Russell lays out, as you have a decent amount of time to promote without burning out on marketing. Planning out your Kickstarter campaign. Before we get into the topic of planning out any one specific campaign, it has to be said, you don't have to do a Kickstarter campaign for your dream project first. If you've never raised money on Kickstarter before, then don't expect to raise several $1,000s, especially if you have no network. You are much better served doing a project you can complete and fund, even if it's only $500 or less. Then you will have a baseline of your audience and be able to build from there. Your goal is to get your feet wet and learn the ropes. It's not to stress yourself out chasing an impossible goal. You have an entire career to build up to your dream project. It takes about a month to plan a Kickstarter, especially your first time out. You can definitely spend more time than that, but a month should be good for your first one. Here's roughly what you need to do each week. Week 1. Get set up on Kickstarter, fill out your creator information to set up your project, full name, bank info, etc., and set up a blank project. The security checks take a few days to go through, as Kickstarter makes sure you are a legit person with an actual bank account. Get this done now so you don't have to worry about it later. Also, pledge to other Kickstarter projects. Kickstarter is a community, and people want to see that you are an active backer before you launch a project. Additionally, if you do back a lot of projects, you can then email them during your campaign and ask them to introduce you to their audience. It might not work, but you are almost buying their time to consider your offer. Week 2. Figure out the basics of your project and finalize your reward tiers. Give yourself a good chunk of time to do this. It requires a bit of thinking, and if you care about things like profitability, checking things in a basic budget spreadsheet. It also requires itemizing your reward items and getting them set up into tiers on Kickstarter. Week 3. Write your sales page for the project. This is a section called Story, but it's actually a sales page. Once you are done with this section, you'll want to submit your project for review, which can take a few days. When you get your project approval, that'll give you your pre-launch page. Important note, do not hit launch because you'll be launched within like 3 seconds on the site and there is no back button or abort. Week 4. Create your project video and get feedback. First, ask your audience or email list for feedback on the campaign using the draft shareable feature. It'll only take about 24 hours to get all the feedback you're going to get, so you don't need to do this particularly early. Russell does his a week or 2 out. Second, make your video. It doesn't need to be crazy, and 90 seconds or so is good. I did ours in a couple hours. That said, if you are not familiar with video editing, then you'll want to start this earlier. Week 5. Create your marketing plan. This is going to be your launch plan and any other details you need to figure out, like swaps, press, and more. You may be recording and scheduling content ahead of time too. By now, we hope you have a good sense and overview of what it will take to plan and launch a campaign on Kickstarter, as well as what it might look like to do this regularly over the course of a year. The following chapters break down each of the concepts we talk about in this chapter and go into greater detail about how to accomplish them. Designing your campaign for profitability. By now, you've made some basic decisions about how you are going to use Kickstarter as a part of your author career. You may have even decided your first project, or adjusted your plan for your next project based on the last several chapters where we discussed some possibilities and decisions to be made. The goal of this chapter is to help you make good decisions that will maximize the amount you fund and minimize your risk and work. This work is largely going to be done in the reward tiers for your campaign. There are definitely other ways to create a great campaign design, but Russell's system is to optimize for profitability and minimize the amount of additional work and risk he has to take on. That's what we're going to focus on in this chapter. First, we want to get clear on the broad strokes of your particular campaign. So think of the campaign you want to work on for the rest of this book to give yourself some focus. For any campaign, we recommend that you choose something that is more likely to do well and is already popular on Kickstarter. Solo titles can do well for nonfiction, children's books, fantasy, science fiction, horror, and underrepresented characters and themes. Book boxes can do well for more popular genres like romance and mystery. There are no rules, but it helps to look at what's already performing well on Kickstarter and see what fits. Choose something that you know will excite your own audience. For example, you might want to run a Kickstarter for your most popular series, as your fans will likely be more engaged and ready to buy. Choose something from your catalog that has high profitability. In addition to popularity, you always want to consider your project based on assets, like having lots of books in the series, having a big world of interconnected stories, and so on. You can more easily sell a longer series of books in your reward tiers and add-ons. Do the math on sales and profitability using the budgeting content in this chapter before you start your project. If possible, aim to only create tiers for which you can deliver double the value to the backer and receive 50% of the funds as profit. There is wiggle room in those numbers, but don't offer a reward or tier that is low margin because it can kill your profitability on the campaign. Keep your campaign mostly digital, with only a few physical product rewards. Kickstarter backers want the physical rewards, but the digital rewards are high margin and a foundation of your campaign. The digital rewards also help you charge a premium on the physical rewards when bundled together. If it is your first campaign and you aren't sure what to do, we have 5 campaign containers that we recommend for a first campaign. Publishing projects we recommend for your first campaign. If you already have your idea for your campaign, fantastic. If not, we encourage you to choose between one of the 5 below that work well for a publishing campaign. Exclusive trilogy or tetralogy 3 to 4 books in the same series offered in print and ebook, exclusive to Kickstarter for 6 months after the campaign ends. You can launch pre-orders on retailers when the campaign ends. The next book or several books in a popular series. Readers can get the next book or books in your ongoing popular series in print and ebook early via Kickstarter. Hardcover special editions of a completed or ongoing book or series. These can include special covers, alternative or variant, special production materials, leather-bound, foiled, special content, art notes, or all of the above. Book box, a themed box of books and merchandise that can be purchased as a digital or physical bundle. Anthology, one person organizes a group of authors to put together content around a theme. Anthologies don't make much money, but it can be a good way to get your feet wet with Kickstarter, especially if you have no audience and need the cross-promotion help. Publishing projects we recommend for experienced Kickstarter creators. If you're an experienced author or Kickstarter creator and you want to attempt some trickier publishing campaigns, you may be interested in trying Offbeat books. If you have a book that's outside of your catalog's normal range and you don't want to launch it on retailers, Kickstarter might be a great place to sell it for the first time, before you drop it into your backlist for fans to find in the future. As creatives, we often need offbeat books to take a breather from our moneymakers and avoid burnout. Audiobooks. Audiobooks tend to have a smaller take on Kickstarter as the company has been built largely on the print format, with children's books, comics, and other visual books being the bulk of the campaigns. You'll want to anchor your project with some print and ebook tiers, and use the optimizations in this book to increase your funding amount. Translations. There's a separate section on Kickstarter just for translations, which is used for both translations into English and translations from English to another language. This type of project is particularly challenging because of the target audience, the high production cost of translations, and the lack of popularity of this type of project on Kickstarter. This project type is definitely for the advanced Kickstarter creator and not advised for a first run on the platform. These campaigns are not ideal for your first Kickstarter campaign because they often a harder sell in some way and will require finesse and understanding of the platform to maximize the funding. Budgeting your project. When people ask me what comes first when designing a project, I tell them it is as often about putting the budget first as putting the idea first. I've been able to survive for so long by being as obsessive about staying under budget as I am about crafting a stunning concept. With every project, you have a certain budget, and your job is to find a concept you can do amazingly for that budget. For instance, if you're trying to get into a new medium and you have no idea how it will go, then I am almost always going to say to consider the budget first. Equally, if I'm trying to create a book I can sell for a certain price, my job is to figure out how to create an incredible experience that fits within a certain budget. Other times, I have a signature product where I want maximum impact, that's in a core product field, which I've had proven success on, and then I'm willing to invest a lot more into that idea and allow myself to make something with a more ambitious scope and budget. I'm almost always juggling projects on both ends of the spectrum at the same time. Honestly, maybe the biggest part of being a professional is being able to say, oh, you have X budget, then here's something we can do that's really cool for that price, and then deliver on it. That's not just for clients either. You have to be able to turn that back around on yourself as well. I've seen way too many people go broke because they punched outside their budget, and it blew up in their face. I'm more cautious because I'm most concerned with living to fight another day. If you live to fight another day, you stay in the game and avoid being knocked out. The life of a creative is littered with people who swung big and struck out hard. I'm not saying you shouldn't take your shots. Sometimes you have a huge budget, and that's great. I love those projects where I can spend big on advertising and marketing. But other times you have a tiny one, but your job is to figure out what you can deliver that is stunning for whatever budget you have to work with. For me, I like to have 2 to 3 big hitter projects at any one time, and a gaggle of smaller ones that I'm working on in the shadows for a modest budget. But every project is designed to be an amazing experience at whatever budget level I'm working with. Too often, people try to fit their big idea into a small budget and end up with a jank project that doesn't work. On the flip side, I've seen people spend millions on garbage. My job is to make every dollar I spend work for me, finding deals where I can and spending when I can't in order to produce the kind of experience that makes people go, wow, every single time. My goal is to get a 10x return on investment, ROI, for every dollar spent. That might not mean I make $10 for every dollar. It might be to get respect or acclaim or something else which is equally as valuable in the long haul. When I have a small project, that means hoarding every nickel and dime, waiting until I find the right angle to strike. Usually, a project will sit for years before I find a way to make it or have a way in that makes sense budgetarily. It's a lot easier to make a small project profitable if you think of it from a budget-first standpoint. You might only make a few $1,000s on a project, but if you can make it for a few $100s, then it might make sense. I just did a Kickstarter which raised $3,400 from 170 backers, my lowest total since 2016, but I brought that project in for under $1,000, so I made a decent profit on it, whereas if it cost me $2,000 plus, then it wouldn't have made sense at all. I waited 5 years before I found a way to make that project work, but it was worth it in the end. In the meantime, I'm willing to spend $10,000 plus on our flagship project because it's bringing in 5 figures every launch. You can make something incredible with a tiny or no budget even. You can make something that feels like $1 million with a pittance, but you have to know how to nip and tuck to hide the corners you cut. And that is one of the biggest secrets of doing professional work. Not every project will work in every budget, but there is an amazing project to be made at every budget level. Oh, and time is also part of any budget too. I always factor the time it will take me to deliver when I'm thinking about the budget for any project. The last thing you want is a time-intensive project that sucks up all hours of your day but delivers no results. It's a boring answer, but it's also the right one. Getting your Kickstarter budget right. It's not a sexy topic, but budgeting for your product launch is one of the most important things you can do to make sure your launch stays on track. A crappy budget will kill your profitability and could even lead to bankruptcy. I've seen many successfully funded products go awry because they didn't budget properly. When that happens, either the creator has to reach into their own pocket to fulfill their obligations or abandon their project altogether, effectively torching their goodwill for years to come. Luckily, with a little preparation, a good budget is easy to assemble. All it takes is some elbow grease, diligence, and an ability to Google things. Any good budget has 7 fundamental sections to it. Number 1, product creation. The product creation section of your budget involves the costs to design your product from scratch into a viable commodity, including purchasing materials, hiring of designers, outsourcing of art, and prototyping a single completed version of your product. This is not the mass market production of your product. This is everything that goes into getting your product mass market ready, from the packaging to the designing and the research to the prototyping, so that you can mass produce it in the next section. Product creation also includes the production of any and all materials associated with your campaign, including stretch goals for any crowdfunding campaigns. Number 2, production. Once your prototype is complete, the second section of your budget deals with the mass market production of your product. This includes all the setup fees, mass market assembly, and initial shipping of your product to your warehouse. This step takes your product from prototype to a mass market version ready for distribution. It's important to have at least 3 different quotes when sourcing production facilities. You need a quote for a minimum run of your product, a second quote for your anticipated run, and a third for your wildly ambitious production run. You also want to plan for any special additions you might want to add to your product if you hit certain benchmarks. For books, this might include adding spot UV or upgrading to hardcover. For art prints, you might throw in a glass-printed version. These additions might also include other stretch goals too, like t-shirts and hats. If you are creating additional pieces of apparel like t-shirts or hats along with your core product, make sure they are accounted for in your production budget. Otherwise, you will have a massive budget overage when it comes to producing those pieces and risk bankruptcy. Additionally, source multiple quotes from facilities that have handled your specific type of product before. Don't cheap out on somebody who says they have experience. Make them prove it. Too many budgets have gone off the rails because creators hired inexperienced production houses simply because they were cheap, and ended up paying thousands of extra dollars to fix errors, effectively bankrupting their launch. Number 3, distribution. Once you have the production costs handled, the third section of your budget is the distribution of your product. This starts with warehousing your product and extends to shipping out your product domestically and across the world. Warehousing can range from storing your product in your garage to renting out a storage unit, to working with a fulfillment facility, to buying warehouse space. Amazon has also become a viable option for many creators. Your needs will depend on how much you expect to produce. Just like with your production run, have contingencies for your minimum, anticipated, and overly ambitious production runs. You'll also want to factor in extra product to this budget. You can grab additional inventory for your bookstore signings, book boxes, giveaways, fulfillment through retailers like Fulfillment by Amazon, direct sales, events, and more. Kickstarter is an ideal platform to grow your inventory because you can gather the money up front and get scale on your printing and production costs. Make sure to calculate shipping for your Kickstarter carefully. Almost 10% of successfully funded products fail to deliver. The number one culprit in that failure is shipping. When it comes to shipping, take material costs into account along with shipping fees. Bubble mailers are much cheaper than boxes, and buying tape in bulk is much cheaper per unit than buying one roll at a time. Additionally, toner, ink, and paper cost money, as do setup fees on sites like BackerKit and at distribution facilities like ShipStation. Once you have warehousing and materials locked down, it's time to tackle shipping costs. You have several options when it comes to mailing a package. For anything involving media, like DVDs, CDs, or books, you can send your shipment media mail in the United States. This is the absolute cheapest way to send anything anywhere, but it is very restrictive to pieces of media and nothing else. Unlike other types of mail, you consent to having the post office open your mail and inspect it so they can ensure you are using the service correctly. If you can't use media mail, there are several other mail options I won't go into here, except to say that domestic and international shipping rates increase all the time. Expect rates to change every 3 to 6 months. Plan a 10 to 20% buffer into your shipping, just in case your shipping rates increase. Shipping rates are determined by 2 factors, size and weight. You need to confine your boxes to the smallest and lightest container possible. Once you are done prototyping all your products, buy a few boxes of different sizes and shapes to see how you can fit your products in the least amount of space possible. Make sure to take into account international shipping fees too. Not all countries are created equal when it comes to international shipping, and you have to check each country's shipping rate individually because they vary wildly. I've seen rates range from $10 to $40 for the same package, depending on the country you're shipping to. Forgetting about international shipping is a great way to go bankrupt. You need to be very careful with shipping. It can add an undue burden on the unprepared creator. Sometimes rates go up, but sometimes it's because stretch goals change the weight and size of the box. Still other times it's because a product that was once media mail can no longer be shipped that way, because certain incentives prevent it from being shipped in that way. Whenever you add something to your Kickstarter, you change the shipping and you need to recalculate everything, so maintaining your budget spreadsheet is going to protect your campaign's success. With some planning, you can make sure distribution and shipping doesn't destroy your campaign and send you into debt-fulfilling rewards. Number 4. Marketing. The 4th section of your budget is marketing. Marketing for your launch includes running ads, creating promotional materials, building websites, attending live events, filming videos, and anything you do to spread the word about your campaign. You can expect to spend up to 30% of your budget on marketing. Marketing is a mandatory part of any campaign. Your goal is to get your product seen by the most people possible, which means doing a lot of promotion in the months leading up to your launch date, and especially during your campaign. The problem with a marketing budget is that you have to invest in it whether your product is successful or not. Even if you pay yourself back after your launch is successful, you have to outlay the money for it up front. This is a scary scenario for most people, but it's also a necessary part of any successful launch. If you have to save up for a successful marketing blitz, do it. Marketing is the difference between a mediocre campaign and a great one. That being said, don't spend money on marketing just to spend it. Do your research and pour your resources into the channels that give the best return. Number 5. Kickstarter and payment processing fees. The 5th section of your budget involves processing fees. No matter the outlet, fees are an inevitable part of your launch. Kickstarter and Indiegogo take 5 to 10% in fees when all is said and done, but even if you go with your own site, there will be fees associated with your credit card transactions. Credit card processing fees can be as low as 2% and as high as 5%, depending on your processor and type of card the customer uses. You need to build those fees into your budget, or you'll have a cash shortfall. Additionally, Most companies and sites that help produce or distribute your product will have setup fees associated with them. An example would be BackerKit. I recommend adding those fees to their appropriate budget section. But if you don't want to do that, this is the catch-all section for all miscellaneous fees associated with your campaign. Finally, you can expect a 1 to 2% of your total funding to go to dropped pledges. These are pledges that Kickstarter had to cancel because the person didn't update their credit card or the charge didn't go through. You can recover these dropped pledges through Kickstarter in a service like BackerKit, but you likely won't get every single one of them back. Number 6. Your time. The sixth section of the budget accounts for your time. Most creators think that paying themselves for their work during a campaign is gross. I disagree. Working on a campaign is a massive amount of work, and if you do it all for free, or you lose money, it will be a miserable experience, and you'll never want to do it again. I'm not saying you need to make a windfall, but at least factor in enough money to buy a bottle of champagne and take yourself out to a nice dinner. Number 7. Contingency. My favorite line item is the 10% contingency because it's easy to calculate. After you have added everything else in your budget, add a 10% padding to the bottom line to account for anything that goes wrong with your campaign. There is always something that goes horribly wrong, and it's critical to have some extra money to deal with it. You must take the time to properly construct your budget, and that's why we suggest at least a month to plan your Kickstarter. Most of it relies on other vendors getting back to you, but it's up to you to find those vendors, choose the right one for your project, and plug in all the numbers so you get a complete picture of your campaign goals. The budget is the bedrock of your entire campaign. If you get it wrong, everything will collapse in on itself. If you can get it right though, you'll have a solid foundation for success. Designing your campaign for profitability. We know creators are eager to scheme fun and exciting rewards for their Kickstarter campaign. But we put the budgeting section first so that we can slow you down and keep you from making costly mistakes in your campaign design. Now that you have a good sense of the costs of Kickstarter, we are going to talk about reward items, reward tiers, backer perks, stretch goals, flash goals, and add-ons with budget factors in mind. Reward items. Your reward items are the items your backers get from backing at various reward tiers. The best reward items are already completed. You should get as much of your content and rewards done and ready to ship ahead of the campaign start date. During the campaign you'll be marketing, and after the campaign you'll be fulfilling. We recommend to have at least 75% of your rewards already completed before starting a campaign, especially if your fulfillment time is 3 months or less. Easy to deliver. Digital content and anything that can be shipped via media mail is ideal for your campaign. From there, things get harder and more expensive to deliver, so make sure you factor all of this in as you are building your campaign. Items that are bulky or large can have expensive shipping and storage and be more likely to break or get damage in the mailing process. Easy to store and track. Keep in mind that you will hold inventory on all of your extra books and merchandise. If you have big items, you need a bigger storage space. If you have variant book covers, you have multiple SKUs. If you have clothing and apparel, you have different sizes and multiple SKUs, plus you'll run into inventory problems later down the line. Exciting to you and your audience. Your rewards are informed by what your audience tells you they want and are excited about. You need to gear your Kickstarter toward your fans and give your most ardent ones the things that they've been wanting you to make. High margin. I use mainly physical items that have high margins, like enamel pins are about $1 but can be sold for $10 minus 15. That's because there are a lot of costs to running the Kickstarter campaign itself and getting people to back it that will eat into my profit on anything I sell. Factor that in and make sure your item costs less than 50% of the full price to produce and ship. Easy to reproduce. A Kickstarter is a great way to build assets for the future. Sometimes people offer things like a personalized story that will never be released, or a book with handwritten notes on all the pages. On the nonfiction side, this might be personalized consulting or hands-on time with the creator. While those are cool rewards, they are not assets for the future, so you want to limit or charge a premium on anything that trades time for dollars. One size fits all. Keep your Kickstarter rewards simple. There is no need to add multiple options for similar items. Variant covers, while popular, is one example of this. Each reward should be targeting a specific buyer and have enough space in between to clearly delineate the right buyer for that product. If you're struggling to find rewards that fit these best practices, the best place to look is on Kickstarter. What have other people with similar projects done for their rewards? You can make a list of the items that you like and that excite you, and then you can evaluate that list based on these best practices to whittle down your offerings. Reward tiers. Once you have your rewards, you need to group them into tiers. You'll itemize your rewards on Kickstarter, but backers ultimately choose and pay for them in bundles. For a standard publishing project centered on books, I recommend you start with the $1, $10, $25, $50, and $250 tiers. Obviously, certain products will not fall into this range, but for a publishing product, these 5 levels should be your base. You can always add later. As you divvy up your reward items into tiers, keep these best practices around profitability in mind. Sell your physical products, books, merch, art, etc., at a premium. For the most part, books are not a high-margin reward item, they are a medium-margin reward item. You have to price them higher to make a reasonable profit. I price a novel plus shipping and handling at $25 in my reward tiers. Bolster the value of your physical product tiers by adding digital stuff on top of it. The ebook, an audio commentary, tuckerization, a thank you in the acknowledgements, and more are all value-added reward items that cost you nothing to reproduce. To be able to charge a premium on the physical book tiers, mix in high-margin physical products like pins, prints, and more. Look for items like pins which only cost about $1 per pin, but which can sell for $10 to $15, or prints which are about the same. Don't overextend yourself on merchandise. Especially once a project is funded, creators generally go crazy offering all sorts of merchandise like t-shirts, mugs, and other very high-priced items. The problem is that they are eating into their own profit margins and eventually end up in the red. Merchandise is unnecessary in almost all instances until you have a well-known product. If you must make merchandise, don't make anything with multiple sizes. Also note that if you offer merchandise, you can no longer ship your product media mail. Align your Kickstarter pricing to the other places you are selling. You may need to raise your prices on retailers or lower your prices on Kickstarter. Your Kickstarter campaign is effectively competing with your catalog on retailers. You aren't going to beat Amazon in costs of producing and shipping your print books. So how can you still make a good product and give people a reason to buy directly from you via your Kickstarter campaign, as opposed to ordering the print book on Amazon? Exclusivity, personalization, signed copies, bonus content, author commentary, patronage, and more can help with this. Compare your tiers to each other because they also compete with each other. People are going to gravitate toward the highest tier within their budget that has the goods they want. How do you draw people to the $10 tier versus the $1 tier? Your tiers need to make sense in a comparison. Think internationally as you build your tiers. The physical rewards are going to be US-centric because of exorbitant international shipping fees that backers aren't going to want to pay. You simply cannot compete with retailers on getting physical products overseas. So make sure your most popular tiers have a digital-only version, so that your global audience has a way to back the higher tiers without having to pay extra for shipping. You can offer them an extra set of the ebook or an extra seat on your call or in your program. Include rewards from all previous tiers. You don't want people hesitating about backing a higher tier because they don't want to miss out on something they really wanted from a previous tier. You want it to be very easy for them to increase their pledge level. Increasing existing pledges is a crucial part of the middle campaign lull, and any hesitation will prevent you from getting that extra pledge money. When you have your basic list of reward tiers, you can start dividing your tiers into tracks. This can be helpful for you during your messaging, as Kickstarter mixes all the reward tiers together. The tracks are something you can use on your sales page to communicate where a potential backer should focus if they are most excited about ebooks, print books, merchandise, or whatever else. You can organize your tracks however you want, but we recommend these as a starting point. Print track, digital track, merchandise art pin track, backer perks. Backer perks are weekly rewards to provide new messaging for your campaign. The main purpose of the backer rewards are to give me a reason to email my list again each week. I email them once when the backer perk is ending, and the next day to tell them about the new backer perk. I pick up a few new backers each time I send these emails. I keep backer rewards digital and use content that is done already or that I can create quickly. For fiction and comics, I use other people's books with permission. If you are a fast writer, you can write an exclusive short story or bonus scene each week. Keep backer rewards very simple, as they are mostly used to keep momentum going during the dead zone of the campaign, which we talk about in a later chapter. Having bonuses with deadlines definitely pushes people to a buying decision, which is why you do them, but you don't want to overtax yourself on backer perks. Your main product will always be the main reason that people back the campaign. Stretch goals. Similar to backer perks, you want to keep stretch goals simple. Ideally, a stretch goal expands the main product or offering and makes it cooler. Stretch goals should always make your core Kickstarter product better. Most people have terrible trouble with stretch goals. Once a project funds, the backers fall off because there's nothing more to keep their interest. You can change that by making sure your stretch goals always improve the quality of your project. For instance, if you have a book that is a 100-page softcover comic, you can add extra pages at the end as a stretch goal. You can add an extra story. You can make your softcover a hardcover. You could make your book a bigger size. Meanwhile, the original backer is still paying the same amount for their pledge, and they are getting a better product. Nobody cares about the bookmarks and prints. They just want the coolest project they can get. Some examples might be additional chapters, another point of view, an upgrade to better paper, formatting, illustrations, etc. A unique but affordable to you piece of content, like artwork. You may want to consider who is going to benefit from your stretch goal and use them to pull people up into the higher reward tiers. Your first stretch goal might be for all backers, while later stretch goals might be only for people at the $10, $25, or $50 level. Or you could offer stretch goals for increased numbers of backers, like hitting the next 100 in the campaign. You should also make sure that stretch goals are added to the add-ons where relevant. Finally, you don't need to have a stretch goal. I don't do them for all my campaigns, and they are more important for longer campaigns where you need new reasons to reach out to potential backers. In this case, you should introduce your first stretch goal in week 2 at the earliest. Add-ons. Add-ons are your a la carte menu and an essential part of your campaign, and a place where you can make a surprising amount of money. It's usually worth listing all of your reward items and everything else in your catalog as add-ons on your campaign. This allows your backers to build their own bundle or reward level. You can offer these add-ons in whatever formats you are allowed to sell as well. Check your exclusivity contracts as well as your intellectual property contracts to make sure you can legally sell something. Everything we've talked about regarding digital products, physical products, shipping costs, and budget applies here too, so be cautious when listing your physical books. If you want, you can also give your add-ons a discounted price that is for backers only. Setting up your Kickstarter sales page. You can't have a successful launch without a captivating sales page where customers can buy your work. This chapter is all about the next pillar of a successful Kickstarter campaign, which is your sales page. The function of a sales page is to build up a customer's desire to purchase your product by showing them why they need it in their lives. The most effective sales pages are built after you've spoken with potential customers about your product in the months leading up to your launch. By pitching the product to your ideal customers, you find out their pain points, their wants, their needs, and their objections. You learn the triggers that convert people into buying customers and what wording prevents them from purchasing your product. All of this research becomes essential data when constructing an effective sales page. An effective sales page is broken down into 4 parts. The important elements of your story Kickstarter page or sales page are the title and subtitle, the copy, the visuals, the video. We will break these down one by one in this section. Your title. The right title is critical for Kickstarter success. With hundreds of projects to choose from, you only have a second to catch a backer's eye. With the way that Kickstarter is set up, you basically get an image and a title to make a backer click on your link. You want to make sure your title is catchy and that it uses all 60 characters to fully explain the reason somebody should click on your project. Almost all hyper-successful projects use a colon after the name of their project to state what the project is about. Make sure to utilize all 60 characters in order to give yourself the best chance for success. For instance, Ouya launched on Kickstarter a few years ago. Unless I told you that it was a video game console, most people would have no idea what Ouya did or why they should buy it. Therefore, when they launched, the title of their product became Ouya, a new kind of video game console. The descriptor was a great way to get people invested in their product launch immediately. They instantly defined their market and boosted their clicks with just a couple of words. Some of my fiction project titles include The Void Calls Us Home, exclusive hardcover plus audio drama. Black Market Heroine, an action-adventure urban fantasy OGN. The Obsidian Spindle Saga, 4 mythic fairy tale fantasy books. Godsverse Chronicles, 7 mythological fantasy adventure books. Wannabe Press Summer Fantasy Science Fiction Novel Slate. Your subtitle. You have about 135 characters to give a logline for your book or product. If you've been pitching your product for a long time, you'll know exactly how to summarize it for maximum effectiveness. If not, then you might want to practice telling people what your book or project is about. See where their faces light up in understanding or interest. That's the core of what your product is. Remember, it's not about the what or how of your product. It's about creating an emotional resonance with your customer, so their soul needs to have it. Some of my best subtitles include Rebecca never thought she was suicidal. However, that didn't stop her from jerking her car off the side of the road last night. A criminal accidentally rescues the Antichrist and has to keep her alive until morning to prevent the apocalypse. 4 portal fantasy novels filled with fairy tales, mythology, action, and romance. All gods are real. They just suck. Now the women of the Godsverse are back with 3 new novels to knock them in the teeth. 4 new novels featuring monsters, mythology, magic, aliens, and more, all written by USA Today best-selling author Russell Nohelty. Your copy. On the Kickstarter page, the copy is found directly under the video. The name of the product and main description are above the fold, then you have to scroll down to read any of the product's benefits. A sales page is always a daunting endeavor. Russell has a foolproof template that breaks up the possible things that you can put on this page into small chunks that are easily scannable for the reader. For each of the sections listed, keep your text concise. People on Kickstarter love to use huge blocks of text, but that is ugly to the eye. They also love to muddle their paragraphs. Remember in school, where we learned how to write a paragraph? You have a main sentence, 2 to 3 sentences that support the main sentence, and finally a concluding sentence that ties together everything you said. The same thing is true with paragraphs. You have a thesis paragraph with your main point, then 3 to 5 supporting paragraphs, and a concluding paragraph. You don't need much in order to get somebody to back, but it does have to make a compelling, clear, and concise case. The best thing I can do in this section is give you a link to my Kickstarter profile, where you can see my examples of implementing this over and over again. https://www.kickstarter.com/profile/Russell Nohelty. Here are the sections I include on my pages, in the rough order that I put them in. Number 1, link to the sample. The best way to sell something is to give people a taste of it so they can see if they enjoy it. I use the first 10 chapters from a novel or the first 2 to 3 chapters from a nonfiction book. For comics, I use 3 to 4 spreads so people can get a sense for the artwork and story. Number 2. Inciting questions. I think of the inciting questions as proof of genre love and use them to get potential backers to decide that the campaign is for them. I ask 3 questions for my fiction, and with each question I want the reader to say yes. If they get 3 yeses, they are the ideal reader for the books. For nonfiction, we use 3 questions targeted at 3 different audiences. Our readers only needed to answer yes to one of them to qualify themselves. Number 3. Explanation of scope. This is a fairly boring section that explains the formats offered, levels of violence and sex, genres, length, pages, trim, and so on. I put this and try to get it to look exactly like it does on a retailer product page so that people can recognize it and don't ask questions about it in the comments. Number 4. The book description or blurb. This is your book description that you would put on your product page at a retailer. Number 5. Table of contents for nonfiction. More relevant for nonfiction as people want to know what's in the book. Number 6. Overview of the series. Write a few paragraphs about the series. You can also talk about your reason for wanting to write the series here. Number 7. Overview of the setting or world building for fiction. Depending on your genre, you can offer a paragraph or 2 about the world and setting where the book takes place. It doesn't need to be a lot, and it's going to be very dependent on what your campaign is and what you are offering. Use the last chapter to think about how to make the setting come alive for people, and work with the pleasure and pain inducers plus the emotional fantasies and nightmares to refine this section. You want the images and text to transport the reader. Number 8. Overview of the characters for fiction. Most readers are looking for those resonate character arcs, so you'll want to focus on core wounders and healers in this section, then heap on pleasure and pain inducers and emotional fantasies and nightmares to bring the characters to life and make them more visual. If you have images of the characters, you can use those too to support the text. Number 9. About the author. This can be as simple as copying and pasting your biography, and you can pull the text for it directly from your website or from retailers. You should also pull an image of yourself that works within the branding of your book, series, or product. Use your X factors here. Number 10. Budget. You can make a graphic of your budget and list out the different sections of it. It doesn't need to be detailed at all. Most creators have the reward goal they set for the project, but then have a nice-to-have goal that they'd actually like to fund at. I build my budget off of the nice-to-have goal. Check out my projects to see how I do this in my campaigns. Number 11. Reward tiers by track. On Kickstarter, rewards are placed on the right-hand side of the page so a customer can pledge to a product easily once they have been convinced to buy. While this is an elegant solution for where to place rewards, most sales pages place their rewards at the bottom of the page instead of along the side, and add a ready-to-buy link after every few paragraphs that redirects customers to a checkout page. Wherever you place your rewards, each tier needs to be targeted to a specific type of customer. That's why we recommend using tracks where you can list all the digital tiers, all the print tiers, and so on, so backers can find what they are looking for more easily. Additionally, always include lower tier rewards in your higher tiers. It's tempting to make rewards exclusive to a single level, but this prevents people from choosing higher reward levels if they really love something at the lower tier rewards, and if you don't make your rewards inclusive, then you lose out on that additional revenue. I made this mistake during my first launches, and it prevented several backers from increasing their pledges to higher tiers. Number 12. Add-ons. Most campaigns are going to have some version of a build-your-own bundle by picking up add-ons. The challenge with add-ons is that potential backers can't see them until they back the campaign first. This is the section where you list your add-ons, usually by group. So for example, you might say, you can pick up the individual books in all of the following series in ebook, paperback, and hardcover, or you can grab any item in any reward tier as an add-on after you back the project. Depending on your audience's savviness with Kickstarter, it may be helpful to explain this visually as well. If you have relatively few add-ons, you may want to offer a short description in this section. Feel free to move these around as it makes sense for your project. The most important thing is that they are on the page, so that you don't have a million questions about what you're offering. If someone doesn't understand what you want to give them, they're not going to back, and most won't reach out with their question. At the end of the day, copy isn't about you. It's about your customer and why your product is perfect for them. Even when you talk about yourself, it needs to reflect the reasons why you are uniquely qualified to birth your product into the world. As you move down your page, make sure to break your copy up into distinct paragraphs, each with a main idea, supporting sentences, and a conclusion. Then, compile these paragraphs into easy-to-follow lists that can be read without any guidance. Customers have been trained to read sales pages like lists, scrolling through until they see something pertinent to them. Because of that, every bullet point needs to be carefully constructed to deal with a specific problem without rambling off topic. Your customers should have all their questions answered by the time they finish reading your copy. If they are still scratching their heads wondering what your product can do for them, you've lost a sale. People say, "Damn Russell, your page is long," but then multiple people still complain about things and ask me to add something, like I just added this matrix for the rewards because the big graphic wasn't enough for some people. That's why my campaign pages are so long. It's not so that I think everybody will read everything. It's because multiple people have asked me for certain things over the years, so it keeps getting longer. Your visuals. Ever hear the phrase, "A picture's worth 1,000 words"? Well, it's especially true when you are trying to sell something. Images reveal more information about your product than copy ever could. Additionally, customers associate imagery with professionalism. On Kickstarter pages, images are interspersed with copy to break up thoughts and give customers a relief from word-heavy paragraphs. They also define the key benefits and features of products that would take thousands of words to describe. The easiest way to make your sales page look more professional is by adding quality imagery. Good sales pages on Kickstarter have 5 or 6 images, but the best have more. The more relevant imagery you can have on your sales page, the more positively your customers will view your product. The average successful Kickstarter has 11 images in it. Even if you have something with a novel, there are plenty of images you can add besides your cover. You can add a photo of yourself. You can add some quotes from your book overlaid on top of a royalty-free image. You can add silly memes. You can have somebody draw some illustrations of your book. Humans are visual creatures, and pictures help improve the quality of your page and make your project look more professional. It should also be noted that when people are browsing Kickstarter's categories, they will see one image from you, which is the main one for your project that you set in basics in the back end. I usually make this a cool image with no text, and rarely put a book in the image because people already know it's a book when looking at the title and subtitle. The ideal image for this is something attention-grabbing that makes you want to click through. Anything that you would use for an ad image will work for this slot, and if you've tested some images through ads that could work, use those. Your video. A video is the best way to build empathy, connection, and trust with your potential customer. It allows them to see and hear you, so they can build an instant connection to you as if they'd met you in person. The video should be the first thing people see when they come to your page, just like it's the first thing you see when you land on a Kickstarter page, where the video is front and center. You can view it without scrolling at all. I call that above-the-fold placement. It's critical that the video, headline, and main description of your product all have above-the-fold placement. The instinct of creatives is to shy away from the camera, but to sell your product, you need people to feel a connection with you. While loving your product is essential, making a connection to you is just as important. So, unfortunately, you must be on camera for at least part of your video. Suck it up and get over it. Our goal here isn't to make you comfortable, it's to sell product. You need to be on camera. Your sales video is a commercial for your product. It needs to be big, bold, and full of motion. It also needs to be short. There is a reason television commercials top out at 60 seconds. People don't have the attention span for much more than that. Nobody can stand a commercial for more than a couple minutes, no matter how amazing the commercial. You can say everything you need to say in under 3 minutes. Yes, you will have to edit yourself down. There are plenty of free programs like iMovie which can take out all the ums and ah. You need to make your case clearly and succinctly so people don't tune out. You don't have to keep it under 60 seconds, but your video should be well under 3 minutes. That means it will only show the highlights of your product, its biggest features, and greatest benefits. This is why I do it last, after I've already written my sales copy. I use a very simple structure when it comes to creating the scripts for my sales videos. Introduction. The first part of the video is a simple introduction of myself and the product. This takes under 10 seconds. It's literally, "Hi. My name is Russell, and I'm the publisher of Wannabe Press. I'm here to tell you about my awesome new product." The product. In this section, I talk about the product and its biggest features for no more than 60 seconds. I highlight what makes the product unique and why people should buy it. Additionally, I add imagery that pleases the eye and entices people to keep watching. Remember, this is an ad, so it has to engage and entertain the viewer. The plea. After demonstrating the product, the third part of your video contains the exact reasons it needs to exist and why people need to buy it immediately. During my video for the Spaceship Broken Needs Repairs campaign, I explained that I came to Kickstarter specifically because the subject of the book, abuse, was incredibly niche and had no hope of succeeding on the open market without an initial boost from the Kickstarter community. If they didn't support it, then it would never see the open market. Since Kickstarter is a marketplace for weird, new, and original ideas that wouldn't exist on their own, this plea struck a nerve, and I was able to fund my 5th successful campaign. It's a really simple formula that I've used again and again. I've never had a video run over 3 minutes, and almost all my videos have clocked in under 2:30. The shorter you make the video, the more likely people will be to stay until the end. Additional resources. Kickstarter Sprint with Us recorded videos. As part of our campaign for this book, we built a community of 70 independent authors who wanted to launch their Kickstarter campaigns side by side with us in January 2022. This is the archive of the videos we recorded for them that take you through step by step everything we did for multiple campaigns to make them successful. You can follow along and see how those campaigns turned out. https://theworldneedsyourbbook.teachable.com/p/kickstarter-sprint-with-us-January-2022. The Crush It on Kickstarter course by Russell Nohelty. If you want Russell's step-by-step for building $10,000 campaigns on his books, grab this course. https://wannabepress.teachable.com/p/crushitOnkickstarter. Join our Facebook group, Writer MBA, where we answer questions about this series. https://www.facebook.com/group/writermba/. Task checklist. Decide what length of campaign you are doing. Schedule time on your calendar to plan the campaign according to the 5-week planner we shared in this chapter. Optional, if you know you intend to use Kickstarter multiple times a year, make a schedule for project, launch month, and campaign length. This can be just a few notes in a document. It doesn't need to be fleshed out right now. Optional, decide if you are going to focus on the optional 4th pillar of a successful Kickstarter campaign, email list, or the optional 5th pillar of a successful Kickstarter campaign, advertising. You can also just focus on the main 3 pillars, in which case you can skip the chapters on email lists and advertising. Decide on the basic container for your campaign. Create your budget. Make a list of your reward items. Groups your rewards into tiers. Group your tiers into tracks for your sales page messaging. Decide on your backer perks, stretch goals, and add-ons. Get all of this inputted into Kickstarter's dashboard under Rewards. Write your title. Write your subtitle. Write each of the sections of your copy. Add more images. Write your video script. Create your video. Chapter 18. Crowdfunding through subscription and membership models. I, Russell, didn't start feeling comfortable in my business until I began seeing consistent recurring revenue inside of it. For years, my sales were 100% launch-based. I would gobble up a ton of money in short bursts, and then watch it slowly wither back down to nothing before the next launch. It was a nightmare because I could never plan for the future. Even when I was launching 5 times a year, I didn't feel safe investing in the future because every launch was still filled with uncertainty. For years, I tried to set up some form of subscription income and always fell flat. I ran a Patreon in years past. I tried Ko-Fi and Buy Me a Coffee. I tested Kickstarter's short-lived drip subscription platform. I even built an app to showcase my work. Nothing worked until I found Substack. This is not a pitch for Substack or any specific platform. It's just a demonstration of how hard it is to set up a subscription that gains traction. Sure, some of it was the platform, but by the time I found that success, I had significantly grown my audience with Leonelle for the better part of 2 years and had spent the last 15 years blogging and working with creators, not to mention growing my back catalog. In my opinion, subscriptions are the hardest business model to get right, the hardest to get started, and the one with the highest upside if you can get the mechanics to work for you. Monica's note, I agree. That said, I think most authors focus too hard on growing their subscription base in the short term instead of building it into their overall business model as a long-term engine for growth. Subscriptions will break your heart if you look at them as a short-term play instead of a long-term development. More than any other direct sales income stream, subscriptions should be measured across years instead of days, weeks, or months. Internet marketing legend and ClickFunnels founder Russell Brunson calls subscriptions the linchpin of his business because it runs underneath and is critically important to everything else they do. For years, Brunson gave away a year of ClickFunnels to people who bought any of his other products. He used the immediate need for his course material to entice people to spend money in the short term, and then use that material as a way to train people to use his product and build his recurring revenue in the long term. Doing that allowed him to invest money back into marketing and grow his business to $30 million in annual revenue within a couple of years. Authors don't have $1,000 products in the same way Brunson does, but there's no reason they can't include either a free trial of their membership with every purchase of their product or offer it as a special add-on when somebody buys from their direct sales store. Yes, this means whatever platform you use has to allow for couponing, unless you set up your subscription on your web store. But when I started my Substack, I comped my entire email list a 90-day subscription that allowed them to see what I offered behind my paywall. I built my membership over 300 members in the first 8 months using that strategy. Another strategy I think could benefit authors is to run PBS-style pledge drives throughout the year. Even though you can donate to PBS throughout the year, they push hard during certain times of the year with telethons, special bonuses, and an intense focus on showing the value they provide. Similarly, even though you should offer your paid membership throughout the year, consider designing a pledge drive when you first go paid, with a sweet yearly discount for paid subscribers, to build the critical mass necessary to devote time to your membership. Offer special pins, prints, or other bonuses for people who join during this special time, and try to get other creators with similar audiences to create a fun experience with you. The hardest part of running a membership for paid subscribers is that whether there is 1 person or 1,000 people behind a paywall, you have to do the work. Once you have the initial drive complete, plan regular events to gather new members and convert free subscribers to paid ones. This has the added benefit of reminding your paid members why they subscribed in the first place, to lower people dropping their subscriptions. One of the biggest problems creators have with going paid is that they feel like they have to always be on. But if you confine your ask to certain times of the year, then you can concentrate on the work of creating most of the year. What is a subscription or membership? A subscription is when somebody pays you consistently for something. In an author's case, that something is usually book, or at least publishing, related. Michael Evans, co-founder of Ream, says that authors have been running subscription businesses since the dawn of publishing. After all, our goal is to get readers to continue to read our work month after month, year after year. Now we are just formalizing this process and taking control of the narrative in a way we never have been able to before by building our own membership. A subscription gradually builds over time, but requires a lot of time before it is successful. Often subscription businesses talk about hockey stick growth, which is the moment when their investment of time and resources starts to pay off and their membership income starts to look like a vertical line instead of a horizontal one. The problem is that nobody can tell you exactly when that moment will come. It might be in 3 months or 3 years. Meanwhile, you have to deliver every month even if you only have 1 subscriber. Subscriptions allow you to build predictable money every month, test out products with dedicated fans, build an even deeper relationship with readers, and monetize your process earlier and with less refinement. That said, it's hard to get people to back unless they are superfans. You will likely have to offer enticement bonuses, free trials, or discounts to convince people to give your membership a try. Usually, members of your subscription spend less money per month than they would during a book launch, but they spend it over a longer period. That said, longer does not mean forever, and one of the biggest problems with subscriptions is churn or people canceling their membership. We can endeavor to keep them happy by delivering consistent high-quality content and showing them the value of what we provide, but the average subscriber will spend somewhere between 6 months and 3 years in your membership before churning, depending on how good you are at retention. There are hundreds of platforms to build your subscription business, but the most popular are Ream, Substack, Patreon, Ko-Fi, and Buy Me a Coffee. You can also release chapter by chapter on Wattpad, Radish, Royal Road, Kindle Vella, and more, but you do not own the data. Each of these platforms has negatives and positives associated with time I've talked about before, but I would recommend Ream for most fiction authors and Substack for most non-fiction authors. You might even consider going wide with your membership and syndicating it across multiple platforms. Different people like different platforms, and it might make sense to gather subscribers on multiple and cross-post between them. Most readers already have a favorite platform, and it might not even take that long to make this happen. You could think about having a main post on one platform, and then have an assistant post on the other platforms and handle comments. Depending on the platform, you might be able to use Zapier or Pabbly to do this too. Subscriptions versus memberships. In publishing, I see 2 types of continuity programs working well right now: publication subscriptions and association memberships. As a reminder, in the publication model, customers pay to access the complete archive of a publisher's content. This includes any previously released work and any paid content created specifically for paid members. You can find the publication model all over the internet, specifically in newspapers. Readers of the Washington Post or the New York Times are paying to access the reporting and additional content the newspaper provides. That does not mean publications only provide articles for their readers. There are plenty of games on the New York Times site, and it's very possible to run this kind of model without publishing one word of text. Take a website like World Anvil. With it, you can create detailed world maps for your universes. You pay a monthly fee, and in return, you receive access to the tool and the ability to use it. You might pay more for a commercial license, but your loyalty isn't really to the brand, it's to the product. For those of you who don't resonate with this model, the second type of subscription that works well for authors is the association model, where you mainly pay to be part of a group of like-minded humans. While you would be unlikely to identify yourself as a reader of the Washington Post, you are likely to identify yourself as a member of an association. This model is all about belonging. When thinking about this model, you can connect it to organizations like Elks Lodge, the Boy Girl Scouts, or even a bowling league. Yes, we join a bowling league because we like bowling, but we're mostly joining it for access to other like-minded people who have similar interests. If you think of the clubs you joined in high school, it is likely you got as much out of the friendships you made along the way than from the activities you did together. Unlike publications that get by on virality, Associations are all about offering perks to their members to help them connect together and form a deeper connection to the association. For this reason, people using an association model should paywall all or most of their content. The association model is filled with goodwill and people who connect their identity to it. While you won't find a ton of free writers for the Washington Post, associations are largely built by volunteers. Why? Because they feel the connection so deeply that they choose to volunteer their time to it. They are willing to devote a lot of time, energy, and effort to the organization because what they get out of it is a sense of belonging. 3 low-stress subscriptions and memberships models. While there are infinite ways to make a membership work for you, I wanted to highlight 3 models that work well for most authors just getting started. Number 1, Early Access Model. In the early release model, you give your subscribers access to chapters before anyone else gets them. This is very easy if you are already writing and releasing books, and you can release these pre-edited as well. You might think that nobody would pay for your pre-edited work, but how much would you pay for your favorite author's first drafts? This might seem like an egotistical question, but to your members, you are one of their favorite authors. They can't hang out with Stephen King or Neil Gaiman, but they can hang out with you, which is pretty cool. Number 2, Additional Content Model. In the additional content model, you create brand new material for your fans. This can be great for slow writers who have a dedicated fandom, or people who like deep world building. Maybe you show off little vignettes you created to develop characters or lore baked into your books. This of the Silmarillion or the world of Ice and Fire, and you get a sense of what kind of material you would create under this model. Number 3, Special Access Model. In the Access model, you give members special access to you. This could come in the form of secret chats with your subscribers, hosted live streams every month, or special events for them to enjoy. This is perfect for authors who are energized by being around their fans and have a larger-than-life personality. Readers love hanging out with authors and getting to pick their brains. You'll likely do all of these, but choose one of these to start and build from there depending on which feels right to you. Getting your publication ready for prime time. The number 1 thing that every writer can do better to improve their subscription is with better graphic design and making their page more aesthetically pleasing to visitors. So many subscriptions look bad to potential subscribers, especially in the cover imagery, and it immediately turns them off. The reason I got traction in publishing was because I cared about my books looking as good as anything the big 5 publishers put out. For some reason, authors understand how to make their books appealing to readers, but have trouble translating those same skills to their subscriptions. Most books that succeed have a base layer of quality to them, where people can say, "Yup, that's a book and it looks like it won't fall apart on me." The author looks like they can complete a story. If you don't have that, people won't buy your book. Just because you have that doesn't mean they will buy it, of course, but if you don't have that, they almost certainly won't give you a chance to earn their attention. Even if they will buy either way, your job as a creator who wants to grow is to remove as many points where people can say no as possible. Anytime somebody is given the choice to turn away, they likely will. We call this friction. I like to say books can be objectively good and subjectively not your jam. They are 2 different metrics. Same with subscriptions. If somebody can't look at your publication and believe it is objectively good, then they will never stick around to decide if it is subjectively their jam. Objective goodness is a metric that is the same across all books. Whether the cover is pleasing, if it reads well without a lot of errors, if the binding is sturdy, if it conforms to the format of a book, etc. We all know what a book should look like when we pick it up, and if a book doesn't look like that, we are less inclined to try it out because it doesn't mean the base level of professionalism we expect. The same is true with your membership. It has to look professional, or people will turn away before giving it a chance. That said, while I believe all my books reach an objective level of goodness, readers subjectively prefer some over others. Something can be objectively good and subjectively not your jam. Arguably, all of marketing is just showing people a bunch of things they might like and letting them decide which ones are their jam. One of the best ways to overcome rejection is by understanding people who say no aren't saying your work is bad. They are just saying it's not their jam, which is totally reasonable and much easier to swallow, along with being true. 3 big friction points to subscriptions and memberships. There are 3 big friction points you need to smooth out before you start getting traction for your subscription. Each of these points will make people turn away from your publication. Basically, you need to figure out if people are not stopping their scroll to check you out, if they are not clicking to read more once they stop, or if they are not converting into subscribers. We used to call this the 3 snaps, because you're trying to wake people up and notice you. If they aren't stopping, then you have a design problem. It means your imagery text is not exciting enough to make the reader stop scrolling. This is the hardest part of the equation, honestly. If they aren't clicking, it means you have a messaging problem. Perhaps you have a great image, but the headline isn't something your audience cares about, bores them, or something else in the messaging is preventing somebody from clicking. If they aren't converting, then it means you are targeting the wrong people, or your text isn't crisp enough to get them excited. It could also be that you don't have enough places to join your email list throughout your article. Also, don't design every article for the same person, but the same kind of person. Everyone is going to find you at different places in their journey. You are technically the same person at every age, but you are very different too. So is your reader. Once you fix those problems, you should be able to reliably get people into your subscription. It's not worth it to start scaling before you can fix these 3 problems. If you want to learn more about this, then read Help. My Facebook Ads Suck by Mallory and Jill Cooper. It helps to picture the design elements of a page that may be holding people back from diving into your publication. Once you have a banger publication that looks great, then it's really about bringing people into your subscription environment. Before this point, your efforts likely won't bear much fruit. Now that you have the rest of your publication on fleek, you should start getting people you meet excited to join your community. Developing a brand identity. How do we get readers past the friction points I defined above? The biggest part of it is about defining your brand identity. Those words elicit groans from most authors I talk to, but a brand is nothing more than the promise you make to your readers that allows them to fall in love with your work. Some authors have a very tight topic they write about, like Anne Rice. I know exactly what emotion I will get from her work every single time. Other authors like David Sedaris talk about a wide range of topics, and I follow him for the unique way he looks at a wide range of topics. Both of these authors have a great brand and a strong voice, but they go about defining their brands in very different ways. I mean, can't you just close your eyes and picture David Sedaris's voice in your head? It's wry and dry and snarky, with a heavy dose of pathos that allows him to connect deeply with even the most mundane topics. Now do the same thing and picture Anne Rice. She hasn't spent nearly as much time on stage as David Sedaris, but can't you just picture a hauntingly beautiful love story between monstrous people played out over countless tragedies in an endless existence? That voice you hear is their brand. It's the first step to defining your publication. Once you have that bit, it becomes easier to define the value proposition and unique selling point of your subscription. Your value proposition is the tangible result somebody will get from subscribing to your membership. What is the special sauce somebody gets inside your community that will excite them to join? Your unique selling point is simply what makes your product one of a kind. The unique selling point sets you apart from every other creative on the planet. It's something only you have. Your unique selling point might be that you print all your artwork in a certain way, or that you use certain materials. It might have to do with your worldview, the types of products you make, or the subject matter of your artwork. The unique selling point is something nobody else has except for you. What's important to note here is that building your brand should not be about changing your writing to fit some predefined mold. It is about finding the language to define what you offer readers in a clear and concise manner. A great exercise to help with this is to come up with a 7-word bio. Can you define your brand in 7 words? Mine is I help authors build better businesses. How to think about metrics. What about metrics? Should you be staring at your dashboard 100 times a day? When are metrics good and when are they bad? Metrics are good when they give you a baseline of what to expect in every post and can show you when you have a post that exceeds or underperforms those expectations. Metrics are bad when you take those expectations and they hamper you from doing something you want to do with your publication. For instance, sometimes I'll have a post that performs way worse than others, even though I'm sending them all to the same audience. When that happens, I'll change the headline and the imagery to see if that helps. Sometimes it does, but sometimes a post will only resonate with a small segment of your audience. Tim Ferriss says that he hopes that over the course of 4 podcast episodes, he can please 100% of his audience, but he only cares about servicing 25% of them with any given episode. I think that's a really good metric to think about in your writing. Will 25% of the people in your audience adore what you're writing? Then it's probably worth doing, even if you think would be better to please them all. Hyper-focusing your message to resonate deeply with a small subsection of people is how you cultivate superfans. Making these decisions is a big part of finding your voice. If you only talk about things with mass appeal, then you'll likely start sounding like every other publication. When you focus on finding what makes your view unique, then that is when you can start separating yourself. Weirdly, it's usually those niche articles that get the most paid members, which is the goal, right? Or one of the goals at least. It's probably because people have never seen an article like it before, and if they think only you can deliver for them, they will see the value of joining. Homogeneity is the death of small subscriptions. It's in embracing their unique voice that writers thrive and find an audience. Airbnb popularized the idea that the only way to scale is to do the unscalable, and sometimes that includes writing posts that absolutely can't find traction in the mass audience because they speak to very specific people who need to hear it. Most of the metrics I've tracked over my career have made my business worse, not better. There are only 3 metrics that I care about these days. Net subscriber growth. Hash of quality conversations per week. $$ in bank account. Some of my most beloved articles have almost no engagement. Most of my best converting emails have no engagement. Most of my best subscribers are lurkers who just read religiously and never comment. I've not ever talked to many of the people who gave me the most money, and most of our best evangelists are talking about my work without letting me know. Maybe you care a lot about metrics, and that's fine, especially if you're a desert, but for the most part, I think metrics are stupid. That's not to say I don't care at all, but the 3 I mentioned are the only ones that have truly moved my business forward in any real way. No matter what, if you track more than 3 to 5 metrics at any one time, it will be hard to have success moving any of them in a positive direction. Subscriptions and memberships are hard. Subscriptions and memberships are hard. There's no way around that. The best subscriptions have been built over the course of years, not months. The best way to think about them is that they will grow over time as the best of your business grows. In every case I can think of, creators spent a long time investing time and money into their membership before they started seeing significant growth. The frustrating part of a membership is that you have to treat it like you have 1,000 members even when you have 10. The only consistent thing I have heard about memberships is that the creators were building until one day it took off to the moon once their work caught on and they never looked back. For this reason, authors should consider a low-risk, low-stress way to keep their membership going while they build it up without it costing them a ton of resources. I highlighted 3 different ways to build a low-stress membership, depending on your personality. I recommend starting with one of those options as your base. Then, once your membership catches on, you can invest more and more of yourself into it. But if you give too much for too little return, then you'll likely burn out. I know it happened to me several times. Why now is the time to start a subscription or membership? Monica, think of the platforms in the publishing industry as a stack. The stack is all the ways in which authors find readers and make money, and I've spent years building out different portions of my own publishing stack for various pen names. That stack is getting higher though. Even just a few years ago, platforms like Kickstarter or Patreon, or even many of the big 5 wide platforms, were not the most viable places to find readers and make money. In some cases, like Kickstarter, readers weren't ready. In other cases, like Google Play Books, the platform wasn't ready. In still other cases, like direct sales, authors weren't ready. A money-making method needs all three to be viable. But now, a lot of platforms are meeting those minimum requirements, and the stack is getting huge. Authors get to forge their own path, yay. Authors have to forge their own path, yikes. I love to see the ecosystem expanding and offering new opportunities on the fiction side in a way that non-fiction has always had. And it's a good moment in history for my publishing plans. I'm finally actually going to revamp and republish my fiction catalog this year, and subscriptions and memberships, which have always been my preferred way to publish, are also having their moment in the author space. Readers are ready. Authors are ready. The platforms are ready. Now it's just a choice. Why I'm going all in on subscriptions and memberships. As I recommit to this for myself, I thought it would be fun to share the reasons that I'm going all in on subscriptions and memberships this year, specifically on the fiction side. You may share the same reasons, or you may find new ones that you hadn't thought of in this list. I know that after spending December 2022 reflecting on all the different options before me, subscriptions and memberships were not the obvious thing. But eventually I came around. There was just too much stacked in front of me about where the industry is going, and what I personally need to feel safe and secure within the system. Here are the reasons I tip toward this. Number 1, serialization feels natural to me. I have spent so many years writing blog posts and dripping out value little by little, that serialization for fiction makes a lot of sense in my mind. I am comfortable with the value that I can create in one chapter or one section. I am okay with letting things unfold in front of an audience. I am fairly immune to the nagging of people who don't like unfinished things and open boxes, and who want more from me right now. A lot of people would struggle with this way of writing, but I really enjoy it. Also, my solo storm books, fantasy, sci-fi, and cliffhanger style of writing is ideal for serialization. I have another pen name in romance. It works better at retailers. Serialization will not work for everyone or for every project. But does it work for yours? That's an important question I had to ponder. Number 2, accountability is required right now. I have been saying for years that I will make my fiction a priority, but it hasn't happened yet. My year often gets derailed by other things. This is not specific to fiction, as it happens to me with almost any plan I make. I often have to lock in my priorities with external deadlines so that I actually hit them. Even if I hit them late, I know I'll hit them eventually. In the past, I've used Amazon pre-orders for accountability, but that has worked best for nonfiction projects or novellas, which are usually far smaller projects than these novels that I'm writing. I can push out 20,000 to 40,000 words in a week, not easily, if I need to meet a deadline. That's much harder to do with a novel, though. Also, it doesn't feel good to me to get no feedback over the course of 80 to 120k words. So at the end of last year, I was thinking back to how I wrote my first novel. I realized it was almost entirely because I kept sending it to a friend who kept replying, "More please." While I'm perfectly happy to write a nonfiction book just for my own interest and clarity on the subject, with a "yeah, feel free to read this if you want to get weird and niche with me" vibe, I find myself different when writing fiction. I prefer an audience. I like to see reactions. I want to test things on the stage. Readers and fans have always motivated my fiction writing, which again is very personal. And it could change in the future too. It took me a long time to make sense of why I wasn't getting my fiction up on pre-order, but I eventually realized the deadline wasn't going to be motivating to me. The ongoing feedback would be, though. For me, having an audience is going to be my ideal accountability. Number 3, I have a deep craving for community. Post-pandemic and post-kiddo, I've found myself without a ton of people in person to connect with. In the past, I was willing to go out to movies, or dinner, or parties, or a bonfire, and spend time making conversation with people. But now I have limited free time and have very niche interests: writing, business, Lego, spirituality, tech, One Wheel, Taylor Swift, my eclectic mix of fantasy franchises, Lot R, HP, Star Wars, plus royalty franchises, The Crown, Reign, Medici, and family. I feel like writing lots of fiction is probably one of the best ways to attract people with similar interests. Maybe my interests aren't that weird. However, I definitely struggle to find people to connect with sometimes. I dream of a community where I can connect with like-minded people with similar tastes and interests, so I can invest in relationships that are likely to last. A lot of authors shy away from building a community around their work because it drains them. For me, being unable to leave a conversation that is not interesting is definitely draining. But being around the right people and talking about the right things is never draining. My honest opinion is that many, if not most people, are lonely, especially post-pandemic. Offering depth and belonging, and receiving it myself, is one of the reasons I want to nurture a stronger community. Number 4, I want and need recurring revenue. I spent all of last year launching, and it exhausted me. I learned a hell of a lot, particularly from my business partner Russell Nohelty, for whom launching is largely the only thing he does and has ever done. I couldn't keep up with what he seems to do every year, though. This year, I knew I didn't want to do a ton of launches. We'll still do a few, but I want to focus on building recurring revenue as my main business model, and do launches as a boost when needed. I'm really appreciative of having both in my arsenal. Launches give you lots of money right away, but then you have to keep doing them. Recurring revenue is an uncomfortable slow build where it feels like it's not working, but then you have a clear and predictable paycheck that grows. Right now, stability rules for me. I'd like to have another kid. I'd like to go on vacations and explore my other interests. And the reality of that is I need to work differently to get there. Luckily, I already know what it's like to build recurring revenue. I have significant recurring revenue on retailers. I do literally nothing, and I get money from previous works. I want to do the same with subscriptions and memberships to improve my publishing stack and become less dependent on retailers too. Number 5, I need direct sales to feel secure. Why not build on retailers? After studying the algorithms, seeing the rapid changes on each platform, and watching how fast my book sales supercharged books have gone out of date, well, sometimes you know too much about how places operate. Accounts shut down for wild reasons. Algorithm changes killing a revenue stream that was performing well. Competitive pay-to-play that's only intensifying. Nothing on retailers feels all that secure to me anymore, especially after reverse engineering algorithms. While direct sales has its own challenges, more email support, tech problems, marketing required, etc., I'm reticent to place all my revenue on retailers right now. I love retailers, they have given me my career, and I want them to be a smaller percentage of my recurring revenue right now. Building my own nest eggs on various direct sales platforms, Substack, Patreon, Ream, and others, will offer me a new peace of mind, especially as I want to be able to schedule ahead and step away regularly. Number 6, I generated art, writing, narration, and more is here. I've written a little about the AI revolution that's coming to all creative industries, but I've held back a lot because the topic is so divisive, and I didn't want to add yet another subject to the millions that I already talk about with authors. The more I read about it, though, the more urge I have to AI-proof my creative business. Spoiler alert. There's not really a way to do that. But if there is a way to soften the revolution, it's the antidote to AI. Community. Depth. Presence. Relationship. Authenticity. And all of that is inherent to subscriptions and memberships. I'm not sure where AI is going to take us, though I did finally decide to start a new Substack to explore my thoughts on it, and you can subscribe. But I know that in a world of instart, people will be craving more slowness and intimacy and unscalability. My top 10 subscriptions lessons from the first 6 months of going paid. It's been about 6 months since I, Monica, reopened paid subscriptions to my Substack subscription, The World Needs Your Passion. Substack suggested that I write a milestone post to celebrate and recommit to my subscription publicly. Milestone posts are a complete departure from the usual tenor of this newsletter, but since I'm supposed to be testing things regularly here, I thought I'd try it out. In 6 months, I've basically doubled my content here on Substack. And by the end of 2023, I expect to surpass 100 posts. While that maybe doesn't seem like a lot, given that I've been publishing this newsletter since 2021, when most of my posts take 4+ hours to write, that's a huge chunk of time and commitment to a single project. People come and go, as is to be expected, but there are about 50 of you total who have supported this newsletter monetarily over the last 6 months, and that's incredible to me. I don't do much to push my paid subscription, which is one of the lessons I address below, so to have 50-ish paid supporters is pretty cool. Lesson number 1: saying thank you more often. On the note of thank yous, one thing I want to get better at is thanking paid readers. So that is the first of several changes I'm making to my subscription moving forward. In every newsletter, I'd like to start including paid subscribers by name as a thank you paragraph at the bottom, much like I might do with a Kickstarter campaign or something similar. Many of you have been a subscriber to the Substack since it started, including the cohort of readers who first bought the Book Sales Supercharged 16-book series and got a free lifetime subscription to this newsletter. Crazy. I started this because I knew the series would be hard to keep updated as books, so I saw Substack as an extension of the books. In many ways, I still do. Though now the newsletter has about 5,600 subscribers, it has evolved into something much larger. Who else subscribes to this newsletter now? Well, as my author friends would tell you, I've gotten squealy about a number of industry leaders and high-profile authors who have popped into my subscriber notifications. People that I've followed for a decade, now following me. Sometimes it's surreal to shift to a peer status. I've also met so many of you through Substack's network itself, and I would say that's one of the steadier streams of new subscribers. I don't know how long the network effects of Substack will last, but there is a hybrid newsletter, social media thing going on this platform. The crazy thing is that it is social media, but with the data. I love how social is becoming decentralized. This is one aspect of Substack that will make it so I never, ever leave. But the thing that has surprised me the most is the number of vendors that follow me here. I'm assuming you're all looking for social media and search mentions, and that's what brought you here, but I'm still grateful. And of course, I hope I have not been hard on your company. I try to give a measured and balanced look at various companies from my perspective as an author, and my perspective absolutely changes, usually positively, over time as I engage with more authors in conversations. Number 2, subscriptions are constantly evolving and changing. At the beginning of this year, I felt like I had an established format for this subscription, and I was reluctant to stray from it. That format was a little more clinical. I started with the overview of the topic, then added fact-based comparisons to other products, services, options, then offered my opinion or other angles authors might want to consider. While I still love and believe in that format, I've also tried other formats that have done just as well, sometimes even better. And I've also found myself desiring to use different formats. For example, I've been reading Austin Kleon's Show Your Work again, been studying what it means to be a grassland, and been wanting to share smaller behind-the-scenes posts more frequently. But I've held back from implementing because I've been afraid to change things up and possibly get more unsubscribes. I'm a huge fan of the Subscriptions for Authors Facebook group, and Ream for that matter, and one of the frequent topics that comes up is how much longtime subscription runners change their subscriptions. This may be changing up the tiers, which changes what is offered to new subscribers, but it might also be letting the subscription evolve with them and their careers. This feels foreign for me, because it in many ways focuses on what I want to give versus what people want to receive from me, and at the same time, it's critical. If you are going to be doing something day in and day out, it must work for you above all. I've been very inspired by a newsletter I read that posts every single day, and while I don't intend to do this, I do want to post to Substack more often and share more of the work I'm doing, rather than just sharing the end result, which is usually a very long essay on something. Lesson number 3: I did not need 3 Substacks for authors. Of course, another way many of you came here is by subscribing to a different Substack I was running. This Substack was once 3, aggressively wide, productive serialist and ethical AI publishing. Back in April, my business partner, part-time therapist Russell Nohelty, told me, "You need to take everything you are doing and make it one thing, and do that over and over again forever." And he was right. It was ridiculous to have so many different newsletters aimed at the same audience, so I combined the 3 and renamed it Author Analyst. Monica's note: it's now called The World Needs Your Passion, and I have 3 Substacks total again, that one, a fiction one called Solo Storm Stories, and a spirituality one called Infinite Unions. I wish I could tell you how it's going by anything but the numbers, but numbers are what I have the most of. I can say that I didn't see much drop in engagement, subscribers, or any of the other metrics. If anything, those all stayed the same or went up. I can also say that not one person complained to me. Most of my fears around combining didn't come true, and most of my reasons for keeping things separate in the first place weren't real. Overall, I can highly recommend combining, and I think this extends to fiction too, especially pen names. Russell actually has both his nonfiction and fiction together under the author stack, which is interesting. I plan to keep those separate for myself, but I do intend and hope to eventually have one subscription for all my fiction, both pen names and all the random detours over the years. This is a part of a larger trend in publishing, the focus on humans over brand names. On retailers, I do think readers want separation of brands for quick understanding. For direct sales, though, readers are taking the time to understand you and want to engage with and buy the whole package. As a grassland, I'm all for separation and splintering my personality all over the place. But as a direct sales expert, I can say that no matter who you are, it could be beneficial to bring everything together under one umbrella. I do this on Kickstarter, on my website, and now through my subscriptions, aside from separating fiction and nonfiction. Number 4, the main reason people subscribe is really wanting to read a post. A lot of things work with subscriptions. I've had success with running yearly discounts. I've had success with simply asking people. I've had success with raising the price on a deadline. I've had success with subscription drives. I've had success with evergreen launch sequences. I've had success with a half-dozen other psychological triggers. But the thing I've seen to be the most successful is simply sending a post that someone really wants to read that has a paywall. Hands down, you will almost always get subscriptions from this. On the flip side, of course, it might have taken several posts that went out for free to build that person's habit of reading you, so I don't want to undermine the importance of free posts at all. For me, when I send a free post, I get a lot of new free subscribers, and when I send a paid post, I get a lot of new paid subscribers. You need both to run a successful subscription. Some fiction authors split this by keeping their Patreon or Ream subscription paid using an early access model, while using a different platform like Wattpad or Royal Road or their website as their free posting ground. Still, you must have free content to attract readers and paid content to give them a reason to give you money. By far the most obvious thing I have ever done to get subscribers is to draw that hard line in the sand. It's something we as creators feel uncomfortable doing, I'm sure, but it's also something that gets people over the fence. When I look at ways that I've personally started subscribing to other Substack newsletters or Patreon profiles, I can summarize it simply. They wrote a post I so badly wanted to read. They asked me and/or ran a subscription drive with a good deal, and thinking back to posts I wanted to read but hadn't, it was an easy yes. In all cases, I already subscribed to the newsletter, read the newsletter, and really liked the newsletter, but what pushed me to become a paid subscriber was usually one of these two things. A big part of the battle with subscriptions is trust, which I'm just going to reiterate, doesn't have to be about a schedule, and could just be about the quality of your work. The rest of the battle is always going to be someone getting their credit card out. Number 5, most people unsubscribe for reasons that you can't control. My experience with subscriptions is that almost no one unsubscribes because your content tires them, or you suck, or you didn't deliver enough. It's almost always that they are cleaning out their subscriptions and trying to save money, often due to a change in financial situation. They could be lying or trying to be nice, of course, but rarely have I had someone say that my efforts weren't good enough. And when they did, it was usually much more about them than me, and that was apparent in their message. I am one of those odd people that has turned off all notifications about unsubscriptions, both paid and free, across all my accounts, mostly because I don't think changing my actions would keep more people subscribed or prevent unsubscribes. For the most part, it is working. My free subscriber numbers go up every day, and my paid subscriber numbers go up every month. And that is really all that matters when building a subscription over the long term, at least in my book. Lesson number 6. I do a terrible job at promoting my paid subscription. One of the places I have greatly failed at building my paid subscription is in posting paid-only content. I generally want everyone to have all the information, so I make most posts free and let them move to the paid archive after 4 weeks. This does still help me get paid signups, but I would get a consistent stream of paid signups if I put more of my content behind a paywall from the beginning. Putting up a paywall and basically just having boundaries is hard. But also, I need to reward paid subscribers, and I haven't been consistent in that. I've thought a bit about this over the last several weeks, and I know I want to start an evergreen series that is for paid subscribers only. I'm thinking about doing a big experiment, specifically using the early access model at retailers, and making quite a bit of my content free at retailers at any given time. It is a wild idea, but I know a ton about the algorithms at each store, and there are also so many ways to make money outside of retailers now. It's something I've wanted to do since I started publishing fiction in 2011, but it finally feels like the publishing world can support such an offbeat experiment too. I think it could be fascinating to explore new business models for authors. I have a few public series slowly going when I have time to work on them too. And I do post things paid only regularly. None of that will change, but I have realized I need to do more paid content, and I need to thread a few narratives that excite people to subscribe and stay subscribed for the longer term. Lesson number 7. There are so many little things that increase a paid subscription trickle. Pia Ravenari, a longtime serializer and subscription author, said something in the Subscriptions for Authors Facebook group recently that resonated with me deeply. They wrote something to the effect of, "Little tweaks to your subscription can make a big difference in getting people to subscribe." Totally butchering this, but I can't find the direct quote anymore. I have found what they said to be true, and it's also those little extras that are hard to remember to do day in and day out. But they make a huge difference. Russell does a really good job of adding these little bits into every post, and I am just going to copy some of them going. He reintroduces himself regularly. He adds a little section at the top of his posts to remind people of who he is or introduce himself for the first time, and laces that with credentials, like USA Today best-selling author, that establish experience and longevity in the industry. He educates people on the platform. For example, he tells people about the 7-day trial at the beginning of every post. I've also set up the 7-day trial on my own channel, but I never tell anyone. I did today. Told you I'm copying Russell. You can set up a variety of special offers through Substack to create a button around this that you can then plug into your posts. He links to relevant archive content, most of which is paid, in every post. He usually links to at least 2 articles at the beginning and end of every post as a call to action to get more. This is incredibly helpful to demonstrate to the reader that they are not just reading one good post, but the subscription overall is relevant to them. It is a pennies-in-the-bank strategy that I think can be necessary with a subscription, at least a non-fiction one. But I think it can work extremely well, maybe even better, for fiction too. He does a link roundup post every week. This is actually one that I will probably not implement, but I think it's effective for him and anyone who has high input on Clifton's strengths. He reads something like 200 Substacks and links to his favorite posts every Saturday in a thread. I don't understand how, lol. I read maybe 5 Substacks total. He does an engagement post every week, in the same post where he does his roundup, he also asks people to rate how they are doing. I'm probably not going to do this exactly how he does it, but I do love the idea of an engagement post. One that I've tried in the past is asking people what's working for them on a specific platform, which got good engagement, and which was interesting for me. I can see being able to do that again now, because I have a lot more content, and can just link to various resources in my archive and back catalog, instead of writing a whole new post. Substack in particular has threads which do well for this purpose, but this can also be done as a regular post on any other platform. In addition to just stealing what seems to be working for Russell, I also have a few of my own ideas that may be right for some of you out there. Number 1. Vignettes. As a grassland, I find myself writing all the time. Creating content quickly is definitely not my problem. However, it can take me a long time to develop a post for Substack that feels worthy of being sent out to 5,000 plus people. So I've started dropping what I'm calling vignettes into sections, an actual piece of Substack functionality, whenever I write a post on social media for one of our groups. These little tidbits are tips and tricks that are valuable, but haven't been fleshed out into full blog posts and don't get sent out automatically to the whole list. When you browse the archives, you'll find these vignettes as well, which is a value add for the paid subscription. They are easily shareable, and already starting to find an extra audience here on Substack, as well as getting posted to other platforms, which draws more subscribers in as well. Number 2. A longer autoresponder. I'm not as sure about this one, but I feel like the welcome email functionality on Substack, someone gets a welcome email when they sign up for your free subscription, is sorely lacking. You cannot really send follow-up emails aside from blog posts, and you definitely cannot automate an evergreen sequence for new subscribers. In fact, that's one of the reasons Substack suggests running so many milestone posts. It's the only way to communicate who you are with readers. I'm considering putting up a long page on my website to explain to people who I am, why I started the Substack, where to find me, what my books are, how they can subscribe, etc., since there really are so many new people finding me on the platform that I've never interacted with before outside of my subscription. I'm also just considering having a regular feature, weekly or monthly, that is a reintroduction to me, where I can share more of this information. The challenge with this is making it regular and making it relevant to long-time subscribers. I know I need to do this, and that it actually serves readers when they understand my full body of work beyond the Substack. One of the reasons I write nonfiction books is because it's impossible to go in-depth on a concept in a comment or even a blog post email. To get real results, you have to sit with a topic over a longer period of time and explore multiple angles of it. You have to do the small niggling tasks that add up in the long run, and keep refining your efforts. I like having the books to direct people to, and I think a lot of people on this list have no idea that there are also books on nearly every platform I write about. This would be an opportunity to keep sharing that information, and if I can make it relevant to both long-time subscribers and new ones, I will implement something in this area. Number 3. Just dropping more resources on a regular basis. At the end of a post on Kickstarter, I should drop links to our book on Kickstarter. At the end of a post on Findaway, I should drop links to our book on audiobooks. I do a terrible job of this, and it kind of embarrasses me how disorganized I am. I started Substack to be an extension of the book series, but the series is also an extension of the subscription. I need to look over my posts every time, and take the extra minutes to drop those opportunities in. One of the reasons I don't do it is because I don't currently know where I would link to. I'm a bad wide author, have combined all my websites in the last several months, taking Russell's advice again, and need to recreate individual landing pages for most of my books on the new website. The larger picture on this point is it's okay to use your subscription as a selling opportunity as well. Or at least I'm getting more comfortable with the idea of it, because I see it everywhere on Substack. Right now I treat my free subscription as an entry point to my paid subscription, but not everyone needs to subscribe to become a customer. Someone could buy my books or our whole series, could join a course, could consult with me, or all sorts of other things. Paid subscriptions are really not the only way to monetize free subscriptions, and I should know much better and actually do something about it. Number 4. Writing new messages for the headers and footers of my emails. It's really important to remind people of why they should subscribe, and we have a whole framework around figuring out messaging for that, but I rarely change my standard messaging for headers and footers. I need to do it more often, as I know that whenever I change that messaging, I get a nice bump of people subscribing. As an example, my current message is: when you sign up for Author Analyst, you get current and archived 4 weeks old or more coverage of the big 5 retailers, Apple Books, Amazon, Kobo, Google Play Books, and Barnes & Noble, and coverage of print, audiobooks, serialization, translations, fiction apps, comics and graphic novels, and direct sales experiments and trends. Your paid subscription doesn't just support me, but also supports the growth of the independent publishing industry in what is currently a news and analysis desert. This publication covers news and topics at a depth that is currently deemed not valuable and unmonetizable. That only perpetuates the belief that it's not worth big tech's time to pour resources into this space, and that it's not worth starting and funding companies that provide author solutions. The independent publishing space, once a cottage industry, is growing up, and with it, we need news and analysis that helps authors and business owners interpret what's going on and make smart decisions about how to move forward. That's what the Author Analyst does. Please consider supporting this publication with a paid subscription, so we can attract attention and dollars to build the needed tools that empower more authors to build the businesses of their dreams in this industry. The first several times this message went out in the footer, I saw an uptick in paid signups and trials. Over time, of course, readers develop a blindness to old messaging, and you have to switch it up. This feels like yet another organizational issue for me. As I have the framework to come up with more messaging, all I need to do is build a spreadsheet and create a habit of updating those on a regular basis. Number 8. You really don't need a posting schedule. This is something that I already knew on some level, but I feel like this year has further proven to me that a posting schedule is simply not necessary. I want to be clear. For many creators, having a clear posting schedule that they stick to is incredibly valuable, keeps them accountable, and helps them do the regular work of keeping a subscription. For others like me, it doesn't. I've been thinking about who this might apply to since the default narrative about this type of person is lazy, procrastinating, doesn't care about fans, overpromiser and underdeliverer, unreliable, unprofessional, and on and on. I dropped all those narratives a while ago. I think what is most important to understand, regardless of what type of creator you are, is that readers and fans do not need a set posting schedule. It's simply not as key a factor in attracting readers as the narratives suggest, at least from what I can tell from my own subscription. My subscription currently has over 5,000 subscribers and attracts another 5 free subscribers per day consistently, whether I post or not. When I post, I do attract higher numbers per day, but not posting or not posting as much doesn't change my base rate of subscription. Further, people definitely subscribe if they want to subscribe and stay regardless of how much I post. If they unsubscribe, it's usually for other reasons, according to them at least. This is not the most conclusive evidence by any means, but it is to say that if having a schedule is not good for you as a creator, then consider letting that go and being yourself instead. Have an honest conversation with readers about it too. You can be successful at subscriptions either way, in my opinion. Lesson number 9. A schedule is not right for everyone, but it could help many. One thing about having paid subscribers is I do feel compelled to update regularly, and I push myself to do so. I'm still a little hesitant to set a strict schedule for myself, because I know if I said I would update every week, I would inevitably miss a week and disappoint people. I write when I have something compelling to say. That's what keeps the quality of the content higher. While I do this consistently, it does take a lot of hours. As a mom to a young family, I just can't do everything I want in my author business, and working harder or longer hours is not an option anymore. I also can't always predict my energy levels for getting work done. I work steadily now on most weekdays, unless my kid has an emergency. I rarely work weekends, but when I do, it's a bonus rather than something I can schedule. I'm extremely grateful that I have flexibility, and as much as I want to be one of those people who says I'm absolutely going to deliver something this week, I know that my family is simply the greater priority right now. Maybe that is just an excuse though, and it probably doesn't apply to most people who have a lot of control over their schedules. All of that said, I do sometimes think that if I had a few regular features that were not as intensive of work as a blog post, I could probably be a little bit more scheduled here, and maybe even schedule several weeks in advance. A lot of Substackers use threads, which I mentioned above under engagement, to keep their Substack posts per week higher and engage with their audience. I haven't decided yet if attempting some semblance of a schedule is something I'll actually announce or if it's something I'll just try to do. Probably the latter. I do think schedules help set expectations for readers, and I'll maintain that I have been successful enough without a schedule. You don't have to have one to post consistently. Lesson number 10. I'm not naturally good at having fans, but I should get better. We all should. Fans is such a loaded word, especially for a nonfiction brand. I am literally just studying things in my house, and then reporting the connections I'm making back to others. I also know many people read my Substack just to keep apprised of news and big happenings in the publishing industry. They aren't a fan, they just want to hear about things sooner. Still, I think it's a struggle too for me to be building a fandom, and I actually think that's true for most authors who were raised on the retailer diet. Many authors are not good at having fans because true fans are a bit antithetical to retailer sales. Since I can hear veteran authors rolling their eyes already, let me just say that I know you can have excited fans that you found on retailers that buy everything from you and follow you everywhere. But the reality is that they are a small percentage, less than 5 to 10%, of the total readers you reach, and most of your readers will still be casual readers. Compared to direct sales platforms, which are focused more on deepening fan relationships than on discoverability, retailers excel at discoverability. We have a lot of development to do in understanding how to build relationships with fans rather than casual readers. We need both retailers and direct sales. Both are so important to healthy growth of our author businesses, and at the same time. I think the business model in publishing is shifting from retailer-centric to reader-centric. And I personally have a lot of work to do to figure out how to build a reader-centric business myself, so I'm certainly not saying I have a ton of answers in this department. I have a few personal challenges with the reader-centric model that I think permeate in several of my direct sales channels, including this subscription. I feel a lot of pressure to be on all the time, responsive, excited, complimentary toward my readers, when before I didn't even know who was buying my books and they didn't expect a response from me. I feel a lot of disconnect with some of the methods that others use to build their fandoms. One I talk about a lot is having a set schedule, but another that everyone seems to swear by is sending personal messages and thank yous to your readers when they back or sign up for something, as well as when they are consuming your content. I think in the larger picture, it's really important to find your path and develop your own way of relating to fans. Unfortunately, there is not a ton being taught about that, and how to do that sincerely, in a way that works for you. People who are going to be the most naturally good at developing and relating to their superfans are probably aquatics, and people who will struggle the most are probably deserts and grasslands. I believe that everyone can find a way of relating to fans, but it needs to be fulfilling rather than fake or draining. One exercise I sat down to do around this was just asking myself, what do I actually feel when I see an email come in for someone signing up to something? Some of the emotions I came up with included excitement, gratitude, care, and protectiveness. From this angle, of wanting to express what I'm feeling, it's a little bit easier for me to brainstorm ways I can express these emotions on a regular basis in my subscription and my Kickstarter campaigns. Russell talks a lot about being a good steward of a platform. I think that is going to become more important as more of us move into more direct sales opportunities, and I also think there's probably not a set way to be part of these communities and environments well. A second question I've been asking myself is, what does my body of work stand for? I think so much around this reader-centric movement is going to be value-based, and readers will want to support other humans who share their values. I know what my body of work stands for: going aggressively wide, forging your own path, putting the independence back in independent authorship. But do I state these things on any sort of regular basis, consistently? No, not at all. This is bad for building community and fandom, because if people don't understand why they should be a part of something, they won't be. Again, I have zero answers. These are things I'm still thinking about more deeply. I think these two questions. What do I feel when someone says yes? What does my body of work stand for? Are a starting point. Then, the next piece of work is figuring out how to bring those answers into the ongoing conversation you're having with your audience. And as much as I love to talk to everyone individually, some of that effort needs to also, or at least, be embedded in the content itself and the conversational threads we are having on a regular basis. Bonus. Lesson number 11. It is harder to be on multiple platforms with a subscription. At the beginning of this year, I wrote a post about how we should all be going wide with our subscriptions. I'll be honest that while I still think it's true, I also don't currently know what to do with my nonfiction Patreon account, which I treat as secondary to Substack. I originally decided to be on Patreon as well, because I know many people have Patreon accounts, and they may prefer to keep all their subscriptions in one place that already has their credit card and charges at the beginning of the month, etc. But not a ton of people subscribe over there, and the Patreon page seems to have languished a bit. It has different functionality, which is part of the problem, I think. I've had a few ideas for what I could do with it, including putting some exclusive content there or serializing upcoming nonfiction books there. The great thing about Patreon is it allows for multiple tiers. But then, I always end up nixing the idea because it may make people feel like they have to subscribe to both, and I don't want that. Also, do I really need to add more work to my plate? I think that would be dangerous at this point. So I'm still brainstorming. My updated thoughts on the topic are that it may make sense to be on multiple platforms for convenience to readers, but it is extra work to update in multiple places, and you will likely still need to pick a primary platform to focus on. Chapter 19. Website sales through landing pages. I've given you exhaustive lists about the pros and cons of setting up your website store, so now I'm going to assume that you are continuing to read this book because even after all of that, you see value in selling direct to your readers. In this chapter, I'll explain the basic setup you need to sell direct to a reader. The basic setup. There are 5 things that you must have to do direct sales from your website. Number 1. Product page. You must have a landing page or website page to list your product. On this page, you'll put an image of the book's product description, and a button or link leading to payment. This page could be hosted on a platform, or it could be hosted on your own website. We will discuss each of these and the options in more detail in the chapters on special offers and web store setups. Number 2. Payment instructions. On your product page, you'll usually have a payment button that leads to PayPal or a Stripe integration. Some authors also just use a form submission for the product page and send a PayPal invoice manually. I've shared many of my recommendations for taking payments in the chapter on special offers. Number 3. Fulfillment system. Once someone purchases your product, you have to deliver that product to them. For digital products, you can use a company like BookFunnel for ebooks and audiobooks. You can distribute other types of files through Dropbox, which gives you a link to share each file. If you're selling a course or a bundle of media, you may want to use course software like Teachable. If you are shipping physical goods, you can use a drop shipping system. Drop shipping is when a company fulfills an online order for you on your behalf, and I give you more information about that in the chapter called Selling Books and Related Products. Number 4. Customer support system. Retailers handle customer support for you, but when you sell direct to readers, you'll be handling it yourself. You can expect a higher volume of emails to respond to, including questions about How to place an order. How to track an order. How to access a file. How to make a return or exchange. How to get a replacement for missing or damaged shipments. You may also have to handle less pleasant customer support, like chargebacks, when someone requests a refund through their credit card provider, citing that they didn't receive the product. It rarely happens, but everyone who does direct sales through their website eventually gets one of these. Customer service and support can seem daunting, but there is one little phrase that will help you significantly. It's company policy. Regular businesses have policies in place to handle support requests efficiently and fairly. They state these policies up front. You may be an author and solopreneur or small business owner, but you should also have a policy for all of these scenarios. When a new scenario comes up, create another policy and add it to your website so people know about it from the beginning. Creating a policy is like setting a boundary for your business. It will make everything go more smoothly and set expectations up front so negative scenarios happen infrequently. And the good news is that you can create any policy you want as long as it's fair to the customer, communicated up front, and legal, of course. Think about how you want or need to do business through your website so you can communicate your expectations and abilities kindly and professionally. There is lots of icky mindset stuff that can get in the way of having good customer support on your website, like feeling frustration, rejection, fear, anger, resentment, and more. I almost always recommend that creatives completely outsource their customer support to a personal assistant or other team member in order to completely avoid the bad feelings and, more importantly, to avoid saying something unprofessional in response to your customers. Number 5. A plan to collect taxes legally. The bottom line on taxes is you need to hire a tax advisor or preparation service. Nothing in this book is meant to be legal or financial advice. And taxes are going to depend on your locality, so you need someone familiar with your local laws. In general, you only pay taxes when your business has a nexus in a location. Nexus is established in a number of ways, including but not limited to where the business is located, what you sell in each area, and how much you sell in each area. You may find additional ways that your business is establishing a nexus in various countries, states, and towns all over the world. It sounds complicated and overwhelming, which is why you must hire an accountant who has experience in digital businesses and, if possible, in publishing. Unless and until your business has nexus in various places, you cannot apply to that place to collect taxes. Additionally, you never want to collect taxes from a customer in a specific area without being registered to collect taxes for that area. If you collect taxes in a place where you aren't registered, you could be accused of tax fraud. You may have picked up this book thinking it was mostly about website stores, and we will get to those in the next chapter. In this chapter, I'm going to start with a basic building block of a website store, a landing page or product page. If you can master a special offer on a landing page, you will be much more successful at managing multiple offers and product pages through your website store. What is a special offer? A special offer is basically a focused offer that only puts a few products in front of a customer at once. It differs from a website store because you are directing your readers toward the thing you want to sell them. If you were to just send them to your website store, they may browse the store however they like, without a goal or clear yes or no decision in their mind. Special offers are primarily done through landing pages on your website. They can be evergreen or time-sensitive. You can push them to just your email list, which honestly I recommend. I would not get into advertising without testing my messaging with my email list first, or you can push them to a larger audience and include social channels and advertising. Special offers are really flexible, and they are also a place where you can get creative about how you present your work. I love putting together special offers because I have a lot of control over my messaging, imagery, and more. What technology options are needed? Special offers really only require a web page, a payment processor, and a distribution processor. An offer can be created, paid for, and fulfilled with something as simple as a web form, PayPal invoice, and link on Dropbox emailed to someone. If you want to get fancier, you have several options. Landing pages. I use Elementor and Elementor Pro for WordPress. Everything I use is on WordPress. Writer MBA also sometimes uses OptimizePress or Themify. Checkout pages. I have a website store set up through WooCommerce on my main website. I run all of my checkouts through that storefront. Writer MBA uses Thrivecart, which is fantastic for digital-only products that use order bumps, upsells, downsells, post-purchase offers, and more. I cover these terms and what they mean in the chapter called Advanced Website Setups. If you are using Stripe, few people know that the company also has a cool product called Stripe Checkout, which looks fantastic. It can't do as much as Thrivecart, but it's a solid option if you aren't ready for Thrivecart. I also think PayPal invoicing is perfectly fine to use when you are getting started. It doesn't need to be complicated. Finally, many major form companies integrate with Stripe and/or PayPal's payment gateways, so you can take an order and charge for it in one place. I used Wafoo for years to direct sales, even offering a 9-book fiction series through them back in 2016. Distribution. To me, there's only one amazing game in town for distribution, and that's BookFunnel. I sometimes use Dropbox links as well. I also use BackerKit specifically for Kickstarter, so a lot of my books go out that way, but I still include BookFunnel and Dropbox links in my distribution since I'm working with other authors for the most part. On the print side, I also order books from Mixam, Lulu, and IngramSpark to be shipped out, usually using Uline boxes and ShipStation to track orders from multiple outlets. I go over distributing print books in the chapter called Selling Your Books and Related Products. There are dozens, if not hundreds more options to use for each of these categories, so find something you and your audience are comfortable with and give it a try. Why are special offers valuable? I want to highlight the value special offers because they are so much easier to get started with when it comes to website sales. Setting up a shop is daunting. Ask anyone who has done it. In some ways, the best place for authors to start is with special offers because they teach you so much about messaging, imagery, driving traffic, payments, distribution, and customer service. Here are some serious benefits of starting your website sales efforts with a special offer. You don't have to set up a full web store. Web stores are challenging to set up and can take days, weeks, or months to get operational. They can also be expensive to set up, run, and maintain throughout the year. Special offers allow you to get website sales without having a full-blown storefront. You can sell things you can't sell on retailers. Website sales increase with exclusivity. One of the challenges of selling through retailers is that you can't usually sell bundles of things that people really enjoy buying, like ebook and audiobook bundles. You can monetize your current email list and social accounts. You likely have readers on your email list who have nothing left to do but buy your next book release. These readers may spend more if you give them something else: special print editions, book boxes, gift sets around holidays, and more. Likewise, you have casual readers or freebie seekers too. There are different offers you can create that may attract each one to spend more with your business. You can set up early access pre-orders. Some authors set up pre-orders just for their current audience to get the book early. They then go on to have a second launch on retailers. This gives them 2 chances to talk about the book or series and extends the time between releases. You can capture more customer data. If your audience is on social media, you want their email address. But even if your audience is on your list, you may want their phone numbers or mailing addresses. A special offer could be one way to capture that information. You can make money on demand. My business partner Russell and I often use the term money on demand to talk about how you can make more money whenever you want. Special offers are great to have in your back pocket for these times. If you need to make up some revenue in 1 month, you can put together an offer and set a goal of 10, 50, 100, 1,000 plus sales, depending on the audience size you currently have. This is a huge mindset shift that puts you in control of your business, rather than being at the complete mercy of third parties. This can truly be a mindset shift that helps you algorithm-proof your business. You can also use special offers for printed products, which has even more benefits. You can create a limited time promotion with deadlines. You can create an offer that requires your potential buyers to order by a certain date, so you can hit fulfillment goals like printing or shipping. You can test an idea. Before pursuing a physical product idea and sinking cost into it, you can check to see how many people are interested and will give you money for something. You can take the money up front. Since you are only holding money for a short period, you don't have to invest your own money to order the products up front. You don't have to hold inventory long term. You can buy close to what you need to fulfill a promotion without having to estimate and then figure out how to sell the rest of your inventory at a later date, storing it in the meantime. Potential projects for your direct sales special offer. What should you launch as your first special offer to your audience? Here are 5 things that I think make a lot of sense to set up as special offers, whether you plan them as a launch or an evergreen landing page that you are sending ongoing traffic to through advertising and other means. Number 1. Launch of a pre-order or new release. A launch of a pre-order or new release is probably the easiest first effort in website sales. That's because it's a completely new product for your entire audience. The upsides to launching your books exclusively on your website for a short period, weeks or months depending on what you are comfortable with, is that you get an extra 25 to 30% in royalties. You have to pay payment fees to your payment processor, which are usually around 2.9% plus 30 cents in the United States, and you can get your money fairly quickly. Most direct sales payment systems pay out in less than a week, compared to retailers which take 1 to 3 months. It also rarely hurts your retailer launch, especially if you are not focused on sales rank. Only a fraction of your audience will buy direct from you. The downsides of this strategy is that you may not have a new release coming up and you are usually only going to be marketing to your current fans. This isn't an ideal strategy for finding new readers, for the most part. There is also a switching cost for readers that you've found on other platforms. Why should they buy direct from you? There's a whole list of psychological triggers that you can use to come up with reasons. I've dropped this list for your convenience into the chapter called Messaging for Your Website. Number 2. Launch of a backlist book in another format. A launch of a backlist book is one of the easiest ways to expand the profitability of your backlist on both retailers and through direct sales. The upsides to launching your backlist books is that you can make small tweaks, new covers, bonus scenes or content, additional artwork, different format, omnibus or bundling and more, and make additional money from your already created content. It's also a great way to capture more lurkers on your email list who either missed the launch the first time around or will be attracted to a new format. For example, some readers collect hardcovers and some readers prefer to get a whole series at once instead of individual books. The downsides of this strategy are that you will need messaging that addresses previous buyers so as not to be accused of double dipping, making someone pay for essentially the same product twice. For example, you may have bonus content in a backlist launch, but this penalizes readers who bought the book on retailers the first day. You may not want to make those readers buy the whole book again just to read an extra chapter or scene, so you'll need to decide how to address this. Alternatively, you can segment your email list. Number 3. Evergreen List Builder or Customer Builder. A customer builder is a break-even offer that you don't make profit on, but rather use to pay for advertising. You get paid $20, then you put that $20 back into the advertising to the offer. Along the way, you are collecting customers or warm and hot leads in the form of email addresses. The goal is to build a list of warm leads at no additional cost that you can then sell to later. The upside to launching a special offer that builds your audience is that you can build your email list while also selling a product, while also breaking even on your advertising costs. Now that you have a new audience member, and more specifically, a new customer, which is worth far more than a new audience member, you can sell them something else. You were able to find that person sustainably, without strain to your finances, and you can now make offers to them. Further, you can set this type of special offer on autopilot by driving traffic through advertising, so you are not putting daily energy into building an audience, it's all happening in the background. The downsides are that you'll need to work on your advertising skills to make this type of special offer work. It focuses almost exclusively on driving cold traffic to your offer, and it can require rigorous testing and some financial investment to get an offer like this working well. The landing page needs to convert, and the advertising needs to convert too. That may take some time. I consider this a more advanced special offer for this reason, but I also wanted to include it in this list. Conceptually, whether we want or not, as authors, we have this type of special offer in our product mix already. We may be using perma-free or discounted books to try to hook readers into a series. We understand the concept of loss leaders. And whether we set up this offer as a special offer or not, we are going to have loss leaders in our website store, just as we do on retailers. It's important to understand this and be conscious of it, because so many authors don't realize that most profitability comes from the second thing the reader purchases from your website. The first purchase might be profitable as well, but it at least needs to be break-even to be sustainable. Number 4, an exclusive product. An exclusive product is something that can't easily be offered on retailers. It could overlap with one of the other special offer examples, but it is unique in that you are not able to sell it at retailers easily. An example in my own business is that I want to start selling tarot decks from my website store. I even have one sitting on my hard drive right now that I haven't had the chance to set up yet. Decks are not currently in print on demand, though I hope they might be someday, so if a reader wanted one, they would have to go through me. Other examples of an exclusive product might be comic books, graphic novels, artwork, merchandise, and more. Digital examples, which might be something you start with, might include annotated books, screensaver or lock screen art, or audio commentaries. And finally, you could offer bundles of books that aren't possible on retailers, like a print, ebook, and audiobook bundle for the same title. The upsides to an exclusive product are that your readers can only get it through you. If it's something they want and are excited about, then they are likely to pick it up. This is also a great way to excite your readers and bring them deeper into your fandom. And these extras are really useful to have in your product line if you get into subscriptions or launch crowdfunding through a platform like Kickstarter. The downsides are that since the physical products are not in print on demand, they might be harder to obtain and keep in stock. You may have to do small print runs and hold inventory. For digital exclusives, most readers are not as willing to pay for them, and you can instead use them as upgrades to your regular ebooks, audiobooks, and print books. Number 5, a seasonal product. A seasonal product is something you offer for a very limited time to help readers celebrate the season. Like an exclusive product, this could overlap with other special offer examples. The upsides are that you probably already have seasonal products in your product line. For myself, I found seasonal products in all 3 of my product lines. I have a book called Novel Writing Prep, which has an audience year-round, but sells best in September, October, and November, right before and during National Novel Writing Month. I have a Twin Soul or Soulmates book about healing your romantic relationship that can easily be slotted into a Valentine's Day promotion. In fiction, I have books about witches, which make a ton of sense in the spooky fall months, and are especially great for the annual Witch Starter promotion on Kickstarter. The downsides to a seasonal product are that you are promoting it for a short time, and you really have to get the timing right. Delays will not be good, as many holidays are time-sensitive, so you have to pay attention if you are ordering products. Additional resources. Join 2 mini-courses on the topic. If you want to follow along with the 2 major types of website sales I discuss in this book, landing page sales, special offers, and a website store, you can get my mini-courses on the topic here. https://theworldneedsyourpassion.com/product/website-sales-special-offers/ https://theworldneedsyourpassion.com/product/website-sales-website-store/ You may enjoy some of my other books that guide you through how to get started on these direct sales channels. Get your book selling on Kickstarter, Book Sales Supercharged number 9, co-authored with Russell Nohelty. Get your book selling at live events and signings, Book Sales Supercharged number 10, co-authored with Russell Nohelty. Get your book selling with Ream, Book Sales Supercharged number 19. Get your book selling direct to readers, Book Sales Supercharged number 20, Co-authored with Russell Nohelty, pre-order. Get your book selling with subscriptions and memberships, Book Sales Supercharged number 21, pre-order. Get your book selling with Substack, Book Sales Supercharged number 23, pre-order. While I don't give any tax advice and cannot help you regarding your taxes or sales tax, I do want to give you a few potential tools that may be worth looking into. Quaderno, https://quaderno.io/. Avalara, https://www.avalara.com/. TaxJar, https://www.taxjar.com/. Takeaways. You really only need 5 things to start selling from your website: a product page, a way to take payments, a way to distribute your digital and physical products, a way to handle customer support, and a way to collect taxes legally. Everything beyond these 5 things is complexity that you don't necessarily need to get started with selling on your website. Focus first on these 5 things and you can start selling sooner. Some important buyer intent concepts you'll want to learn and think about are abandoned cart, retargeting, conversion advertising, and tripwires. Some important selling concepts you'll want to learn and think about are cross-sells, upsells, downsells, post-purchase offers, and repeat purchase offers. The novelist's dilemma is the idea that we as fiction writers simply don't have enough to sell to our readers. The answer to the novelist's dilemma is to build your fandom. This can be done through 3 direct sales channels: launch, crowdfunding, subscriptions, and live events and signings. A special offer is a building block for your website storefront. It allows you to focus on selling just a few products at a time. You don't need a ton of software to set up a special offer. Pick a landing page tool, a payment tool, and a distribution tool, and you are off to the races. There are tons of reasons to start with a special offer instead of a web store. Special offers are the training wheels for your web store and allow you to take action quickly. There are 5 recommended options, with some overlap, to create a special offer: frontlist launch, backlist launch, audience builder, exclusive product, and seasonal product. If you don't have an idea for what you want to do, pick one of these and just get started. Task checklist. Decide whether you need to focus on buyer intent concepts or selling concepts next. Which will benefit you more, faster? Add these concepts to your plan for growing your website store or landing page special offers. Consider where you land on the novelist's dilemma. Does your catalog fit the examples given? Are there ways you can plug the leaks in your business, especially if you are a fiction author? Consider the solutions to the novelist's dilemma. Are these a part of your long-term strategy to make both your website sales and direct sales in general work for you? Choose a special offer that works with your product catalog and feels doable. Choose tools to set up that special offer. The best tools are the ones you already have access to or accounts with, but that is easily followed by tools you feel comfortable and confident with. Get to work setting up your special offer and focus on it being functional. You can send the offer to your email list and they are able to take action on it. You will be learning and iterating as soon as you take action, so don't try to get things perfect. A special offer takes time to hone. If you know the answers, write down how you intend to host product pages, how you want to take payments, how you hope to distribute your books, how you will handle customer support requests, and how you plan to collect taxes legally for your specific location and situation. If you don't know the answers to these questions, that's okay. Write down the questions you have about each of these 5 sections. Now you have a list of questions to research for next steps. Come over to Writer MBA on Facebook to ask your non-tax questions. As noted, we will not answer any tax questions as we are not licensed professionals, nor in your locality. No content in this book should be misconstrued as tax advice. https://www.facebook.com/group/writerba/. Chapter 20. Website Sales Through a Web Store. Now that we've covered landing pages and special offers, let's talk about setting up a store on your website. In this chapter, all offer the top website store solutions that are ideal for independent authors right now, as well as the many add-ons that you'll want to implement over time to make your website store a sales machine. Because we're talking about multiple platforms, I've kept the specifics around recommendations very general and have not pointed you to any specific add-ons for your store. The best thing you can do is decide what the specific thing is that you want to do, then search for an add-on that seems to fit all or most of your criteria. There are no right answers or perfect implementations, unfortunately, but if you know what you want to do, you can seek out author groups on Facebook like 20 books to 50K or wide for the win and ask for recommendations. You can also hop into my group that I share with my co-author, Russell Nohelty, called Writer MBA. This is a very good place to ask for recommendations on setup. I have a degree in computer science and have been building websites since 2007, so there's a good chance that I can help, or at least point you in the right direction. Join here. https://www.facebook.com/group/writer/. Technology options for setting up your store. When authors think of setting up their website for direct sales, one of their biggest questions is usually, what software do I use? To me, there's no right answer. People often get caught up on tech when it likely doesn't matter, and we rarely choose the perfect thing to begin with anyway. Tech is also changing constantly, with software going out of date and competitors entering the space. When I'm looking at software selection, the factors I look at include how stable the platform software is, so that I don't have to worry about it going out of date or the company going under. How well it integrates with my other software, specifically my email list and my fulfillment systems, but also my payment processing providers like Stripe and PayPal. Whether I think I can make my money back quickly. How my audience prefers to get content similar to what I'm selling. This helps establish trust. Several years ago, I had a nice WordPress plugin that allowed me to sell courses from my website. I did good business with it, and it was very affordable. I ended up moving to Teachable, however, mostly because it was a stable system, integrated with everything, and my audience, authors, was more accustomed to buying premium courses from Teachable. Lots of people who bought the courses from my website asked me if they could buy from Teachable instead. So even though I was happy with my setup, and it was a lot cheaper than Teachable, I ended up moving systems to build a greater sense of trust and ultimately reach new audiences. Now that you know how I prioritize my recommendations, I wanted to offer you the 3 top platforms you can use to start your store: Shopify, WooCommerce, and Payhip. Number 1. Shopify. Shopify is one of the most popular platforms for selling, and not just among books. It's ideal for authors who don't want to host their own platform, yet want a lot of customization options still. If you are moderately tech-savvy but have no website development experience, Shopify is going to be the best hosted platform for ease of use while still having access to all the top apps, add-ons that you'll want to add to your store over time. When you use Shopify, a lot of the website maintenance and back-end work of maintaining a store is done for you. Shopify also has direct support that you can contact to solve any issues you may encounter. The challenges that you'll face with Shopify is that it's pricier than other options, and if you don't intend to market and scale your store, it may be hard to cover the baseline fees to run it. It's not an ideal option for authors with a limited budget, who intend to either test out selling from their website or who are hoping to sell from their website sporadically throughout the year, during a pre-order, for example. And to be frank, this is about 90% of all independent authors. If you are an advanced or full-time author, Shopify is as solid an option as any, but most authors are not going to need all the bells and whistles that Shopify has, and may not be able to justify the costs of it. Number 2. WooCommerce. If you use and like the WordPress blogging platform as the core content management system on your site, then I recommend using WooCommerce to extend your website into a store. Like everything else on WordPress, the plugin is infinitely customizable, and you can buy specialized themes to make your store match the rest of your website. You can purchase tons of plugins, add-ons similar to Shopify, to give your website store robust functionality that will help you sell more. I personally use WooCommerce, and the thing I like most about it is the ability to customize it exactly as I want, and the fact that the base plugin is free to set up and play with. I also like that it matches the rest of my website, meaning that I can use Elementor to create matching landing pages that lead seamlessly into my shopping cart. The challenges you'll face with WooCommerce is that you are responsible for hosting, technical support, server maintenance, and more for your store, just as you would be if you use WordPress already. You can outsource this to your designer, or you can do it yourself. Number 3. Payhip. Payhip is the current third most popular e-commerce solution in the independent publishing space. There is no comparison to Shopify or WooCommerce, which in my opinion are both ideal solutions for authors who want to grow and scale website sales. However, authors like Payhip for many of the same reasons they like retailers. Payhip is uncomplicated. Remember all the icky stuff we talked about earlier, dealing with taxes, setting up full sales funnels, figuring out payment buttons, and so on? Payhip does a lot of that for you, just like a retailer does. It also does some interesting things that some or all retailers don't currently do, like couponing, embedding to your website, integrating with your mailing lists, pay what you want pricing, social discounts, and more. And it still gives you about 95% of your revenue on each purchase. The challenges with Payhip are the limitations. It can only do digital downloads, and while it does offer more options than many retailers do, it does not offer customization at the level that Shopify and WooCommerce do. In the near future, Payhip may have an integration with BookVault, which handles print book dropshipping, but that may not be live at the time of this writing. You can think of Payhip as a hybrid solution sitting somewhere between retailers and your own custom website store with Shopify or WooCommerce. Still, it's popular because it may be a great way to get started, and they do have a free tier, so there's no harm in setting it up as an experiment. Number 4. Other options. There are also several other options for selling direct, like Squarespace and Wix, and if you have your website built on these platforms, then it may be easiest to upgrade to their shop options. In fact, whatever your website platform is, you can look into whether they have an add-on for your current setup. This is the easiest way to make sure your store integrates with all of your other tools, as a store without automation is probably not going to be fun to run, or make your customers who expect instant gratification very happy. I want to add that you don't need a store platform to get started selling direct. Some authors use a free Google form to take information about the order, then use PayPal's invoicing system to manually send money requests. They fulfill the orders themselves from a spreadsheet. While this is not automated, it's also an uncomplicated way to get started. Remember, you can change your mind about your platform at any point. So don't be afraid to start on Payhip to test the waters, with the hopes of graduating to Shopify when your store takes off a bit more. Use the solution that is perfect for you for the next 6 months, and worry about what happens years down the road when it's more imminent. If you are worried about investing too much energy into any one platform, remember that you can even hire someone to move all your products over for you in the future. The greater risk is in not starting or waiting for the perfect solution. So just pick something and work with its limitations for the time being. One final note. There is definitely some toxicity around choosing a website platform in the author community, and varying thoughts on ones that make you a serious author or not. There are always going to be people who think that their platform is the only way, but trust your own gut. Don't let anyone spew their own trauma at you to guilt you into choosing one platform over another. You have nothing to prove to anyone, and you do not have to take on the labels that people try to assign to others. Your marketing and sales chops are going to be far more important to your success than a tool is, so do what's right for you and keep reading, because we will get to the marketing and sales portion of this book. Add-ons you'll want to consider. For Shopify and WooCommerce, you can find all sorts of add-ons. Shopify calls them apps, WooCommerce calls them plugins that will make your shop run a little better. As an author, there are several categories of add-ons that you want to consider getting. While I don't list any specific recommendations, it is fairly easy to find the most popular plugins that have the functionality in each of these categories for either Shopify or WooCommerce. Nonfiction authors, coaches, internet marketers, dropshippers, and other major industries that focus on online sales have already been selling direct for a decade or more. These industries have paved the way for us authors to the point where we truly do have all the tools needed to easily get a very nice website store up and running. Here are some of the categories you may want to consider add-ons in. Number 1. Pre-orders. You definitely want a plugin that allows you to take pre-orders. Ideally, the way this functions is that you take the order and the credit card information and charge the order when the content or product ships, just like a retailer. In general, you don't want to collect money on items that are going to ship 6 months or 12 months out. Number 2. Bundling. One of the biggest downsides to retailers is the inability to bundle products. As an author, you can basically only list a book for sale, and it's hard to list a bundle of books, especially priced over Amazon's ceiling of $9.99. Yes, you can create a large ebook file and call it an omnibus, but to what limit before you hit pricing ceilings? Usually, 3 to 4 book bundles on Amazon, and 6 to 7 book bundles on other retailers. Even though the other big 5 retailers, Kobo, Barnes & Noble, and Google Play Books, allow you to price books higher without any drop in royalties, there are still limits to how much readers will tolerate when all the books nearby are $9.99 and below. Additionally, some readers will always prefer 5 files to one huge one that may be more difficult to navigate. Retailers definitely do not offer a way to bundle obvious things together, like a print version, ebook version, and audiobook version of the same book. It's also impossible to sell things like actual print boxed sets, where the books come separately in a custom-fitted cardboard box with beautiful art on it. If you are a nonfiction writer, an obvious bundle might be the book plus matching workbook. You especially want to be able to do all of these things you can't do on retailers on your website. These are unique products that readers must come to you for, and this will make them more valuable, as well as help you train your readers to buy direct from you. When you bundle items, I encourage you to maintain separate SKUs for each item, primarily due to fulfillment. You might be using different fulfillment services for digital versus physical products, or for books versus merchandise. A plugin that allows you to build bundles of individual items is going to save you a ton of time and hassle on the back end. Number 3. Upsells and also bots. One major benefit of selling direct is the ability to gather data, which you can then use to find upsells. Upsells are smaller items that you can persuade your audience to add to their carts when they put something else in their cart. For example, if someone wants to buy book 1 of your series, you may offer to upgrade them to books 2 and 3 on their way to their shopping cart. Or you may try to offer someone who bought books 1 to 3 an ebook to upgrade, so they can get the audiobook versions too. Number 4. Couponing and bonuses. Most systems will have some sort of built-in couponing tool, but I recommend looking for add-ons that can do a bit more regarding both couponing and bonuses. These are the 2 best ways to get people to buy now. Offer them a discount with a deadline, or offer them a bonus with a deadline. Naturally, couponing works a little better. People love deals, but bonuses can work well too, especially if the bonus is a good one. For couponing, the most popular option is going to be a coupon discount, usually 10 to 20% off, in exchange for joining your email list. Make sure you promote this as a pop-up on your store. Another way you can use couponing discounts is to track affiliates. You can offer an affiliate a coupon for their audience and send them an affiliate fee for any sales they end up making. Bonuses are often not discounts, but they are frequently still executed via a couponing mechanism. I tend to prefer bonuses because they protect your pricing and train people to buy at a regular price. Bonuses can be additional items, but they can also be a bundle version of something like buy one, get one, BOGO. You can also put some of your worst-selling physical products, your overflow inventory, in a mystery box and offer that as a bonus if someone buys $50 or more. You can also offer free shipping at certain spending inflection points, which is always going to be a popular offer. To get a sense of what retail businesses do to bring people to their websites for direct sales, you may want to do some online shopping. I mean, in the name of research, of course. What does the retailer try to push you toward? Number 5. Email and fulfillment integration. As I mentioned, automation is key to successful website sales. I highly recommend integrating your software so that when someone buys something, they get added to your marketing email list and potentially an autoresponder funnel based on what they bought, and their items get added to your fulfillment systems, which are largely automated as well, to the extent that they can be. These two pieces of integration are key to scaling your website sales, and I would personally pay extra in add-ons to make sure this worked smoothly. Number 6. Advertising integration. Many authors want to sell direct just to their current fans and readers. If you want to grow your sales on your website beyond your current fan base, however, you're probably going to be using advertising to do so. It's worth making sure you're tracking your data well, so that you can understand which products are your best sellers to cold traffic, and which advertising narratives are going to produce the most converting traffic to your website. Number 7. Checkout and cart abandonment. The point of sale is one of the most important parts of your process. A good checkout process with guest checkout options, different shipping and delivery options, and more can make or break your sales numbers, and cart abandonment follow-up can help you recover sales that are at the tail end of the sales process. You've done the work and gotten these potential buyers far into your sales process, so don't abandon them, and they won't be abandoning their purchase. Build your website store slowly. You are not going to get all of these pieces together in a single day or even a single week, nor do you need to. I recommend getting just the 5 basics set up and operating smoothly first. This may take you a bit of time anyway. After that, I would slowly start to integrate the additional add-ons if you are on a platform that supports them. To me, the most important thing you can do is get email integration, your front-end marketing, hooked up, as well as fulfillment integration, your back-end delivery, hooked up. Next, I would focus on bundling, as that will give you a bunch of new and higher-priced products or SKUs in your store. Bundles are going to be one of the biggest ways you scale your store sales, especially when you consider the cost of advertising. From there, it comes down to your personal preference. Whatever you decide, remember to take it slow. Every income stream takes time to build, and while you can think of your website store as one income stream, it's also useful to think of your website store as multiple income streams. Every product or category of products is another income stream that you are learning to build. Different customers will like different things. It's important to dream about and understand all the possibilities. And then it is more important to implement the most basic setup you can come up with and get your first sale. Selling your books and related products. You've created your store and learned the nuances of selling directly to your reader. You've mapped out your product offerings and figured out the basic marketing plan and sales funnel to get people buying from you again and again. Now it's time to fill your store with your catalog of products, which likely includes some combination of ebooks, print books, audiobooks, and merchandise, as well as additional SKUs for bundles. In this chapter, I'll talk about the quirks around different items you can sell in your website store. Selling ebooks. As long as you are not in exclusivity agreements, ebooks are probably the easiest thing you can start selling from your store. You likely have an ebook file compiled for just about everything you have published, and because you have most of your catalog on retailers, you likely have product descriptions, reviews, and more than you can use to communicate the value of your ebook to potential customers. You can sell ebooks for $10 or less, which is the perfect price for a low-key buy. You have a lot of individual tripwires to play with, though I don't recommend playing with them all at once. It's good to rotate marketing efforts, but remember, you want your core offerings front and center in your store. The individual books are listed on the proverbial second page, allowing your core offerings to shine. You can distribute ebooks through BookFunnel or a link from Dropbox. The only quirk I've found when selling ebooks is that a lot of readers didn't want an EPUB, and a few couldn't figure out how to access it despite working with BookFunnel, and instead wanted a PDF. To cut down on customer support, I recommend sending both without asking their preference. As with any digital product, there are issues with piracy, especially when sending PDFs. My suggestion is to make sure all of your books are up at all retailers, at least on pre-order, before selling direct, just so no one can fraudulently post your book and start earning royalties. I also recommend having a clear no returns policy on digital goods for your own protection. It doesn't mean that you can't offer a refund, but it does mean that you are not obligated to offer one. When I write my returns policies, I also say something like, because digital downloads are sent instantly upon purchase, we are not able to offer refunds. Please be sure you want to make the purchase before submitting your order. Selling audiobooks. Selling audiobooks is not much different from selling ebooks, and many of the same points around digital downloads apply. You can use BookFunnel to send out audiobooks. You may also send a link from Dropbox, but because audiobooks are usually a bundle of sound files, I find BookFunnel to be a much cleaner implementation, especially because it comes with its own player. While retailers won't allow you to sell I-read audiobooks, programmatically read by artificial intelligence, you can sell these easily and cheaply created books from your website. Google Play currently offers I-read audiobook creation, so check their terms to see where you can sell your books. If not, then you can create an AI read audiobook using Amazon's free-to-use Poly service. Note, this program is built for developers and requires basic knowledge of speech marks. In addition to audiobooks, you can also sell other sound files, like an audio commentary. Selling print books. If you are selling print books through your website, you are doing it on pre-order, through a short print run, or through offset printing. Then you are either drop shipping those books to readers when they order, sending your product to warehousing services with Printful or fulfillment by Amazon, FBA, or fulfilling the orders yourself with the inventory you hold in your home or office space. Let's talk about each of these concepts one by one. Pre-orders. Many authors have gotten their start in selling print through a very basic system of pre-orders. They put together a print edition or book box for readers and create a form where people can indicate their interest in various options. They email their list and audience platform to share the form. They close the form and invoice readers through PayPal to collect payments. They buy the books and ship them to those who purchase them. You can make things much more complicated than that, of course. You can set up a website and hook it up to a distributor, which then prints and drop ships the books to your readers, but you can also test the waters with the simple setup that I've described above. To us, this is the simplest way to get started, and is ideal if you're trying to understand the demand for your print books. Offset printing versus a short print run. Print on demand is an option that lets your printer create one copy of your book quickly, based on demand, someone ordering it. This means you don't have to front any costs and you just collect royalties, similar to your ebooks. The downside is that you have limited options for what you can print, and the costs are much higher to print books one at a time. Offset printing is when you buy books in bulk, usually at least 750, but often far more at a significant discount. For special embellishments, you'll likely have to get an offset book printed. These orders can take weeks to arrive, and have a huge lead time because they are usually printed and shipped from a country like China. You can order a print run of your books from Fast Print on Demand Copies, https://kdp.amazon.com/ Personal or early copies with no publication required, https://press.barnesandnoble.com/ Industry Standard Pod, https://www.ingramspark.com/ Cheap Great Book Printing, https://mixam.com/ Pricier Fast Great Book Printing, https://www.48herbooks.com/ All the Bells and Whistles, https://printninja.com. Drop shipping. Drop shipping is when a company fulfills an online order for you on your behalf. Typically, you print and package the book and rent storage space in their facility, and when they receive an order, they will ship the package for you. You can usually take orders from several places that integrate with the dropshipper. There are a few companies that independent authors use. Printful. This company integrates with several popular retailers like Amazon and Etsy, and also integrates with several popular website store platforms like WooCommerce, Shopify, and Squarespace. If you have books, bundles of books, or a book box that includes merchandise, you can ship your products to them using their warehousing fulfillment. You pay to rent space where they store your products, and they ship when you sell them. https://www.printful.com/warehousing-fulfillment. If you want to add merchandise to your website store, you can also dropship many different items from Printful. https://www.printful.com/sell-merch-online. Fulfillment by Amazon. Fulfillment by Amazon, FBA, works similarly to Printful, but there are major benefits when you sell through them. While you can always get your books onto Amazon easily, FBA is ideal for books that can't be easily done through Pod, but it can also be useful if you want to offer signed print copies of your books, an actual print box set, or bundles of products of any other sort. You can additionally dropship merchandise printed through Printful through your FBA account at Amazon. Finally, you can access Amazon benefits like eligibility and Prime shipping, as well as outsource customer service and returns to Amazon's team. You can learn more here. https://www.amazon.com/fulfillment-by-amazon/b?a=utef 8 and node equals 13245485011. Luzo. If you use Lulu for printing specialized books through Pod, they have different paper options and bindings that are not available elsewhere. You can hook up your account to Shopify and WooCommerce through their custom integration app Lulu Direct. You could also plug into your own site using the Lulu API. BookVault. BookVault is a new UK company on the scene that it's similar to Lulu, but with slightly different printing and shipping pricing. Similar to Lulu, it integrates with major web store platforms that authors use like Shopify, WooCommerce, and Payhip. BookVault is fantastic for international shipping, and many Kickstarter people also use it for their campaigns. A few challenges with offering print books is that you have to factor in shipping costs, especially internationally. I recommend having a policy in place around where you will and won't ship to internationally. If you are fulfilling orders from your own home, you can get packing materials at Uline and get accurate postage through ShipStation or Pirate Ship. Selling ancillary products and merchandise. There are so many interesting things you can sell through your website store that might be related to your books. I recommend checking out Printful first, as they integrate with Shopify and WooCommerce. They have high-quality merchandise and prints that can cover a lot of the items you might be interested in. You are unlikely to make much money from selling print-on-demand merchandise, so I recommend limiting your products. Remember that profitability is important, and think about how products might ship. For example, breakable items like glassware and coffee mugs may be both expensive to ship and annoying to ship, especially when you have to replace a broken product. If you're intending to do it yourself, you must make sure that it makes financial sense to do so, and that you are not losing money with each sale. You can also do a print run of a few high-margin, easy-to-ship items like enamel pins and prints. I think enamel pins work really well for symbols and badges, but keep in mind that if you are fulfilling the orders yourself, these will have to be shipped separately from books in order to qualify for the media mail rate in the US. When it comes to selling merchandise, most of it is not worth the hassle in terms of profitability. Focus on just a few items that truly enhance the excitement around your work. Selling bundles and book boxes. Once you have figured out how to sell all of these things individually, you can fill out those core and premium offerings with bundles of your individual items. Most of your direct sales money will come from bundles rather than individual products. This is true on retailers too, actually. This means that your bundles need to be front and center on your website store, and you need to be focused on upgrading potential customers to bundles. A challenge with physical bundles is sourcing everything and then shipping everything, especially during a global pandemic when shortages abound and suppliers are dropping out of the market due to rising costs. I highly recommend getting a small print run of all the physical items in your bundle and figuring out a shipping container, packing materials, and then the weight and price to ship to various countries around the world. Harmonious catalog and direct sales. One of the biggest questions I receive on selling direct from your website is how it will hurt sales rank and algorithmic visibility on Amazon. Many of you will have built a strong business on retailers, and you want to add direct sales through your website as a supplement to what you're already doing. You may want to directly sell only a few things, especially if you have exclusivity contracts. Transition your readers slowly to buying direct instead of at a retailer. Leave your retailer business as it is, but sell direct as an additional income stream. Find new readers or scale advertising efforts. Or some combination of all of these. Whether your sales rank takes a significant and damaging hit or not is going to depend on how popular your books are already in the store. If you are in exclusivity programs, then you aren't selling ebooks in your website store to begin with. If you are wide, you are going to have to be a wildly popular and successful author to be worrying about launch day sales rank, as you are competing with borrows from Kindle Unlimited. For most authors, it's not going to make a significant difference in their retailer sales or algorithms. In the case of a pre-order, where you are selling your book ahead of time direct to readers with the intention of putting the book in exclusivity upon launch, there may be a little bit more of a hit to your sales rank. Again, it depends on how many launch day sales you would normally collect. For most authors, I still think it won't matter or hurt your launch day. In general, successful authors in Amazon's exclusivity program find 70 to 90% of their readers are co-readers. That means that most of their sales rank comes from borrows, which means that those people aren't likely to buy directly from you or your store anyway. You're not risking much by offering pre-orders through direct sales. Additional resources. Join the Direct Sales Accelerator. My business partner Russell Nohelty and I created a mega direct sales course called the Direct Sales Accelerator. It covers these advanced selling opportunities in detail, along with subscriptions, crowdfunding, live events and signings, and more. Many of these products overlap with other means of direct sales, and other platforms may be more useful for testing offers as well. As a bonus, you get my 2 mini course guides for this book about special offers and website stores inside the course. https://courses.writermba.com/. Join my mini course on the topic. If you want more on setting up your website store, you can get my mini course on the topic here. https://theworldneedsyourpassion.com/product/website-sales-website-store/. For specific recommendations on add-ons for your particular setup, join and post in our Facebook group dedicated to advanced direct sales topics called Advanced Direct Sales Strategies for Authors, which you can join here. https://www.facebook.com/group/writermba/. Takeaways. Ebooks are the easiest products to start selling, followed by audiobooks. The 2 most hassle-free ways to sell print books are to either set the up with print on demand, pod plus drop shipping, usually through Lulu or BookVault, or to take print book pre-orders and order only what you need. As you get more advanced with website sales, you may find cheaper alternatives in handling your own print runs, shipping books from your own home or warehouse, and upgrading readers from regular paperbacks and hardcovers to signed copies, dedicated copies, or special editions. You can sell ancillary products like merchandise from your storefront. You may be able to do some via print on demand, but other products, like decks or games, may require an upfront financial investment and holding inventory. I prioritize my software in various ways, but you may not prioritize the same. What's most important to you in a website store? Follow your gut as you read through the descriptions. There are many add-ons you'll want to consider, and we will continue the discussion in the following chapters. The most important thing you can do is not get overwhelmed, because you are going to be adding these pieces to your web store one add-on at a time. Don't get peer pressured into a piece of software. The tool is far less important than your ability to do great things with it. Task checklist. Make a plan around how you want your storefront to be set up. What can you do right now? How can you make it profitable sooner? Make a plan around how you want your storefront to grow. Where do you want your store to be in 1 year, 3 years, 5 years? As you learn how to improve your store through cross-sells, upsells, post-purchases, and repeat purchases, you may find that your website store and special offers dictate your production priorities. Allow for room to explore, and make this area of direct sales as fun as possible as you go along. Decide on your priorities for your website store software. Choose a software platform to set up your website store on. Decide what add-ons you need. Each one costs money, and you'll have to choose between various implementations based on what you are trying to do. Make a plan to build your storefront. What is the first and most basic iteration? Get down to the core of what you really need to consider it a success. You can always add on later, and you don't need to follow anyone else's timeline but your own. Chapter 21. Live Events and Signings. There is no substitute for getting out in front of humans and talking about yourself and your products. Not only are in-person sales easier than online sales, but you can also see the eyes of your fans when they connect with your work. Conventions are also a great way to meet other creators and realize that you are not alone in the world. I worked with an artist at a couple of shows, and after both, she told me that it was the first time she didn't feel alone, and that there might be a place for her in the world. That is what a convention can do for you as well. It's a place to celebrate your weirdness with other people and get new fans in the process. I am around authors all day, and my brain used to be consumed with thoughts that every human was an author like me. When you think like that, it's hard to get excited about finding new readers, because you just assume they don't exist. I mean, who else could there be to buy my books if everybody is an author? Why would they want to buy my books when they're trying to sell their own? Ever thought like that? It plagued me for years, but one moment changed all of that for me. I'm used to doing conventions and networking events full of entertainment professionals, but one night I was at a party full of people from my wife's industry, not mine, and it showed me the way I was thinking was completely ridiculous. Because here's the thing, there were hundreds of people at the party. Yet not one of them were authors. I'm not saying I talked to every attendee, but I talked to a couple dozen, and all of them said the same thing. They weren't writers. In fact, they were baffled at how I could write things from my imagination. In fact, they told me time and time again that they were completely not creative. Think about that. I was in a room full of a couple hundred people, and none of them were authors. Almost all of them were readers though, and most of them told me they read my genres too, which means a whole bunch of them were my ideal readers. That opened my eyes. It made me realize that most of the people in the world weren't authors, and that changed everything for me. I was spending all my time stuck in a bubble, and believed that because most of my friends were authors, that meant most people in the world must be authors too. How often do you think that everybody does what you do? All the time, right? Well, it's not true. The truth is that most people don't do the thing you do. It just seems like it, and because of that, it feels like your market is saturated, but that's because we're all stuck in our own bubbles. We have to break out of that. There are 7 billion people in this world, and most of them don't do what you do. Not even close. It's a huge world out there, and the market isn't flooded. You're just stuck in a bubble, just like the rest of us, and you have to pop it. Why sell books at live events? Lots of independent authors, especially fiction authors, do very well in ebook and at online retailers. If you are successful there, or even if you aren't, you might ask the question, why should I sell at live events to begin with? This is a poignant question, especially when you are told that you should focus your efforts on online sales of ebooks through retailers. Here are some reasons that you might want to try selling at events and signings, even if you are already seeing success online. You get to meet readers. Sometimes it's fun to just get out there and actually meet readers. Maybe they are fan-personing over meeting you, always a good feeling. But even if you are finding your readers through events, it's a kind and humbling experience to go out and actually talk to people interested in your books. You become more memorable. It's a lot easier to remember an author you met in person than a faceless name online, especially when the person ends up liking your book and wanting to find more. Additionally, print books shoot to the top of a to-be-read (TBR) pile because they are physical objects taking up space in the reader's life. They organically serve as the reminder to sample. It's generally easier to speak to people in person. Marketing online is generally less intuitive than speaking to people in person. You've been doing the latter your entire life. Talking to people and handing them your book is a much easier connection to make. It's fun. As you get comfortable talking about your books and meeting your readers, you'll find that live events are fun. It's a faster way to establish a rapport and turn someone into a fan. Finding readers online is a harder proposition than finding readers in person, where your physical presence alone can make an impression, in addition to your book catching their attention. You can quickly figure out your pitch for each book in your catalog. There is absolutely nothing that will teach you how to market your books, like asking for money from someone for your work on the spot. You'll be able to tell immediately whether a pitch is in alignment with the actual book by the look of understanding or the look of confusion on someone's face. Why authors don't sell their books at live events, and why they should. Here are some reasons why authors don't sell at events, and the counterargument to help you break through the little voice in your head that is whispering no, despite your interest and curiosity. They don't hold inventory. Inventory requires storage space, but if you hold a small enough inventory, it's manageable for most people. You can get your inventory paid for by using Kickstarter to do print runs, and you can get rid of your inventory through Kickstarter, Patreon, Substack, direct sales on your website, and drop shipping through a company like Printful or Fulfillment by Amazon, FBA. They don't have merchandise. There's a section in this book on merchandise, and like the books themselves, you build up your inventory of merchandise over time. They don't have the setup, displays, payments, and more. You will need to get your setup situated, which I talk about in Chapter 6, Setting Up Your Table. You can get this funded through a Kickstarter campaign, and you can again start small to order various pieces of your setup. You can also pay for more elaborate or branded setups through the profits from your conference tables. They don't want to travel. Shipping your setup is a huge pain and expensive, which is why I recommend that you focus on shows that are within driving distance for you. I talk more about how to find these shows in Chapter 4, Finding Places to Exhibit At. There are tons of options, and most people can easily fill their calendars with events just from their local area within a driving radius of 4 to 5 hours. They are afraid of rejection. Selling books anywhere is a numbers game, and this is no different in person. Not everyone who stops by your table will buy something, and even the best salespeople are only going to sell to 30 to 50% of the people who stop by. Get your book selling at events and signings. Despite the challenges with selling books in person, there are lots of benefits that make it worth it. The key is to not get intimidated and work through challenges one at a time. The basics of selling in person. Before we can get into the nitty-gritty of selling more books at in-person events and signings, it's important to discuss the basics of salesmanship. I used to fight with creatives tooth and nail over the value of learning sales and marketing. Eventually, I learned better. I told them that if they are happy with the level of their career and didn't want to improve their prospects, then they could get away without ever learning sales or marketing. Even if they were unhappy with their career, they didn't have to listen to a word I said, as long as they didn't complain about it. Because that's the sticky wicket, you can't complain if you don't try to change. If they were unhappy with their career and ready to change though, that was a different story. If they wanted to make more money and increase their audience, then I could supercharge their creative life. This is the same offer I make to you, dear reader. If you are not ready to take sales and marketing seriously, then this is not the book for you. If you believe selling your products is a yucky proposition, then I am not the right person to guide you. If you rail against the prospect of marketing, then please put this book down. It's not for you. Not yet. However, if you are ready to make a career out of your creative pursuits, then it's time to dive down the rabbit hole and build the foundational elements you need to make a business out of your artistic life. All of this is going to also apply to selling at in-person events, But I'll speak about these concepts more generally in this chapter because they apply to everything else in your business too. Ready? Then let's dive in. Why should people buy from you? Creatives are under the dangerous assumption that if they create great content, people will find and buy their stuff simply because it's awesome. That's just not true. The truth is that making great content does nothing but put you in the game and make it feasible for people to buy your work. It doesn't guarantee sales. It doesn't guarantee anything. After all, everybody has great content. You can't hope to be successful as a creative if you don't create great content. It would be like a company saying they created a car that didn't explode. That's not special. That doesn't win over any fans. That's what you expect from a car. In the same way, people expect great content when you are a creative. The act of making it puts you on par with Stephen King and every other amazing artist in the world. Now that you can make great content, the real question is why would somebody buy from you instead of the thousands of other people who make equally amazing content? Why would they buy your book over another, more established writer? Why would they hang your painting on a wall instead of a more renowned artist? Why would they hire you to build their logo when they could hire a more well-known firm? People aren't going to buy from you just because you're awesome. Well, at least it's not only because you are awesome. It's because of two factors: the value proposition of what you have to offer and the unique selling point that sets you apart. The value proposition. The value proposition is the tangible result somebody will get from buying your product. When you are selling a solution, this can be something like lose 60 pounds in 20 days or build your retirement funds from $0 to $1 million in the next year. These are value propositions which are easy and tangible to understand. If you buy that product, you will see measurable change in your life. With a creative product, value is harder to determine. It deals much more with the emotional attachment a buyer has to your product than with its tangible benefit. The value they might see is meeting an artist in person and having them sign their work. The subject matter of your work might resonate with them, or it might be the fact they are getting a handmade, completely original piece of art. These are all ways to emotionally resonate with your client, and every client will resonate with different products for different reasons. However, there are tangible value propositions you can offer with creative products too. For instance, cutting the cost of your product by 25% makes people believe they are getting a better deal. Additionally, offering a 2-for-1 discount is another way to give tangible value to a product. Even if you plan on selling a product for $3, it is better to price it at $5 so you can discount it down to $3. People see the value in something as originally priced and are always after a deal. JCPenney used this strategy for years. They priced their product higher than their intended selling price so they could mark it down and show people they were getting a value. They changed this policy for a short while and made their pricing more transparent. Customers hated this change and sales plummeted because in the buyer's mind they weren't getting as good a deal as before. It was a disaster for JCPenney, but it shows how powerful the idea of a discount really is and how a company can misalign themselves with the value proposition of their customers. When deciding on your value proposition, it's important to understand not all buyers will resonate with your value proposition. That's okay. Your job is not to attract all buyers. It's to attract the right ones for your offer. Because of this, it's critically important to ask yourself what the value proposition is that you are offering to your potential clients. Is your value based on the lowest price, the best customer service, the highest quality, or on some other factor? If you can narrow this down, it will help define your pitch to potential clients and justify the price you charge. Additionally, it will help determine where you stand in the market and how much your product should cost to make. The unique selling point. A unique selling point is simply what makes your product one of a kind. The unique selling point sets you apart from every other creative on the planet. It's something only you have. When somebody comes to your table, they have the choice of thousands, if not millions, of creatives. Your job is to figure out how you are different and why somebody should buy from you. It's not the buyer's job to decide to buy from you, it's your job to convince the buyer you are the right fit for them. Your unique selling point might be that you print all your artwork in a certain way, or that you use certain materials. It might have to do with your worldview, the types of products you make, or the subject matter of your artwork. The unique selling point is something nobody else has except for you. My friend Lean Isabel makes a comic book about pole dancing. While the book is great, the unique selling point is that it's the only comic book I've ever seen about pole dancing that is made for female pole dancers instead of over-sexualized boys. That unique hook resonates with her intended audience. Pole dancing adventure isn't for everybody, but its unique selling point makes the right person immediately attracted to her book. If you can determine the value proposition and unique selling point in your work, you will be on the path toward figuring out everything else related to your business. It will give you a direction for your branding, your ideal customer, and everything else that we talk about for the rest of this book. So, what is your value proposition? Where do you stand in the market? Are you more concerned with quality or quantity of sales? What do you want to convey to your customers about the value of your product? What separates you from the rest of your competition? Why are you unique? If you can answer those questions, you will be well on your way to having a solid con table and selling more books at events and signings. If you can't, then this is the time to start thinking about it. Jot down some notes and ask a trusted friend or critic. The sales funnel. When creatives delve into sales for the first time, they often complain their daily work doesn't pay off quickly enough. They call people, email prospects, and have meetings with potential customers, but when they don't get any new clients in the first few weeks of starting their business, it makes them want to abandon it altogether. Of course, that's a mistake. There is a simple reason why their hard work isn't paying off immediately. Selling is all about delayed gratification. In sales, we build for the future, not the present. Very few customers will ever close on a deal the day you meet them. Customers need time to get to know you, like you, and build trust with you before they buy your product or service. What you do today is predictive of your success in 6 to 8 weeks. That's right. Your hard work today won't pay off for nearly 2 months. This is what hampers many artists from growing their business. They give up before they could ever realistically succeed. We live in a world of instant gratification, and success in business is a long-term payoff. Over time, your hard work compounds through the success of your sales funnel. A sales funnel is no different than a funnel you would use in your kitchen or to put oil into your car, wide at the top with a narrow bottom. Into the top of the funnel goes potential customers, and out the bottom comes clients. It's as simple as that. There are 4 stages in my sales funnel. Stage 1: exist in people's minds. The first stage is that people need to know you exist. This means you need a strong internet presence, a killer in-person networking strategy, and a dynamite brand. At this stage of the funnel, you aren't trying to find the right clients. You are simply looking for as many potential customers as possible. The rest of the funnel will weed out people who are bad matches for your product and leave you only with perfect fits. You need to cast the widest net possible at this stage, because the wider the top of the funnel becomes, the wider it will be at the bottom. Let's assume you need to talk with 100 people in order to find one client. If you only talk to 20 people a month, you will not find a new client for 5 months. In this case, by simply talking to 5 times more people, you can find a client every month. If you increase that to 200 or 300 people a month, you can find 2 to 3 clients a month. This alone can exponentially increase your revenue. Stage 2: be likable. The second stage of the funnel is getting people to like you. This is when we start narrowing the funnel down. We need to push out content that is attractive to our ideal client, whether that means sharing comic book pages, short stories, or articles about pandas. Whatever you share, it should be hyper-targeted to your ideal client. If it is, then people who are interested in the things you are sharing will grow to like you. Meanwhile, people who aren't interested will drop out of your funnel before you invest too much energy in them. This is the stage where people fall out of your funnel the most. You shouldn't be nervous when people unfollow you or unsubscribe from your mailing list at this point. My mailing list has a 31% unsubscribe rate in the first couple of weeks of somebody joining. I love that number because it means I'm weeding out the people who don't care about what I do. This process of showing people what you do, building empathy with your ideal client, and weeding out ones who don't care about your message is one of the most powerful tools in business. Unfortunately, because of our natural need to be liked, we shy away from offending anybody. As a result, we try to please everybody and thus attract nobody. Weeding out people who don't fit your product is a natural part of business. You shouldn't care about those people anyway, because they won't buy from you. Heck, they don't even like you. Your job isn't to please people who have no interest in what you are doing with your business. Your job is to connect with as many people as possible and let the right ones self-select to be part of your network over the long haul. Stage 3. Get people to trust you. The third stage of the funnel is making people trust you. This is the trickiest part of the funnel. Everybody left at this stage of the funnel is in your ideal client pool. Now you have to convince them to buy your product. This is where your unique selling point and value proposition become essential. Even within your ideal client pool, there will be people looking for different features in their product. Take a car for instance. Even among car buyers, some people want the most reliable vehicle for their family, others want a sports car with the fastest engine. Still others want the most luxurious ride on the road. That's why car companies have multiple brands and models. There are many features people might want, and it's critical to target the right message to the right customer. If we didn't have different needs, then everybody would be driving around in the same beige Honda Accord, right? But we aren't driving around in the same cars. There are more than 100 different types of cars on the road, all with different features, sold by different companies, under different brands. They all capture a different part of the market. They all speak to a different type of person. The same is true with your product. If you create high-end geek chic necklaces that cost $100 or more, then you are isolating yourself from people who are looking for cheap charms, and isolating yourself even more from people looking for an art print or a comic book. And that's natural. That's good. Heck, that's necessary to create a sustainable business. This is what finding the right client for your product is all about. Stage 4. Making the sale. The final stage of the funnel is people buying from you. This is when the right customer is ready to make a buying decision, and you have proven you are the right person to help them. Hooray! You've got a customer. Notice, there are 3 stages in this funnel before buying your product even comes into the equation. There will be people in your funnel who know you but won't like you but won't trust you, and trust you but won't buy from you. We can see this play out in our own lives. We all have a coworker we hate but can't get rid of, or a family member we love but wouldn't trust with $1 of our money. We all have those people in our lives, but we also have a friend we would gladly give money to because we know they'll use our money to do something awesome. The same is true with your business. Most people won't buy from you. When I go to a convention, I'm lucky if 1% of people sign up for my mailing list and 10% of those people ever buy from me. Even at a convention like San Diego Comic-Con, where I make thousands of dollars, I only sell a few hundred books and there are over 160,000 people in attendance. But that's okay. In fact, that's how a funnel is supposed to work. This year we were set up in the small press area of San Diego Comic-Con, which meant people who came down our aisle self-identified as people who liked independent comic books. That already narrowed the field of potential customers down quite a bit. From there, all I had to do was engage with as many people as possible so that some of them would like me, and some of those people would trust me, and then some of those people would buy from me. In the end, by knowing how many people would attend the event, I could accurately predict how much I would make, and next year I can make an even more accurate prediction because I have even more data. This is the power of the funnel. If you understand how it works, you can predict the revenue for your entire business months into the future. There is one more point I want to make before ending this section. When you start selling your work, a small number of people will buy from you immediately. This is because you have spent decades building up trust with certain people in your life. Those people have already worked their way to the bottom of your funnel and are ready to make a buying decision the moment you launch your storefront. Once those people work their way through the bottom of your funnel, though, there won't be anybody left to buy your product if you haven't built out the top of your funnel properly. I've seen far too many creatives tell me that lots of people bought their book in the first month of release, but they haven't seen another sale for over a year. This happens because they relied on their existing network to buy their product initially, and once those people flushed out of their funnel, there was nobody to replace them. Remember, a funnel is only as good as the number of people you put into the top of it. Model success to feel successful. Most creative professionals don't like sales and marketing because it feels too much like begging. People hate to beg. I hate to beg too. I don't think anybody likes to beg. However, sales isn't about begging. Do you ever think Starbucks begs for your money? Does it ever feel like begging when they post a billboard or run a TV spot? Of course not. That would be crazy. Their marketing isn't begging, is it? You bet it is. Every time they run an ad, they are saying, "Please come buy our coffee, because if you don't, we'll go bankrupt." Every time you see one of their billboards, they are pleading with you to spend just $1 with them, so they don't have to shut down their storefronts. They aren't running those ads for the heck of it. They are running ads because they know begging for your money is essential to making their business successful. Starbucks spends millions of dollars a year begging for your money. It never comes across as begging, though, does it? I've never once looked at a Starbucks ad and thought, wow, they must be desperate for my money. And that's because Starbucks doesn't see it as begging. They see it as effective marketing. Effective marketing brings more money through the doors. They don't position their marketing as begging, so it doesn't come across as begging. They position their marketing as showing off their awesome stuff in the best light possible. This is an important mindset shift you must employ to be successful as a creative professional. You must use marketing effectively, like Starbucks. But once we get over that mental block, how can we compete with a company like Starbucks whose marketing budget is astronomical? That's the easy part. Starbucks is everywhere, their marketing is ubiquitous. While they won't ever tell you specific sales figures on a product, you can gauge effective marketing by how long a campaign runs and whether a product stays on their menu. Something like their pumpkin spice latte has very effective marketing. The same is true in creative fields. Whether it's graphic design or publishing, there are billion-dollar players in your space spending millions of dollars on marketing every year. By studying them, you can model their success in your own business. If you are a freelancer, there are individual creators who market themselves to acquire new business as well. You can model their success just as easily as you can model the success of a company. All you have to do is follow their career and study their habits. If you are trying to sell more prints at shows, look through the art books of successful show artists and mimic their price points. If you are a writer, study successful authors in your genre and find out what makes them special. If you want your work hung in a gallery, you can meet with fine artists to discover their process for getting a dealer. All of this research is easily accomplished with a few days of studying. This isn't stealing, mind you. You aren't going to copy anything directly. You are simply getting a feel for how a successful person or company runs their business and then modeling their success in your own life. This includes being on the same social media platforms, targeting the same users, and using similar color patterns in your logo to maximize your chances for success. Your goal is to take their successes and their failures and use them to quickly catapult your business beyond what you could do alone. If the average path to success takes 10 years, you might be able to do it in 8 or even 6 if you model success effectively. If you aren't modeling success, then you are setting yourself up for failure. You will have to spend millions of dollars that you don't have on your own research. Then, you'll have to put brand new products on the market and play catch up with those same companies that are already positioned better than you in the marketplace. It's a recipe for disaster. By modeling successful players in your industry, you can move yourself ahead drastically with none of the upfront cost and very little time investment. Additionally, if you model success, you will begin to feel successful. The more success builds in your own company, the more confident you will be in your own life, leading to more success. Every successful person you know is a loser. We tend to look at somebody who is uber successful and only see the best days of their life. We see the time they won the Pulitzer Prize or an Oscar. We see the days they were booked on a television show or sold an important piece of art. We see the day they got a publishing deal or the day their book came out. We see every good moment in their lives, but those aren't the norm. The normal day of a successful person is filled with rejection and failure. I'm here to tell you that every successful person you know is really a loser. How is that possible? By definition, they can't be a loser if they are successful, right? I mean, isn't the whole point of success that you are no longer a loser? No. If anything, the more successful you are, the bigger a loser you become. Let's take Stephen King as an example. On average, Stephen King sells 1 to 2 million copies every time he releases a new book. He's arguably the most important and successful author of all time, with credits ranging from TV to novels to comic books, in multiple genres spanning multiple decades. By any measure, he's a massive success. So, how can he be a loser? Let's look at those sales numbers in a different way for a moment, shall we? For the purpose of this discussion, let's assume he sells on the high side of his average and use the 2 million book number for his sales. Now let's talk about the world population. There are 7.4 billion people on this planet. Of those, 46.2% are at least 15 years old. Even though I'm sure many younger people read his books, for the purpose of this discussion, I'm going to use 15 as a barometer of his potential audience. We also have to account for global illiteracy. Studies show 785 million people in the world suffer from illiteracy. If we take those people out of the potential audience pool, we are left with a possible 2.63 billion people in this world who could theoretically read Stephen King books, yet he only sells 2 million copies. Therein lies the crux of why Stephen King is a loser. He sells a lot of books, but there are billions of people in his potential audience. Think about those numbers for a moment. Out of a possible 2,630,000,000 people, only 2 million buy his books. While both of those numbers are huge, 2 million is only 10% of 1% of his potential readership. If somebody told you that they had a 0.1% success rate selling their books, you wouldn't think them very successful, would you? Of course not. A 0.1% success rate is terrible. Except that it's not for Stephen King. With the right scale, 0.1% could make you the most successful author on the planet. Most creatives think successful people get every opportunity that comes their way, that everybody in the world loves their work, and that they can do no wrong. That's just not true. Most of a creative life, even at the highest levels, is abject failure and rejection. As this example shows, only 1 in every 1,000 people read Stephen King books, and he's still massively successful. He has a global audience now, but he didn't always. When he began, he had an audience of 1, and it grew from there. That's where it starts, with just one person. Every time you make a new work, you have the ability to grow that audience, and every time you meet somebody new, you have the chance to extend your audience a bit. Cherish those few people who love your work, because they don't come along often. Most people aren't going to be part of your audience. You can't be discouraged by that. You can't be discouraged by rejection. You have to search for the 1 in 1,000 people who will love your work and focus on them. Because in today's technological age, you can find those people easier than ever. It's not only possible, it's certain. If you give it enough time and energy, you will find your audience. If you need to talk with 1,000 people to find one potential customer for your work, then we should be able to agree that the quickest way to success is through scaling your message. You need to build a massive platform to be successful, because the larger your online and in-person presence, the more sales you will make, right? It becomes a numbers game. How do you talk to 1,000 people in the quickest way to build your audience the fastest? If that becomes your mentality, then the rejection falls away. All you then care about is finding your rabid fans, and every time somebody says no, it just puts you closer to a yes. It quickly becomes as important to put 999 people in the no pile as it is to find the one person to put in the yes pile. If you can move your mentality toward this model, you will not be put off when you get a no, or even 100 no's, because all you need is that one yes in 1,000 to be successful. It's about ignoring those rejections and focusing on the yeses. My golden rule of business is this: anybody can find an audience. The only trick is whether you can find that audience before money runs out. There is an audience for everything, but if you worry about the rejection, you'll never find yours. I very much doubt Stephen King cares about being a loser. He focuses on the wins, on the 0.1% of people who love his work, and he doesn't worry himself with the rest. If you can do that, you might one day be as big a loser as Stephen King. The value of showing up. 80% of success is just showing up. I am the perfect depiction of this fact. When I lived in Washington, D.C., I stayed in my cocoon, convinced that the world would come to me if I just made something cool. After I moved to Los Angeles, I realized that I needed to meet people, mostly because nobody cared about what I was doing. So, I started going out to events and meeting new people. At first, I knew nobody. I sat in a corner alone and had no friends. I didn't have anything but a few finished scripts, after all. Who would want to talk with me? After a few events, I started meeting people who were further along on the path that I wanted to tread. I was nervous to talk with them, but after a couple of interactions, I became more and more comfortable. I made a terrible first impression, but my third impressions were dynamite. Because I kept showing up, I was able to make those third impressions on people who have since become great friends of mine. I learned so much during our interactions that it helped me decide to start making comics and writing books. Once I made that decision, I went to conventions as an attendee and talked to people exhibiting behind the table. After all, they were exactly where I wanted to be. Meanwhile, I kept showing up at networking events and hanging out with creative people. I would show my new friends everything I was doing, get notes, and build goodwill with awesome people who were doing exactly what I wanted to do. Over time, creators opened up to me just like you would with an old friend. By being nothing more than present and amiable, I moved past the acquaintance stage and formed real friendships with influential people who were only heroes and myths to me when we first met. They started asking me questions instead of the other way around. Eventually, it became natural to know all the big players in comics and publishing. It became natural for me to talk about making stuff with these people because they were my friends. Not just acquaintances, but legitimate friends of mine. When I finished project after project, it showed I was legit as a creator on top of being an awesome friend. The more projects I finished, the bigger my reputation grew within the creative community of people doing exactly what I wanted to do. Eventually, I started exhibiting my work at shows. Once I moved behind the table as an exhibitor, my career exploded. I already knew most of the players, and now I was an authority. As I grew my company, people started pitching ideas to me instead of the other way around. I saw the wide eyes in their faces like mine had been so many years ago. That all started, though, because I kept showing up to the right places until the right people accepted me as one of their own. It didn't happen overnight, but I kept showing up until it did. Too many people don't show up, or stop showing up in a year because it's just too hard. There is a sort of extinction point for creatives. The extinction point is the moment when a creative vanishes off the face of the earth and you never see them again. Not literally, of course. They're still alive, but they stop showing up to networking events, abandon online forums, and no longer attend conventions. They are out of the sight and mind, out of the creative community, thus becoming all but extinct. If you can make it past the extinction point, you are suddenly taken much more seriously by the community as a whole. I think it's because there are so many people who say they want to do a thing, like write a book or illustrate a comic, but then don't. If we took the time to invest in every one of these people, we'd be heartbroken all the time. The path to success is littered with people who wanted to do things and then stopped showing up. As you prove yourself by being around people and accomplishing cool things, people start to respect you and like you more, feeding your funnel more and more over time. Think about your own life. Aren't there people who have become your friends simply because they kept coming around? I know it's happened to me. It's the same way in your creative life. You don't have to do this in person either. You can show up in the right online forums and Facebook groups instead. Some of my best creative friends live a world away. Whether it's in person or in real life, the best thing you can do for your career is show up. That's essential. It takes no skill. It takes no talent. It just takes having the ability to be nice to people. If you do nothing else but show up over a long enough time horizon with the right people, you can be successful. Of course, if you keep showing up and can make awesome stuff as well, then success is almost a guarantee. All of these concepts are important to selling at in-person events and signings, which we'll get into the nitty-gritty of starting in the next chapter. Finding places to exhibit at. A lot of authors think that you have to pay for a table at a major con to start selling your books in person. This chapter dispels that myth and gives you lots of ideas about how you can get started selling more books at events and signings without having to make risky investments or jump into a situation you're not prepared or practiced for. Here is a list of places that you can sell your books at. A general convention. You can exhibit at a convention like DragonCon, which caters to multiple genres. You'll definitely find your people here, but these tables tend to be pricier and potentially out of the average creator's budget. A genre-specific convention. You can sign at events like Ballgowns and Books event Babe, which caters to romance readers. These are ideal for writers with a following, as there are lots of other authors in your genre at these events already. A local arts, crafts, or makers fair. There are likely dozens of these within driving distance, especially around the holidays. If you have holiday books, this might be a good way to get started in your community. A street fair or festival. These are typically thematic and niche, and often hosted by community organizations like churches or nonprofits. Look for fairs and festivals that cater to specific cultures and ethnicities, especially your own or those of your characters, as well as ones that cater to different relevant celebrations like Earth Day or Pride. A local special interest event. People gather for interesting hobbies like Renaissance festivals, military reenactments, and marathon races. Do these events allow for vendors? A library, school, or bookstore. These are the obvious spaces that authors usually check out first, which is great. Also keep in mind that teachers, librarians, and bookstore owners can connect you to other events that might be a good fit for your books, as they are usually plugged into their local events and programming. Church and school events. Churches and schools are huge community gathering spaces and often have events, especially around the holidays, that are looking for local vendors. These also often happen on evenings and weekends, so if you have something relevant for these audiences, it can be a great place to show up. A farmer's market. You can often get seasonal space at large farmers' markets for less than $1,000. Neighbors frequent these spaces, and if you publish frequently, you can change out your table regularly. This may be a way to connect with people who will support you at other events in your area too. A local community-focused store. You can get consignment deals in relevant stores like a flower shop, cake shop, or a restaurant. These places may also be willing to host signings for you, if you are able to bring some traffic to them. A local community space. The same thing applies to local community spaces like art galleries and yoga studios. These are often large, fairly empty rooms that are perfect for organizing events and are rarely utilized around the clock. A booth at the mall or elsewhere. You can rent or open a small space or studio anywhere that has organic foot traffic, including malls and other downtown shopping districts. You can often get small spaces that are normally closed at key times anyway, a shop that's closed on Mondays, or spaces in places that already host classes, signings, or events. A related creative event. You can find events across other creative fields, including film, music, and more. Do people who enjoy Hallmark conventions like romance books? Probably. Big cons versus small cons. I have friends who spend over $5,000 attending one convention a year. Of course, that convention is San Diego Comic-Con, and they get a huge booth, but they blow their entire marketing wad on one show. That means for the rest of the year, they have no budget to do anything else except social media outreach, which has a much lower conversion rate. Meanwhile, I have roughly the same show budget, but I am able to attend almost 50 shows a year. This is because I'm always looking for ways to lower my table cost so I can exhibit at more shows. For instance, I spend $500 on a small press table at Comic-Con instead of $5,000 on a booth, and then I split that table in half with the creators I publish through Wannabe Press. That means I'm spending $250 on a table at the same convention where other exhibitors are spending $5,000. That gives me $4,750 more a year to attend additional shows, from big shows like WonderCon, all the way down to local library shows down the street. While huge conventions are the anchor points of a successful show strategy, small conventions are the backbone of exponential brand growth. The truth is that you need to consistently table at shows if you want to stay current in the minds of your audience. There just aren't enough big shows to sustain a consistent brand presence. Even in Los Angeles, there are only 3 or 4 anchor shows a year. The rest of my con strategy involves filling in those gaps with local shows. Smaller conventions don't bring the cash windfall of a show like San Diego Comic-Con, but they also don't cost nearly as much to attend. Instead of paying $5,000 for an exhibitor booth at an enormous show, most small shows cost less than $50 to attend. Many cons will even offer you a free table. This means that with the same $5,000 budget, I can attend upwards of 50 shows or more a year instead of just a single one. It's true a huge exhibitor booth will get more exposure than a small press table at any given show, but they don't get 50 times the exposure. Even if they do, that exposure is limited to a single week, whereas my exposure is spread out over an entire year. Of course, this doesn't mean you should only attend small cons either. Your con schedule should be made up of a combination of small and large conventions, as they each serve different purposes. Large shows give your brand legitimacy in the eyes of your ideal customers. By going to shows that people recognize, like Emerald City Comic-Con, Phoenix, New York Comic-Con, WonderCon, and San Diego Comic-Con, you immediately build your authority and social proof with your ideal customer, even if you never meet them in person. The brand recognition alone is worth the price of admission. However, don't feel the need to buy an enormous booth at a big convention to legitimize yourself. Brand recognition works equally well whether you buy a huge booth or the smallest table possible. In the eyes of your online audience, there is no difference. Exhibiting at a huge convention can supercharge your mailing list growth too. While I get around 20 new mailing list subscribers at a small convention, I add over 200 at a larger one. Additionally, larger cons give you the best chance to network with large publishers, well-known creators, agents, managers, producers, and press outlets. While some of these movers and shakers attend smaller conventions, bigger cons bring them out of the woodwork. The downside to big cons is that they are a meat market. You can't talk to any one person for more than a couple of minutes. At big cons, you make your money by the sheer volume of people walking past your table. Smaller cons, on the other hand, allow you to have more meaningful conversations with attendees. A small con allows you to talk with a single person for a long time. You can talk with attendees in depth about your product and build a real connection with them. At these smaller cons, you make your money by the quality of your engagement. I use small cons to build incredible value and empathy with attendees. I often meet customers at a larger convention, but they don't buy until they find me at a smaller one. This is the key value of varying up your convention strategy with both large and small cons. Because you can exhibit at more conventions, you build up more brand awareness and likability than if you only exhibit at large cons. The main reason Wannabe Press is so successful at conventions is because people see us over and over again. I can't tell you how many people we talk to at conventions who mention originally meeting us at a different con from months earlier. Eventually, people who meet us over and over again become customers simply because we've treated them with respect. We've moved to the top of their buy list by being consistently present in their mind. A customer needs to be touched 7 to 15 times by a company in order to become a client. A touchpoint could be your newsletter, a post on social media, or an advertisement. However, the most powerful touchpoint is always in-person communication. There is no substitute for looking somebody in the eyes and shaking their hand to build an instant connection with them. Unless you travel, which is extremely expensive, there aren't enough big shows in any given area to consistently reach out to your potential audience in person. Therefore, to maintain those in-person relationships, you must attend smaller shows as well. To find smaller shows, ask at your local comic book shops and build a network of local creators. They are the best sources to find local shows. If you create a good group of people in the know, you will be surprised how many small shows pop up in your area. If you work together, you can dominate the local con market. If you try to go it alone, you will most likely struggle. Get creative. There are a ton of opportunities to sell your books in person at live events and signings. Start small and work your way up as your comfort level grows. I'm going to share with you how to set up your table for success, based on what I've learned from working over 100 convention tables over 4 years. Convention sales are won or lost before the first person passes your booth. They are decided before the doors even open. Whether you will make money or not is decided the moment you drag your stuff into the convention hall and set up your table. Most tables are a hot mess, so it's no wonder nobody buys from them. There is no order. There is no flow. It's just a bunch of stuff with no direction. If artists sell prints, there is an enormous wall for people to choose with dozens of options and no guidance. Often, artists construct edifices around them so elaborate you can barely see them at all. That's not inviting. Don't forget, it's your job to take your customer by the hand and give them an experience. A massive print wall isn't an experience, it's a nightmarish hellscape fraught with danger and filled with too many choices. A print wall seems great in theory, but in practice it overwhelms your clients. More importantly, it gives them no reason to connect with you. They don't have to interact. They don't have to engage. They just have to point. The opposite is true with an artist with a closed book of prints on their table. There is nothing to draw a customer's eye. There is nothing to focus their interest. There is no reason for them to stop unless they already know your work. The advantage of a print book is that customers have to stop and open it, but you still have to get them to your table. Luckily, there is a better way to set up your table, without any of that massive setup or monetary commitment, that builds interest with your ideal customer while forcing them to interact with you. I learned this method by walking the exhibit hall at dozens of cons and noticing how the successful artists differed from the mediocre ones. I found the common themes all of the big exhibitor booths had in common, and I reverse engineered them to work at my booth. This method takes less than 30 minutes to set up, and can be scaled up to a full 10 by 10 exhibitor booth, or all the way down to a 3-foot table. Your 5 products. You need 5 products in total to make this table setup work. 2 best-selling items on either side of your table. 2 niche products behind them. A cheap or free product up front. Together, they create an alleyway from the front of the table right to you standing behind it. Your best-selling products. The most important products on your table are the best-selling items. If you don't know your best-selling items already, take some time to show your products to people and see which ones they are most likely to buy. Don't worry if you get this wrong at first, you can always change it later. Best-selling items usually outsell the rest of your table by a 3-to-1 margin, or more. Since these products are now the focus of your table instead of hidden around other products, your ideal client can immediately develop a connection to them. This is also great for you. Now that you are focusing on a couple of products, you can order more of them, thus increasing your profit margins. Your niche products. Once you have your best-selling items locked in, it's time to set up your 2 niche products. These are placed behind your bestsellers and closer to the middle of the table, so that people can only see them by stepping up to your booth. Remember, our goal is to sell the bestsellers first. These niche products work in tandem with your bestsellers and should only be used as a profit maximizer or to save a sale. If your best-selling products won't close a deal, then add these niche products into the mix to reinvigorate interest. Your freebie. The last product you need to include for a successful booth is your freebie, which lives at the middle of your table. These can be flyers, prints, buttons, or anything a person can easily pick up for little to no cost. When people look up from checking out your freebie product, they will see you front and center greeting them. That's because all of these products combine to form a pathway from the front of the table directly to your eye line behind it. The customer is not only drawn to your products, but also to you. Setting up your table in this manner forces more intimate interactions with more potential customers. The more interactions you have, the more sales you will make. Customers have an impossible time making a buying decision. If you feed them too many choices, they'll eventually give up and walk away. If you focus on maximizing sales of a few products, you will find that your overall sales increase, as do your margins. If for some reason customers don't want any of the products on your table, you can always guide them to the perfect piece tucked away in storage underneath your table. Those customers trust you more because you took the time to listen, and are thus more likely to buy from you. Splitting tables. I will split any table at any convention. I will split an 8x6 or even a 4-foot table to keep costs down. One time I even split a $20 table. There has never been a con where I wouldn't rather split a table than go it alone. Splitting tables is one of the best ways to maximize con sales while minimizing costs. I'm an anomaly in that respect. Most creatives have a problem splitting tables. They believe if they don't have a full table, they're somehow less of an exhibitor. Or that they need a full table because they have too much stuff to split one. Or because they don't want somebody taking their sales. These are all misplaced fears. Is there a chance you could make more money with a full table? Of course, but there are downsides and pitfalls to every situation. The key is to weigh the benefits with the drawbacks. When you are first starting out, the benefits to splitting tables are numerous. It behooves you to look into table splitting, even if you are further along in your career. The benefits extend beyond just saving money. That's not to say that saving money isn't a primary reason why I split as many tables as possible. Cost was the key reason I started splitting tables in the first place. Especially when you start out, the chances you'll make $300 back on a table are minimal. You probably don't even have enough inventory to make a $300 investment worthwhile. It's much more likely you'll make about $100 on a table, give or take. Even if you don't make any money, losing $100 is more palatable than losing $300. The benefits don't stop at saving money though. By splitting a table, you don't need to bring as much stuff to a convention. This is great for newbies, because you probably won't have very much inventory in the beginning. But even if you are experienced, this is a great way to identify your best sellers and niche products. It's amazing how innovative you become with limited space. I figured out my best-selling products specifically because I had a space issue. I have been splitting space since my first con, so it was always tricky to make my table shine. That limitation forced me to design my booth to maximize the sales of just a few products. Without that constraint, I never would have discovered how to set up my booth for maximum impact. Aside from sales, you also have somebody to watch your table if you need to run to the bathroom or just want to walk the floor. When you split a table, you can even practice each other's sales pitch and sell things for each other. There's nothing better than coming back to a table and being handed a wad of money from your booth mate. Yes, you can bring a helper to a convention instead and achieve the same goal, but then you are investing both your time and their time without defraying any of the cost. If you split a table with somebody, then both of you are invested in the same goal while also saving on the table cost. Then there's the companionship that comes along with splitting tables. Sometimes cons are slow, crappy, and lonely. It's nice to have somebody behind the table, right next to you, to share in your joys and pain. Yes, there are exhibitors on either side of you, but it's not the same. They are busy doing their own thing. When you split a table, you guys are a team, and that camaraderie is essential to keeping a positive mindset at conventions. Again, you could bring a helper instead of splitting a table, but you have to weigh the pros and cons of whether that extra cost is worthwhile. Splitting the table instead gets you almost the same result and saves you money. Splitting a table is also beneficial, because you can work together to refer ideal customers to each other. Not everyone is going to love your work. By splitting a table, you have somebody right next to you who can make a sale if a customer isn't feeling your work. If you split a table with the right person, your audiences will be very different. Instead of stealing sales, you can help find each other's ideal customer. I personally love tabling with people who have all ages material, because our wannabe press books are for mature readers. Therefore, anybody coming to my table and looking for all ages books is out of luck, but if I table with an all ages publisher, we can work in tandem to maximize sales. They send me their mature readers, and I send them my all ages ones. This way, we are both making sales without stepping on each other's toes. One of the main issues I run into with people who fear table splitting is that they don't want somebody ruining their sales. I have found the opposite to be true. When you split a table, it allows you to work together to make more sales. As a team, you can sell to more customers and make more money. If your work is different enough, then you can complement each other and increase your convention sales. This takes practice and time, but with the right table mate, you can really maximize sales while minimizing costs, and that is a beautiful thing. Setting up the rest of your table. Once you've honed your products and perfected your pitch, it's time to set up the rest of the table. This is the marketing aspect of exhibiting at a convention. It's not about salesmanship. It's about getting people's attention and driving them to your booth without saying a word. Your salesmanship and marketing work together to create an irresistible experience for your ideal customer. Your table drape. The first piece of crafting that experience is an eye-catching table drape. A table drape goes over your table and covers up all the ugly bits underneath, like overflow merchandise and your con kit. Many cons provide their own drape, but they are uniform across every table in the convention center. You don't want to be uniform. You want to stand out. In order to do that, you need to invest in your own table drape. The more unique the table drape, the more it attracts your ideal customer. You don't have to spend a fortune on a drape. Fabric stores have an incredible selection to choose from in every color and design under the sun. If you time it right, you can get an awesome deal on prints that stores want to unload. If you want to get fancy, you can order a custom pattern from Spoonflower for a very reasonable price. I use Spoonflower for all my table drapes. It ensures I get the perfect color and pattern to fit my needs. I'm willing to spend a little more to make sure I have a custom drape nobody else can mimic. Your banner. The next thing your table needs is a banner. Banners get very expensive on the high end, but they don't have to be pricey. You can order a cheap banner online for as little as $20 and hang it from PVC pipes you find at Home Depot using zip ties. I'm all about convenience though, which is why I bought a retractable banner. They take very little time to set up and immediately make you look like a pro. They are also very compact. Since I split my tables every chance I get and usually don't have much space, retractable stands are the best option for me. Your product displays. Your booth also needs a display for your products. This can be as simple as a wire stand or as complicated as a homemade box. The display needs to fit with your overall aesthetic, raise your products off the ground and entice people to interact with what you are offering them. Your marketing freebies. The final piece of marketing you need for your table is a collection of freebies. A freebie is something you hand out as people pass by your table. Everybody is looking for a freebie, and your customers are no different. You need 2 different types of freebies to create the most successful table experience. The first freebie is one you hand out to everybody who passes by your table. It should have the same messaging as the rest of your booth. The goal of this freebie is to connect your flyer with the customer's experience at your table. For our promotional flyer, we have the wannabe press mascot, along with every book the customer saw at our table. The background of the flyer is the same green color as our table drape and banner. The second freebie is one you use to sign people up for your mailing list. This is the freebie offer we talked about earlier. It isn't actually a freebie per se. It's a product you've priced below $5 and are willing to give away for free when somebody signs up for your mailing list. This second freebie doesn't have to match your coloring, but it should complement your branding. We use our wannabe mascot in all our mailing list freebies. As long as somebody stays on our mailing list, they can always get our mailing list freebies without paying a dime. It's a way to reward our fans while building brand loyalty. MailChimp uses a similar tactic with their own monkey mascot. Your reason for stopping. Those are the mandatory marketing pieces you need for your booth. If you want to supercharge your marketing though, holding special events at your table are your best friend. These can be live draws, raffles, or even an exclusive signing. These events signal to your ideal customer that your booth is a place to congregate. They create a reason for people to come to your booth and, more importantly, a reason for them to return throughout the weekend. Your social media. The final piece of your con marketing is social media integration. If you are using Buffer, Hootsuite, or similar programs, start scheduling posts a week before the con. Post at least once every day for the week leading up to the convention. Once the con starts, increase your social media posts to 3 times a day so people know where you are and what you're doing. While you're there, take pictures of cosplayers, people who buy your products, and other cool stuff you see around the convention center. Make sure to include your booth number in every post. Check for any trending hashtags related to the show. People search those to find cool stuff. If they think your booth is a happening place, they'll be more likely to check out your table or at least follow you for future events. If you have a mailing list, send out a newsletter update with the exact location of where you will be on the convention floor. Make sure to include a map so your fans have no problem finding your booth location. While you're at it, make that map the cover image on all your social media accounts so people can easily reference it. Pricing displays. I want to end this section by talking about whether or not you should put prices on your merchandise. It's one of the main places where I differ from almost every other creator on the con circuit. Most people tell you to price everything on the table. I wholeheartedly disagree. Here's why. The minute somebody sees pricing, they make a snap judgment on whether to stop by your booth based on that price. As an independent creator, your work will be priced higher than almost everybody else at the convention. That means you are competing with other people on price, even though you can't possibly win that battle. Since you can't compete on price, you shouldn't put prices on your product. Instead, you should compete with them on value and quality. People don't know the value of your product right away, so you need to engage them in conversation to entice them. Once they talk to you, handle your product, and understand the quality of your work, you can then tell them the price and have a better chance of making the sale. Additional resources. In Get Your Book Selling at Live Events and Signings, Book Sales Supercharged number 12, I talk about how I use flexible pricing to increase my sales during Chapter 8, What to Say to Sell at Your Table. That's also where I talk about pitching. All of this marketing is useless if you don't have an awesome product and haven't honed your pitch. When combined with a perfect sales pitch and amazing content though, these marketing elements can cement you in the mind of your customers as a brand worthy of attention. Chapter 22. Advertising. In this chapter, we're going to talk about whether or not you should advertise, along with how to go about it. We won't be able to go into details on advertising on Facebook, Amazon, and wherever else, because that's beyond the scope of this book. We wanted to include this chapter because people ask about advertising for crowdfunding, and for the most part, we don't recommend advertising directly, and we usually don't recommend advertising indirectly, unless it's already part of your budget around growing your audience and you have time to recoup the costs of it. In this chapter, we'll explain why those are our recommendations, even though they go against common practice in most authors' marketing methods. Caveats. We are not Facebook ad specialists, nor do we want to be. We are two authors who run lots of ads, are aggressively wide in many formats, and think about ads with a wide perspective and mindset. This is the part we want to share. As to us, this is the place where we can add value. We believe that there are other books that cover the basics and the step-by-step of things like setting up a Facebook ad or calculating your ROI better than we can. There's no point in reproducing that info when we can direct you to our course that covers it with video tutorials, the best way to do it anyway, or to other books that write it all out with screenshots. We believe that our readers, you, are also pretty advanced and have been at this for a while already. We want to give you the parts that will fascinate you, that no one else is doing or teaching in the independent author space, and that we can uniquely share with you as career authors. These are the bits that are normally only shared behind closed doors and in one-on-one conversations over drinks. Advertising is necessary. Almost all big audiences are built with advertising of some kind. I'm talking about big, engaged audiences here. If you are waiting for somebody else to bless you with virality, then you'll probably be waiting forever. Honestly, the number of people who have grown a huge fan base organically might as well be zero. All artists think they should be able to grow organically, or it doesn't count, but organic growth takes time, and eventually, it either tapers off or explodes, and 999,999 times out of a million it tapers off. So should you use advertising to grow your audience with direct sales? The $25 minimum threshold. Experts suggest that you will not be able to make back your money by advertising your direct sales bundles unless you have at least a $25 product. For many, though, it takes much more than that. You may need a product that costs $50 or even $100. You will not likely be able to make back your money by advertising your crowdfunding directly unless you have an average pledge amount of $50 or more. This is rare for me, Russell, even on a tetralogy. My projects are usually between $25 minus $40. Our campaign for this book ended at $40.13, but it was averaging $25 at first. Just because that's not my average does not mean it's not possible for you to hit it. If you have a huge audience or a big main reward, you may be able to meet this requirement. We've seen authors with $200 book boxes hit about a $150 per backer average. In this case, should they advertise to related audiences? Possibly. Or maybe their campaign is driven largely by voracious fans. Only they will know when they look in their back end and see who bought the book box from them. What about subscriptions? In 2024, I decided to tase advertising for my Substack newsletter. For Beehive and Sparkloop, I use their co-registration engine, which, just like the Substack recommendation engine, except newsletters pay for new subscribers, which is how I've made money on those platforms. Thrivecart money comes from course sales from our ads. We are running two types of ads. One type drives traffic to a landing page to sign up to our Beehive email list, which we then make money on through boosts when people sign up to other newsletters. For the other type, we are sending people straight to a landing page. This is the only way we've been able to break even on ads for the day. We are nowhere close to breaking even, but this is the first week where we've had at least one sale a day since we started running hard on Facebook ads in February. I prefer running ads to the newsletter because then you get more emails, but we need desperately to make money. That seems to be coming exclusively from sending people to our landing page. So right now our flow is either Beehive to Substack or Thrivecart to Substack. The Beehive subscribers get a welcome email series before being brought into Substack, where they are offered both a limited-time $97 offer and a 60% discount to our publication. I can't believe how many unsubscribes we have had this year, honestly. I know we've gotten at least 15,000 new subscribers, and that doesn't even include ones that come through Substack. That means a minimum of 30% of subscribers we've picked up this year have unsubscribed. That's a massive number. On top of that, we aren't seeing hardly anyone upgrade to paid right now. We can't keep burning subscribers and not getting people to upgrade. No business can survive like that for long. I set aside $30,000 for this experiment, and we're quickly coming up to that mark. Hopefully, we've turned a corner here, but if not, I probably only have a month of runway left before I have to pull the plug. Around April 2024, this turned around and we stopped bleeding. But does it scale? Data still pending. I've recently gotten several comments like, "Wow, I can't believe you are failing so hard. Aren't you supposed to be successful?" Or, "Why would you do something so unprofitable, dummy?" So first off, no. I fail way more than I succeed. The number of times I succeed in a year are far eclipsed by the amount of times I fail. But second off, that's how you learn things, by doing and failing. I've always been a kinetic learner, even though plenty of research says that's not a thing. The one I have the most trouble with when I give pushback is, I'm not the one losing money, because of course you're not. I'm the one losing money, because I'm trying to make money in the future. Every project I've ever done that mattered forced me to invest at least $10,000 before I saw any payoff from it, and sometimes it was closer to $20 to $30K. We signed a contract with our conference last year, and we're on the hook for $150,000 after paying our expenses and for our conference team. Doing big things takes a lot of risk, and I like to do big things. I'm not saying you should take risks like me. I've developed a high risk tolerance over years and years of doing this, and a big war chest to pull from, but looking at somebody failing and saying, "Wow, I thought that guy was successful," is the wrong way to think about your own career. I am successful because I invest a lot of money into myself and my business to break through blocks and get to the next level. Every time I've gotten to a stumbling block, the way past it was investing a combination of effort and money. Some things could be pushed forward with just effort, but eventually only a combination of time and money broke me through them. You can short-circuit that if somebody like a publisher chooses you, or you work for a company, but I never had that luxury. I had to take my own money and invest in myself far before I ever saw the return on that investment. Often that invest did little more than break even, but even when I lost money, it usually opened my career in a way I didn't or couldn't expect. I am not trying to defend myself here, but to tell you that the way that you are thinking about this is going to hold you back. Investment always comes before growth, whether an investment of time, money, or both. You cannot grow unless you invest first. So often, when I get down to it with clients, the problem they have is that they want growth without investment. In the same way, you have to know when your investment is a loss and pull out, but if you don't have an investment mindset, a lot of this other stuff just won't work. Even just becoming a great writer takes hundreds of hours of investment, and if you don't invest that time, the rest of this stuff won't unlock for you. That's an investment of mostly time, while something like college is an investment of both, while spending on ads is an investment mostly of money. Both are essentials and work in concert with each other to get you to the next level. The higher you climb, though, the more effort it takes to break through to the next level, and the more investment it takes to break through those blocks. That means you spend a lot of time pushing against blocks, chiseling away little by little, until it seems to break open all at once. When it comes to advertising, unless you know what you're doing and have a large budget, it's probably not something to worry about for your initial foray into direct sales, especially if you're learning the platform. You will be better off trying to sell to your current audience to test the offer, than trying to expand to a larger audience. What should you advertise? If you decide to advertise anyway, consider focusing on assets that will last you beyond the campaign, like crowdfunding email list. Regular email list. Download of freebies. Targeted giveaway with email addresses. Website traffic. There is a saying, the person who can spend the most on marketing wins. Part of that is because everybody else is waiting to be blessed from some all-powerful algorithm. Yes, it is possible to build and monetize a nice fan base without advertising. Some say I have done so, but even though I didn't start spending a significant amount on Facebook ads until 2018, I spent a lot on conventions since 2016, which is its own form of advertising. In 2016, I spent $7,700 on convention tables and travel, my first real full show year. I didn't invest in advertising, and I had my worst year as a full-time creator, barely able to eke out $50,000, and losing money at a rate of $2 for every $1 I made in revenue. It sucked. In 2017, I spent $16,425, and this was the year I did two $25,000 plus campaigns and went over $100,000 for the first time. In 2018, I spent $21,425 plus $12,096 on Facebook advertising, for a total of $33,521, which is the year I ran a $39,246 crowdfunding. In 2019, I spent $19,905 on conventions and another $12,489 on Facebook advertising, for a total of $32,394, which is my third year in a row with $100,000 plus revenue. Musicians tour constantly, and that counts as advertising as well, but it is recoupable advertising. I am all about creating advertising campaigns that pay for themselves immediately, and then using those newfound fans as the base for my next campaign. The more I spend on advertising and the longer I spend it for, the more success I get. I am not naive enough to believe that I can build or sustain a business on virality. That would be folly. The secret is to find an advertising mechanism that is profitable. Then take the profits and funnel that back into advertising, along with your initial spend. If you have $20 and you make $40, not you put $40 into the advertising mechanic, and then with $40 you make $80, and so on, until you eventually scale up. I'm still nowhere near the scale I want, but I know what is working and working to do more of that every day. Can you scale your audience without advertising? Yes, but when you factor in the number of people who've had viral success and compare it to the number of total creators, it is effectively 0%. There are a lot of things you can do for free. I know, I literally wrote the course and 2 books on how to build a fan base for free, but at some point you have to advertise if you want to scale, because having 100 fans on Facebook and 20 on Twitter is just not good enough to make a living doing this stuff. It's not enough. You have to find another way. You can say, well, I don't even make $20,000 in a year. How can I spend that on advertising, Mr. Moneybags? But I didn't start there. I found out how to sell at conventions and make it profitable, and then I funneled those profits into more conventions and more, and that's how I scaled. Then I figured out what ads were profitable, and I kept scaling those until I hit a comfortable number. I have only lost money on 2 shows in my whole career, and while I've had more than 2 failed marketing campaigns, I cut the ones that don't work and then doubled down on those that did. I didn't create magic. I took money, made more money, and then took that extra money and put it back into the system again and again and again. If I ever stopped doing that, then my company would slow down immeasurably. But because I understand what works, I can keep doing it and expect success with advertising in the future. Advertising is a piece of your overall marketing campaign, but it's a different beast entirely from everything we've talked about so far. While marketing is mostly a time commitment, you can't advertise without money. Your goal with advertising is to spend $1 and make $2 in sales. At the very least, you want to spend $1 and get $1 out. Too often, people spend $1 and get 25 cents back or even less. If you do that, then you're funneling a massive amount of money into a campaign and getting nothing in return. It's a travesty when that happens. But there has to be something to advertising, right? I mean, McDonald's and Starbucks spend billions of dollars on it every year. They aren't going to do that without getting a return. And every other post on Facebook is for somebody pitching some sort of product, isn't it? So somebody's making money on ads, aren't they? The short answer is yes. Nobody is going to keep spending money on something that loses them money, least of all a Fortune 500 company. If advertising didn't work, companies wouldn't do it. Where people go wrong with advertising. So, what is it people do wrong when it comes to advertising? They start too early, for one. Before you start advertising, you must know your target market down pat and have a fully realized ideal customer avatar. Your avatar needs to translate successfully into proven clients you can rely on consistently. Your funnel also needs to be rock solid. You must know how many people have to go into the top of it to make money come out the bottom. Everything you have done up to this point, honing your ideal customer avatar and perfecting your funnel, pays off in spades with advertising. This is where you scale all that work into a lucrative business. Up until this point, you've watched your ideal client trickle through your funnel slowly over time. You've seen the wording they like and what they hate. You've noticed which links they click and which they don't care about at all. You have a good sense not just who your client is, but also what buying triggers they respond to best. This information becomes critical when you are building an advertising campaign. With advertising, you are pushing a massive amount of people through your funnel. If they don't like what you have to say, they'll abandon you before buying. If you don't have this laid out perfectly, advertising isn't for you yet. The second mistake people make with advertising is treating every potential customer the same way. As we talked about earlier, there are two types of people in your audience: cold prospects and warm leads. People screw up on advertising because we tend to treat everybody like a warm lead. Warm leads already know you. Some of them even like and trust you. They understand your brand and believe in it. Cold prospects have none of that empathy built up for your company. They don't know you from Adam. Unless you are launching a product to your existing network, most ads are built to target cold prospects and not warm leads. You can send a warm lead directly to a product offer, but you can't do that with a cold prospect. Cold traffic doesn't convert well on crowdfunding. I see this all the time with crowdfunding campaigns. I'll be fed an ad from somebody I don't know and sent directly to their campaign page. I don't know them. I don't like them. I don't trust them. So, I'm never going to buy from that person even if their campaign is awesome. Consequently, they've just wasted 60 cents because they treated me like a warm lead even though I'm a cold prospect. In advertising, you treat a cold prospect the same as if you just met them on the street. You need to provide value first before you ask for anything. This is so much harder with advertising than any other form of marketing because you are paying cash now for the hope of making money in the future. If you aren't comfortable with that, advertising isn't for you yet. With a cold prospect, you must send them to a piece of content that adds incredible value to their lives and also relates to your product. It needs to resonate with your intended prospect. You can deliver this value in a webinar, a blog post, or even a guide that potential customers can download. The point of this content is to pack a powerful punch and make the prospect fervently believe they must learn more about your offer. At the end of this piece of content, make an offer so they sign up for your mailing list. If they don't sign up, retarget them with new ads and even more valuable content until they relent. In order to retarget people, you have to set up Google AdWords and a Facebook pixel, along with retargeting pixels from any other advertising networks you use. Once they sign up for your mailing list, you have received their commitment and they become a warm lead. Put them into your existing funnel and have them work their way down it just like everybody else. If you've done your job right, you know exactly how many people need to go into the top of your funnel to get money out of the bottom of it. If you don't have this information, then advertising isn't right for you yet. Advertising your crowdfunding to warm leads. Given the choice, my preference is to advertise only to warm leads. Warm leads are people who are on my mailing list or my Facebook page or already access my website. These people know and like me, so they are much more likely to buy right away. The problem with warm lead advertising is that you quickly exhaust your existing customer base and need more cold prospect to grow your revenue. Warm leads are not enough to sustain a business. You need cold prospects too. You absolutely should not do any advertising until you know your ideal client avatar precisely and are completely on top of how your funnel works. If you know those two things, then you can work backwards and determine a reasonable advertising budget. If you don't, then you'll just be wasting money. Even if you are ready, start small and work your way up. There's no need to spend more than $5 a day until you can prove advertising is a wise investment for your business. How to turn a cold prospect into a warm lead. Cold prospects don't buy products. A cold prospect is a person you just met who doesn't know you from Adam. They don't know your brand, they don't know what you offer, and they have no interest in buying what you have to sell yet. Cold prospects have no affinity for your product. Until you met, they had no idea who you were as a creative. That doesn't stop most creatives from seeing this initial meeting as a chance to sell their product. Of course, these efforts are a miserable failure since cold prospects don't buy products. This makes complete sense when you think about it in your own life, doesn't it? I mean, how often do you go from discovering a new product to buying it on the same day? It doesn't happen very often in my own life. I usually have to sit on a product for days, if not weeks, before I buy something. I need to groove on the cost and the value. I have to research the company and make sure it aligns with my values. I have to determine that the product won't turn to dust in my hands after use. My money is precious to me. I worked hard for it and want to make sure I give it to worthy people. This is how most people see buying products, and it's why they generally buy from brands they know. When I need a hammer, I go to Home Depot because they are a brand I know. I'm not a cold prospect for them. I'm in their warm lead audience. Warm audiences are full of people who know and trust your brand. They are the people working their way through the inside of your funnel. They gain value from what you do and are convinced your brand offers quality products. To build the most engaged audience, we need to turn as many people from cold prospects into warm leads as possible. How do we do that? There are a couple of ways we can build devoted, warm leads from cold prospects. None of them involve shouting "buy my product" at somebody until they open their wallet. Number 1, social media. The easiest and cheapest way to build a warm audience is through engaging with them on social media and sharing valuable content consistently. The more consistent value you can provide into a person's life by linking to interesting articles and engaging with their profiles, the more likability and authority you build with them. It's important to post things relevant to your ideal client avatar that will drastically improve their lives, but it's even more important to be consistent over a long period of time. People value dependability. They want to know you aren't going away tomorrow before they trust you in the long run. Number 2, mailing list. The most profitable way to turn a cold prospect into a warm lead is through creating a mailing list. When somebody gives you their email, they are allowing you into the place online they hold most dear, their inbox. If you feed people incredibly valuable information through a newsletter, your cold audience will quickly warm up and become receptive to buying your product. This newsletter is not a list of coupons every week. It's a thoughtful piece that provides value to your audience, just like you do on social media. Creating a newsletter and delivering consistent value will make you stand out from the noise that bombards your prospects on social media every minute of every day. Number 3, website. Your website, and its accompanying blog, is a great way to build empathy between your brand and your ideal customer. If you speak in a language your customer understands and deliver your content in a way that provides value in their lives, then customers will quickly build trust in your company. That trust equates to more warm leads and eventually into more sales. Out of all these strategies, websites require the most work up front, the largest investment of money, and the longest amount of time to pay dividends. That's because website traffic comes from search rankings, and search engines rank you for relevancy on any given topic based on traffic and clicks, among other factors. Website traffic takes time, unless you have a massive marketing budget. You can expect your website to take 6 to 12 months before it starts paying off with organic traffic from search engines, but once you are ranked on the first page of search engines, that traffic keeps coming to you in perpetuity. You can help these rankings grow quickly by consistently sharing your blog posts on social media to help drive traffic to your site. The larger your audience grows, the more traffic you will be able to generate to your site, and the higher search engines will rank you. Number 4. In-person events. Whether it's speaking engagements, conventions, or even flea markets, in-person events are the quickest way to turn cold prospects into warm leads. Even though these events are expensive and time-consuming, you immediately get in front of your ideal client over and over again, right at the moment they are primed to buy. The quickest way to get a prospect to like and trust you is to shake their hand and make eye contact. Getting somebody to like and trust you are two key parts of your sales funnel, and it's how we turn somebody from a cold prospect into a warm lead. Therefore, if you can shake 200 hands at any given event, you have just moved 200 people from cold prospects into warm leads. Whichever of the above advertising strategies you employ, none of them work in a vacuum. They are interconnected pieces of the same whole. The most important part of turning a cold prospect into a warm lead is that you are meeting people now in order to turn them into sales down the road. Some people will be ready to buy immediately, but most won't warm up until much later. They need to see you, hear you, and listen to you over and over again and over a long period of time to build the kind of empathy necessary to buy your product. Additional resources. The Book Sales Supercharged series has 3 books on advertising. Get your book selling with BookBub, Book Sales Supercharged #16. Get your book selling with advanced Amazon ads, Book Sales Supercharged number 17. Get your book selling with advanced Facebook ads, Book Sales Supercharged number 18. Takeaways. Experts suggest that you will not be able to make back your money by advertising your direct sales bundles unless you have at least a $25 product. For many, though, it takes much more than that. You may need a product that costs $50 or even $100. Task checklist. Decide if you are going to run advertising to your direct sales offer. If so, decide if you're going to run advertising directly to your page or to another step in your sales funnel, like a landing page where you collect an email address and presumably market your crowdfunding campaign to prospects later through email. Use the 10 stages of audience framework to get a plan of content together for moving your ad-targeted audience from cold prospects to warm leads, so you can then market your direct sales offer to them. Chapter 23. Next steps. This is the end of Volume 2 of Direct Sales Mastery for Authors. Thank you for reading. We would love to chat with you more, so if you want, please come find us in all the places online and in person where we hang out. What next? Please send your questions and suggestions to the Writer MBA team at support@writermba.com. We will get your message to the right person. We'd love to help you out. Monica's blog. I've been blogging professionally since 2006, and in the last several years have begun to collect all my work in one spot, under one brand called The World Needs Your Passion. This is the one place on the internet where I am not on brand or niche focused toward a goal. I bring my whole self to this blog, write about whatever I want, and share everything from my greatest lessons learned to best my business advice, to my love of Lego, tarot, Taylor Swift, and more. It's also a place where I keep the footer fully updated with all my links to everywhere you can find me on the internet. Read this resource. theworldneedsyourpassion.com. Our YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is The World Needs Your Passion, and I teach people how to find, pursue, nurture, reignite, and even make money from their passions. I also teach people about entrepreneurship, creativity, business, writing, art, and more. You can watch my channel. youtube.com/theworldneedsyourpassion. We also post regularly on the Writer MBA channel here. youtube.com/@writermba. Our podcasts. I post new 20-minute episodes about publishing going wide, serialized fiction, industry trends, and so much more on my podcast feed. theproductivenovelist.buzzsprout.com. Russell Nohelty, and I also have a podcast for Writer MBA called Kickstart Your Book Sales. There are over 80 episodes here. Kickstartyourbooksales.buzzsprout.com. Follow Monica on Medium. I post regular articles about the publishing industry if you prefer to read about new developments. MonicaLenell.medium.com. Take our Author Ecosystems quiz. The Author Ecosystems quiz will give you more self-knowledge and help you identify what type of publishing business model is going to work best for you. Are you a nimble desert, an expansive grassland, a rolling tundra, an interconnected forest, or a dynamic aquatic? Dig deep into the new methodology developed by USA Today best-selling authors Monica Leonelle and Russell Nohelty, creators of the Kickstarter Accelerator, Go Wide, Grow Wide, Book Sales Supercharged, and more. https://authorecosystem.com/ https://authorEcosystems.substack.com/ The Book Sales Supercharged Series. The Book Sales Supercharged series focuses on each retailer, format, and platform, diving deep into everything you need to know to succeed in that particular space. If you want to dig into other direct sales platforms that are useful to authors, I encourage you to continue the series. Get your book selling on your website, Book Sales Supercharged #7. Get your book selling on Kickstarter, Book Sales Supercharged #9. Get your book selling at live events and signings, Book Sales Supercharged #10. Get your book selling with subscriptions and memberships, Book Sales Supercharged number 19, pre-order. The series is available at all retailers. We are aggressively wide over here. You can find all the information about the series, plus grab the entire set of books in a bundle directly from my website at a significant discount to purchasing each individually at retailers. Shop.theworldneedsyourpassion.com. Your feedback, please. Our goal for writing this book is to help get more authors up to speed on how to use Facebook to build their careers. We would love to know how we did. There are 2 ways to leave feedback. Reviews. If you loved this book, we can always use an honest review on our public retailer pages, where other people looking for the books can see what real people think of them. Choose your retailer and leave a review here. theworldneedsyourpassion.com/reviewsmv2. Feedback form. If you have anything you'd like to share privately, please feel free to fill out our feedback form here. theworldneedsyourpassion.com/feedback. All answers are private, unless you say we can use the responses publicly in our marketing materials. Spread the word. Can you think of 2 people who could use this book in their lives? Perhaps they are struggling on retailers and want to own their customer data and have greater control over their sales month to month. Or perhaps they're considering going wide and wondering how they will make the transition. Maybe they are an old hat at website sales and are always looking for the little tidbit or trick that can propel their sales and reach even higher. If so, we would love it if you could connect them to this book so they too can learn the ins and outs of website sales. Thanks again for reading. Be the Igniter.